Iranian captain who was also killed in this despicable attack. When it comes to the response, and Secretary Blinken spoke to this from this podium on Monday, we are coordinating very closely with, as I just said, our British allies, with our Romanian partners as well, and the broader international community. We are in close consultations with them about the diplomatic next steps. We welcome coordination as well with our international partners to protect maritime security and freedom of navigation against those threats posed by Iran. I can say that we also do support the UK's call for a UN Security Council action against Iran in condemning the Mercer Street attack that again resulted in the death of a British citizen and a Romanian citizen.
Right, so you want to give us any idea of exactly what is this coordinated action?
Those consultations are ongoing. I wouldn't want to get ahead of where we are. The nature of coordination is that we want to ensure that we're coordinated and that we are acting in concert with our closest allies and partners in this.
On the Middle East before Matt starts. Thank you.
He's forfeited
We'll wait
his
my
prerogative.
Okay, good. So today is the first anniversary of the bombing of the port in Beirut. We saw the video that President Biden released this morning. As you know, till now, there's no accountability for anybody who was responsible for this. Is the U.S. pushing, because my understanding there was some team of the FBI who were investigating as well what happened. Does the U.S. pushing for accountability? What exactly are you calling for in addition to what the President said this morning in terms of donation to the Lebanese people?
Well, let me make a couple points. Of course, it is the one-year anniversary of this tragic explosion in the port of Beirut that killed hundreds of innocent Lebanese citizens. As you know, the International Support Group for Lebanon met earlier this week on the eve of the anniversary. Those members expressed their solidarity, as do we, with the families of the victims and with those whose lives and livelihoods have been affected by it. In addition to those killed, thousands more were injured, and thousands more from there. Their livelihoods were impacted by this. The International Support Group did indeed urge authorities to swiftly complete the investigation into the port explosion so that the truth may be known and justice may be rendered. The ISG observed with deep concern the broader context in which this anniversary takes place. Of course, that includes the worsening economic crisis that has affected nearly all elements of Lebanese society, its people, its institutions, its services. And the ISG did call upon Lebanese authorities as a matter of national responsibility, as has the United States in this context and previously, to urgently take every possible step to improve lives for the Lebanese people. And in this case, that means putting aside their political, their personal, their partisan differences for the good and for the benefit of the Lebanese people. A year has now passed without a government in Lebanon. Of course, there is now a designation of a new prime minister, but Lebanon's leaders do need to, without delay, support the formation of an empowered new government, a new government that is empowered to take on the reforms that are long overdue. Now, this was August 3rd. That was earlier this week. Of course, today is in fact the one-year anniversary, and I imagine you had an opportunity to see the words from President Biden, who took part in today's humanitarian assistance conference. And specifically, the president announced that we are providing nearly $100 million in additional humanitarian assistance for Lebanon. That is on top of an already significant sum of more than $550 million. I think the exact sum is $560 million in humanitarian aid that the United States has provided to the Lebanese people over the past 2 years. This humanitarian assistance will benefit vulnerable populations in Lebanon. That includes those who have been so devastated by the political impasse and the resulting economic crisis, as well as Syrian refugees and the Lebanese communities who are so graciously hosting them. We remain the largest donor of humanitarian support for Lebanon anywhere, and we appreciate and all of those other countries that have stepped up. We continue to reiterate our calls for the international community to do the same.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I.
Stay on Lebanon.
I want to go back to Iran, but on Lebanon very quickly. Are you making that $100 million contingent upon anything? And do they have, let's say, to push forward the investigation? Have you, let's say, a year later, have you, on your own, sort of determined who's complicit in this explosion?
So this is humanitarian assistance,
Right.
and humanitarian assistance is for the good and for the
Right.
benefit of the people of Lebanon. The people of Lebanon have nothing to do with this political impasse. In fact, the people of Lebanon are the ones who have been devastated by this political impasse. Just to give you a bit more granularity, the funding includes $56 million from our Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration, and more than $41 million from USAID and its Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance. And it will provide access to education and health services, food assistance, support for protection services and rehabilitation of water and sanitation services as well, among other forms of assistance.
You mentioned a little bit earlier the broader context in which this anniversary is taking place and the meeting that happened today and the U.S. pledge. Does that broader context include the rockets being fired into Israel from Lebanon, like the 3 that happened this morning? And whether it does or not, do you have anything to say about that?
Well, when it comes to the rocket attacks, we absolutely condemn the rocket attacks from armed groups based in Lebanon that were fired into Israel. As the president has said, as Secretary Blinken has said, Israel has the right to defend itself against such attacks. We will remain engaged with Israeli partners, with Lebanese officials, and other partners in the region in an effort to de-escalate the situation.
Do you not see at all a pattern here, meaning in Lebanon, in the Gulf, in Afghanistan, where you guys are offering money, negotiations, the prospect of sanctions relief, and the response to that is more aggression? Do you see any pattern at all in this?
I do see a pattern. I see a pattern of the United States maintaining its humanitarian leadership. We are not going to apologize for providing another $100 million to the people of Lebanon. The people of Lebanon who have been so devastated by the intransigence of their political leaders. We've talked about this broader context. We talked about it yesterday. But if you're suggesting a connection between our humanitarian leadership and these attacks, that is not one that we see.
This logjam government formation, is anyone more complicit than others, any particular group or any particular party?
Well, we have been, Secretary Blinken, you may recall, issued a pretty stark statement, and he was very direct. Rather than take aim at specific leaders, this is a collective failure on the part of those who call themselves leaders in Lebanese society. A leader at this point, a true leader, should be in a position and should see the need to show that flexibility, to show that leadership, putting the interests of his or her people first. We have not seen Lebanese officials do that for over a year. It has been without a government in Lebanon. It is time for that to change. It is time for Lebanese officials to do the right thing.
Who will be responsible in providing or distributing humanitarian aids to the Lebanese people and the refugees?
As we do around the world, the State Department, USAID, we work with humanitarian partners who are on the ground, who are vetted, who are effective when it comes to distributing this kind of
You're not providing them to the government or to the official institutions?
It's our humanitarian partners who are our implementing partners in most of these cases, yes.
On Lebanon, credible reports say that between October 2019 and now, $20 billion were withdrawn from the Lebanese banks and deposited in European banks. Why not exposing the people who did that? You are offering now humanitarian aid. Why not exposing the people if you're not going to sanction them? And you supported also the European legal framework for sanction regime. Do you have a list of names of people that could be sanctioned?
Well, we are looking at a number of tools at our disposal to help the people of Lebanon. We've spoken of a couple of them already today. Humanitarian assistance, using the power of our voice to call for Lebanon's leaders to do the right thing. But of course, there are other means to hold those accountable who are responsible for this. Some of our closest allies have enacted sanctions. Sanctions are a tool that are also available to us. In all cases, however, we don't preview sanctions actions before they are implemented, typically for the very simple reason that previewing them would make them less effective. So I'm not in a position to do that today, but we are continuing to look at everything that we might be able to do to provide that much needed humanitarian relief, stability, security, and over the longer run, prosperity for the people of Lebanon, something they have been denied for far too long.
Forces attacking the demonstrators today?
We support the right of peaceful demonstration around the world. That includes in Lebanon and includes elsewhere in the Middle East, as we've noted recently in the case of Iran. You've heard us make that point the world over. The Lebanese people have a right to have their voices be heard, to take part in peaceful demonstrations in an effort to do what we are all, frankly, trying to do, and that is to hold to account the Lebanese leadership to the commitment to the responsibility that they have as purported leaders. That is what the Lebanese people are doing. Violence should never be used against peaceful demonstrators. The point you were making before about corruption is also relevant here. It is mismanagement, it's intransigence, it is also corruption that has taken such a toll on the people of Lebanon. It's understandable that the Lebanese people would have frustrations. They, just like people everywhere, should be allowed to show that frustration peacefully.
I go to Afghanistan.
Sure.
It seems that Taliban are now targeting, government officials, including the acting defense minister yesterday. I wonder, has the U.S. had any direct diplomatic contacts with the Taliban since then? What's your messaging? And also, how concerned are you about China's recent meeting with the Taliban?
Well, let me just spend a moment on the attack yesterday. We unequivocally condemn the targeted attack on Afghan Defense Minister Bismillah Mohammadi. Although the minister wasn't present, reports do indicate that 8 people were killed in the attack and many more were injured. The Taliban have claimed responsibility for this shameful act. The Taliban must stop this ongoing violence. They must stop it. Taliban leaders continue to say one thing, namely that they support a negotiated solution to the conflict. But as I've said in recent days, as others have said, those words ring hollow when they continue these types of actions, these types of attacks. including against provincial centers when they use car bombs, BBIEDs, in urban centers, putting civilian populations at risk. These acts inevitably kill civilians, as we saw in this very case, and they must stop. They must stop targeted killings, and they must prevent Taliban fighters from engaging in the types of horrific acts, including these attacks, that result in the loss of innocent Afghan lives and the displacement of the civilian population. We've made this point before, but if you look back at the history of Afghanistan over the past 40 years, over the past 50 years, we know that a continuation down this path will lead to only more bloodshed. The people of Afghanistan have suffered enough. In fact, I was just looking at a report emerging from Kabul of the Afghan people very loudly condemning what they are seeing take place in their provincial capitals, in their urban centers, in their country. It's past time to end this decades-long cycle of violence. This is not a cycle of violence that started in March. It's not a cycle of violence that started in 2021. It's not even a cycle of violence that in some ways started in 2001. This is a cycle of violence that has gone on for far too long, and we are doing all that we can, galvanizing the international community to collectively do all that we can to put an end to it. And the point we've made on that front, it bears repeating, and that's that the international community won't recognize a group, a future Afghan government, that seizes power through violence and shows little or no regard for human life. It would be a great...
All right, so you've been watching the State Department spokesman, Ned Price, there. He's briefing reporters, especially about Afghanistan at the moment. We have been getting numerous reports about the ongoing and increasing surge of violence there in parts of the country by the Taliban that are making encroachments on some of these districts in the country. This obviously all in the shadow as the U.S. troop withdrawal, will be complete at the end of the month. Anyway, we also heard from Ned Price there as he was recounting the one-year anniversary of that deadly explosion in Beirut, Lebanon. Lebanon also remembering that really, really tragic event today in Beirut. You remember this all happened in the early morning hours of August the 4th, 2020. And so there you can see some of the debris and wreckage from that day. The explosion took place at a warehouse in Beirut's port. It killed 214 people and injured thousands more. In the wake of the tragedy, documents revealed nitrates that caused the explosion had been stored next to other flammable materials for years. Currently, an investigation into the explosion is still underway a year later, but it has yet to find anyone responsible. And so I remember that day very, very well, that the U.S. lending their support. You heard from Ned Price there in the briefing room about still a year later, Beirut and the Lebanese people are reeling from that explosion there. So just wanted to highlight that and mention that as well. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be breaking down a lot of the COVID-19 headlines of the day with my friend Robert Sherman. We'll be back in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a great Wednesday afternoon. Anyway, COVID cases continue to rise across the country as health officials warn about the Delta variant. To this point, though, coronavirus has claimed the lives of over 600,000 Americans. Fox's Robert Sherman joining us right now live from Orlando. Robert, good to see you. What are the latest headlines today on the Delta variant and the pandemic at large?
Well, looking at the Delta variant, Andrew, the CDC is saying today that about 93% of all new cases can be chalked up to that variant of COVID-19, which is much more transmissible, much more contagious than the original strain of COVID-19. In terms of the case numbers, we're seeing that the two states that are seeing the most numbers of cases of COVID-19, Florida and Texas. Last week, 1 in 3 new cases nationwide could be found in one of those two states. So we are seeing the president try and put pressure on both of those states, calling on those state leaders to either help with COVID or, quote, get out of the way. Those were his words, as both states have banned new mask mandates. But the United States did hit a milestone this week, as 70% of adult Americans have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. Just over 60% are now fully vaccinated. Today, the World Health Organization is calling for COVID booster shots to be put on hold at least until the end of September in order to get more shots into unvaccinated arms around the globe. Take a listen.
It's a call again for that global solidarity to achieve the coverage we need to have the biggest possible public health impact and get the world out of this crisis as rapidly as possible.
And the White House has announced this week that the U.S. has donated and shipped over 110 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine to more than 60 countries around the globe. Again, getting shots into arms of people who live in countries where the vaccination rate is lagging behind. And then finally, back here at home, the city of New York has announced that if you want to partake in indoor activities such as going to a restaurant or going to the gym, you need to show proof of vaccination. This is a move that has received a fair amount of pushback from Republican governors around the country who insist that they will not allow such requirements to come to their states. Andrew?
Robert, thanks for breaking all of that down. Also to note, some moves by the U.S. military as well regarding vaccination. What do we know at this hour about that?
We are expecting the Department of Defense to make an announcement on Friday from Secretary Lloyd Austin to recommend to the White House that all active duty service members be required to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. It's not official yet. We are expecting that to come down on Friday. It's interesting to note, Andrew, that this is a move that many of us expected would happen at some point, but the understanding was that many of the Department of Defense were holding out and awaiting for at least one of the vaccines, whether the Pfizer, Moderna, or Johnson & Johnson, to receive full FDA approval status. That has not happened yet for any of the vaccines. Could happen within the next couple of months. But we are expecting that move to come down a little bit prematurely now before that FDA approval is granted to one of those vaccines. So that will be something to watch. That in total accounts for 1.3 million active duty service members spread out across the globe that they would be potentially asking to submit to getting the shot as quickly as possible. So that is a pretty big development that we're seeing here today. And of course, that debate always comes about between those who say that vaccines should be required and those who believe that it should be one's individual liberty. That debate is most certainly not going anywhere if this announcement does come down on Friday.
Yeah, definitely, Robert. That debate is smoldering as we speak. It's not going anywhere, like you just said. Fox's Robert Sherman there, live in Orlando for us. We'll see you again.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, we're just going to stay on some of this pandemic-related news at the moment because, as you know, travel demands are up, but a lot of travelers are experiencing some snags and some difficulties and some travel woes at the moment. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has this story about how hundreds of flights have been canceled, some at the last minute for thousands of travelers nationwide. So she's looking at all of this summer.
It's like a nightmare.
Passengers losing patience as Spirit Airlines cancels half its flights on Wednesday, stranding thousands at airports across the country since Sunday. The same-day travel reached its highest number since the start of the pandemic, with more than 2.2 million flying.
Just gotten canceled, no reason for why it's been canceled, and now we're just trying to figure out how can we get home.
Travelers waiting in hours-long lines just to change their flights or speak to customer service agents.
This line, I started back there last night at midnight. I got to the front at 9 a.m. this morning.
Frustrated by the loss of money from flight rebookings and missed car rentals and hotels.
Like, y'all just take. Nobody got no money like that after the year we've been through.
The discount carrier blaming the travel nightmare on weather, operational issues, and staffing shortages. Even though airlines received $54 billion to keep employees on the payroll. Spirit Airlines apologizing on Wednesday, promising the number of scrub flights will, quote, progressively drop in the days to come. Meanwhile, the travel tension is bubbling over at 30,000 feet, leading to a spike in in-flight incidents. Over the weekend, Frontier flight attendants duct taping an unruly 22-year-old passenger to his seat after allegedly groping two female flight attendants and punching a male attendant. The FAA receiving more than 3,600 reports of disorderly passengers since January, the highest number on record. Most of those incidents involved a refusal to wear a mask. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
This is also coming on the heels of some reports just coming into us that the Biden administration is preparing, and it's in the works right now, to require all foreign nationals coming into the United States to show proof of vaccination. When Fox confirms that, if we do, we'll bring more on that, but that's some of the reporting at this hour. We want to go now out to Capitol Hill, where we are following all the latest on the infrastructure bill. Senators voting on amendments in connection with that very bill and that package, making sure each state gets something out of the deal. There are still major concerns, though, about the future of the measure, with another vote expected on a $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively reports on all of this from Washington.
That pothole on your street, those old water pipes in your neighborhood, and even the internet in your house could be in line for an upgrade with the $1 trillion infrastructure package now being debated in the Senate. Wondering what exactly is in the 2,700-page bill? So are lawmakers.
Well, I'm still reading. It's twice as long as the Bible. We got it Sunday night. We're amending a ghost. Everybody's furiously along with their staff. I mean, I'll never finish it.
Senators are voting on amendments this week that could change the basics of the bill. But as of now, it allocates $110 billion in new funding for roads and bridges, $65 billion for broadband, $65 billion for rail, $55 billion for water systems, and $39 billion for public transit.
Everybody needs something. Everybody's going to get something. It's going to be done.
The authors of the bill say it's paid for by going after certain uncollected taxes, but some senators are skeptical.
Many of the so-called pay-fors amount to flimsy budget gimmicks that in reality do no such thing.
So do they have the votes?
As Democrats, of course, we need 10 Republicans to help us on the bipartisan bill, and I think they're there. I think it's going to work.
If he's right, the bill heads to the House, where things get even more complicated. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi won't hold a vote until the Senate also passes the massive $3.5 trillion human infrastructure bill. No vote there yet. The House is already out on recess. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much. And she noted the House is already on recess. The Senate will be on recess starting next week. So Senate really has a lot on their plate before they leave town. Anyway, we're going to stay in the Senate for now. I just want to show you from earlier this morning, both the Senate Majority Leader Schumer and Senate Minority Leader McConnell making remarks on the floor about a number of different topics, including the infrastructure bill, Iraq, and Afghanistan as well. So let's listen in.
30 p.m. Now, Mr. President, for my remarks. As you have seen, as America has seen, the Senate is moving full steam ahead on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Since the legislative text of the bill was finalized, the Senate has considered 8 amendments. 5 amendments were led by senators from the Republican minority. 7 amendments have received roll call votes. One amendment, offered by the uncommon pairing of Senators Warnock and Cruz, was adopted yesterday by voice vote. Miracles happen even here in the Senate, Mr. President. So the Senate's making great progress on amendments, and we're going to make further progress very soon. While a specific number of additional amendments has yet to be agreed to, I believe we can consider another substantial tranche on the floor today. Senators should expect multiple roll call votes this afternoon. On evictions, yesterday afternoon, millions of American families were able to breathe a sigh of relief as the Biden administration announced an extension of the eviction moratorium that expired last month. According to the CDC, the new ban on evictions will apply for 60 days across regions of the country that are experiencing high levels of COVID infections. In total, roughly 90% of American renters, 90%, will be protected by this order. That is what the head of the CDC told me yesterday. There are so many individuals who helped make this happen. First, I applaud the President, President Biden, and the CDC for taking action to protect American families. I want to commend Speaker Pelosi. She and I worked closely together to get this done, from our first conversations with the President in the White House on Thursday on through the weekend and the beginning of this week. But I also want to recognize the amazing courage of my colleagues, including Representatives Ocasio-Cortez, Jones, and Gomez, and above all, Representative Cori Bush. Congresswoman Bush knows what it's like to be evicted. She knows the pain and fear and indignity of being told to get your things and to get out. When you lose your home, you lose everything. Hard to get to a job if you have it. What do the kids do about school? What if there's a local clinic taking care of somebody with a health care problem? You lose your home and that's it. The roof literally and figuratively falls in. Well, Congresswoman did this through her own experience, and she took her passion and converted it into effective action. A salute to her. It's a moment of history that shows when you persist, you can get things done. For 4 nights, she slept on the steps of the Capitol, drawing attention to this issue in a way we rarely see from a member of Congress. She made yesterday's announcement possible. So, amazing credit lies with Congresswoman Bush and the Americans who joined her in her righteous cause. And, of course, I want to give real credit as well to Senator Brown, our chairman of the Banking Committee, who worked hard on this issue, along with Senator Warren and many others in the Senate. Now, while yesterday's announcement by the CDC was very welcome, it's only the first step. In the weeks ahead, the administration must continue working with state governments to better distribute emergency rental assistance that Congress has appropriated at the end of the last year. The money is there. We in Congress provided it. I want to call out my state of New York, which has done a poor job at distributing this money. 2 weeks ago, along with housing advocates, I called on the state to move things more quickly. A week before that, New York State, along with South Carolina, were the only 2 states that had sent out no dollars. No dollars. Some of our localities that didn't cede the money to the state have done a better job, like Monroe County, where Rochester is, but too much of the money is just sitting up there in Albany. So we need Mike Hine, who's head of the relevant administrative department in the state, and all of the state to get that money out fast. An evictions ban is a good thing. It prevents people from being kicked out of their homes. But once the eviction ban ends, if there's not rental assistance, we're back in the same boat. So we need the states to get that money out. State governments, my state of New York, must do a better job of getting that support out the door into the hands of Americans who need help. And one other thing, there is not Treasury bureaucracy in the way. States like Texas, like Monroe County, have been able to get out a lot of the money. It's the fault lies in the state governments that are not doing this, and they got to move. Now, on another matter, AUMF. Today, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee will vote on the repeal of the authorization for the use of military force in Iraq. This authorization was initially passed by Congress in 2002, 19 years ago. It's far outlived its usefulness. The Iraq War has been over for nearly a decade. An authorization passed in 2002 is no longer necessary in 2021. It's been nearly 10 years since this particular authorization has been cited as a primary justification for a military operation, and there's a real danger to letting these legal authorities persist indefinitely. Allowing an authorization for military force to just lie around forever is an invitation to a future administration to use it for any military adventurism in the region. Americans, frankly, are sick of endless wars in the Middle East. Congress simply has to exert more authority over matters of war and peace, as we all know the Constitution prescribes. So this morning, I reiterate my strong support for the repeal of the 2002 authorization of military force in Iraq. I urge the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, under the able leadership of Chairman Menendez, to advance the measure to the floor. And I want to thank Chairman Menendez, Senator Kaine, and every Republican co-sponsor of the bill for working to bring this issue to the fore. As Majority Leader and in consultation with Chairman Menendez, I intend to bring up a repeal for a vote on the Senate floor later this year. Members should be on notice. We're going to vote on this. Now, finally, judicial nominations. One of our most important jobs here in the Senate is to confirm President Biden's judicial appointments. The Democratic majority in the Senate is committed to swiftly and consistently filling judicial vacancies with highly qualified, ideologically mainstream, and professionally and demographically diverse jurists. Later this week, the Senate will have the opportunity to confirm another judge who meets all three of these criteria. Last night, I filed cloture on the nomination of Eunice Lee to serve on the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Since the Second Circuit covers my home state of New York, and it's one of the most important federal courts in the country, it was my honor to have recommended Ms. Lee to the White House for an appointment. She will be the Fourth Circuit judge confirmed in the first 7 months of the Biden administration. Eunice Lee is not only an excellent lawyer with sound judgment and a jurist temperament, but she brings the kind of legal experience that is all too rare on the federal bench. Ms. Lee spent her entire career in public service representing criminal defendants who could not afford counsel. Once confirmed, she'll be the only former federal defender among the active judges on the Second Circuit. When I met her, I saw what a caring, compassionate, thoughtful woman she was. And I was so glad to recommend her to the White House, who quickly agreed and has sent her name forward.
All right, so we've been listening to Senator Chuck Schumer on the floor earlier this morning talking about the infrastructure bill, some of the president's appointments that still need to be confirmed by the Senate. But right now, we just want to break in here for some breaking news. This is out of Encino, Texas. We just have a map up right now because we are getting word that 11 people have died and multiple people have been injured after an overloaded van crashed on a very rural stretch of Highway US 281 there in Encino, Texas. This is in Brooks County, Texas. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin is reporting also that police have told him 11 people are confirmed dead and 13 are injured after a van carrying suspected illegal immigrants veered off the road and crashed into a utility pole. Brooks County Police told Bill Malugin as well that the driver is deceased and that there was no pursuit following this crash and preceding the crash, rather. And so that's about all we know at this hour. We're hoping to get possibly some pictures from the scene or some live video from the scene, possibly aerial video, but we just wanted to show you this map of where this took place. This is has been one of several really tragic incidents in the last several months that we have covered on some of these overloaded vans and SUVs that are transporting illegal migrants. Right now, that has not been confirmed that this is what that was. That is what police suspect at the moment, according to Fox's Bill Malugian's reporting. He says that the Texas Department of Public Safety says that 11 are confirmed dead, 13 are injured after a van crashed into a utility pole after it veered off the road. So we're going to be monitoring this story in case, like I said, we do have any pictures from the scene itself, any statements from Texas DPS or Brooks County, Texas, local police there on the ground about this really tragic incident. What we're going to do now, though, is head off into a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be going to be staying on Capitol Hill on the Senate floor. I just want to show you Senator McConnell's remarks after Senator Schumer. So we'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Like I said before the break, we just want to show you Senator Mitch McConnell's remarks on the Senate floor as well, talking about a number of different issues, including infrastructure, also including the situation in Iraq. We heard earlier a couple of weeks ago, President Biden intends to end all active deployments there, combat military operations there in Iraq as well. So we want to show you those remarks from the Senate floor from earlier this morning.
Considered a first partial batch of government funding bills for next year. I want the Senate to secure bipartisan appropriations through the regular process. I want us to fund the government in an orderly fashion, just like the successful Appropriations Committee work we saw throughout Republicans' recent years in the majority. We accomplished that because we built a truly bipartisan process. Importantly, it began at the beginning. Early in the calendar year, we convened bipartisan talks to produce top-line numbers so the appropriators would have actual targets. That led good faith bipartisan conversations happen at the subcommittee and committee levels throughout the spring and summer. And we got results on a bipartisan basis. Unfortunately, this year, our Democratic colleagues haven't done anything like that. Either our colleagues don't have any big picture plan, or they're privately working off the president's partisan budget request. There's been no big picture bipartisan conversation. Democrats didn't even let the committee vote on top line allocations, which normally happens at the start of a markup. Our colleagues' fixation on far-left shiny objects is distracting them from basic governance. They're more focused on ramming through another reckless inflationary taxing and spending spree than ensuring we avoid a stalemate over government funding. Now look, I understand and I appreciate that senators on both sides have worked hard to develop appropriation titles with a lot of good content. The problem is bigger picture. When it comes to floor consideration, we cannot and will not start planting individual trees before we have bipartisan consensus on the shape of the forest. Here's what it will take to get a Senate appropriations process back on track. Two simple things. Number one, Democrats will need to honor the longstanding bipartisan truce that provides parity for defense and non-defense spending growth. Parity for defense and non-defense spending growth, and at a responsible overall number that we can all accept. Our men and women in uniform and the nation they defend deserve better than a budget that cuts our national defense after inflation and allows adversaries to get an edge. And number two, we must have agreement that we're going to keep longstanding bipartisan policy riders in and new poison pill riders out. We keep foundational mainstays like the Hyde Amendment right where they are, and neither side should throw new wrenches into the process. Parity for national and border security and a bipartisan deal on policy riders. This is not rocket science. It's a roadmap. We all know it very, very well. That's what it will take to move bipartisan appropriation bills across this floor. But the majority leader is behind, on the homework. Now, Mr. President, on a totally different matter, in April, when President Biden announced his intention to pull U.S. forces out of Afghanistan, he said it was, quote, time to end the forever wars. Time to end the forever wars, said President Biden. But at every stage of the rushed and rudderless retreat that has followed, the Biden administration's wishful thinking hasn't come within a country mile of reality. By any account, the situation in Afghanistan has become worse as we have headed to the exits, and we will live with the security, humanitarian, and moral consequences for years to come. And this whole debacle was not only foreseeable, it was in fact foreseen. Remember what top national security experts were saying around the time the president announced his decisions. Quote, the Taliban is likely to make gains on the battlefield, and the Afghan government will struggle to hold the Taliban at bay if the coalition withdraws support. Administration officials shrugged it off. They downplayed the chances that Afghanistan's pro-American government would fall to the pro-terrorist Taliban. But now that outcome appears all but inevitable. The administration literally glossed over the risk of an al-Qaeda resurgence. But now Secretary Austin is acknowledging al-Qaeda could reestablish a safe haven and threaten the homeland in less than 2 years. That's the Secretary of Defense. And even that could be optimistic. They insisted that over-the-horizon operations would be enough to keep terrorists in check. But now, just as the CIA director warned from the start, intelligence gathering is already suffering. The administration claimed that resources tied up in the fight against terrorists were more urgently needed to counter Chinese aggression. But now, the manpower demands of this over-the-horizon approach have required redeployment of forces to the Middle East and pulled an entire carrier group away from China's backyard so it can conduct costlier, less efficient, long-range missions over Afghanistan from the Gulf. Much of the rhetoric from the president's team has sounded almost laughingly laughingly naive. The Secretary of State has publicly suggested he thinks he can bribe the Taliban into being a responsible, peaceful regime with diplomatic carrots. So that's where we are. In 6 months, this administration has taken us from helping local partners fight the Taliban to abandoning our partners and pretending that a future Taliban government will care about foreign assistance and being accepted by the so-called international community. The Taliban have already begun paving their way to Kabul with innocent blood. Al-Qaeda is already rebuilding capabilities to strike at our homeland. So, Mr. President, what on earth are we doing here? What are we doing? Surely the administration would not consider the fall of Kabul a success. Surely it will not look at the fate awaiting Afghan women and girls and say, mission accomplished. Surely a terrorist resurgence or the assassination of our Afghan partners cannot look to President Biden's team like a, quote, deliberate or responsible exit from Afghanistan. But these are the predictable results of these terrible decisions. The consequences of making enormous changes with no real plan to mitigate the risk, the failure to learn from similarly the disastrous withdrawal from Iraq in 2011. Here in the Senate, it is curious to see that some of our colleagues who are the most exercised about trying to undo authorizations for the use of military force are somehow also among the quietest when it comes to the unfolding disaster in Afghanistan and oversight of ongoing conflicts. Make no mistake, whether America is on the ground or over the horizon, the war in Afghanistan will continue. And Americans will not be safer with the Taliban ruling from Kabul. We will not be safer when Al-Qaeda regains a safe haven and inspires a new generation of global jihadists. And we won't be safer when coalition partners doubt they can trust our word. A strategic disaster is what we're witnessing from top to bottom, and a growing risk that this war will end in a victory for the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, and become a greater threat to the United States.
All right, so we were just listening here to Senator Mitch McConnell on the floor earlier today, really hammering the Biden administration about their intended withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. It's set to be complete by August the 31st. But there you heard McConnell really go after the administration and some of his colleagues on the other side of the aisle saying that they don't understand the risk that the encroachments the Taliban is making poses to the stability of the government there in Kabul. And so you really heard McConnell there go after in very, very strong terms and strong rhetoric that he does not think this is the right decision. And he's tying this to what the Senate will be taking up also very soon. It already passed in the House. And that is to do away with what's known as the AUMF. That's the authorization for the use of military force. That was the basic congressional underpinning for the start of the Iraq War all the way back in 2002. So it remains to be seen if the Senate will indeed vote to move forward on that before the Senate recess. Anyway, we're going to stay for one more story on Capitol Hill at the moment because Speaker Pelosi earlier today held an enrollment ceremony on legislation awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to U.S. Capitol and D.C. police and others who protected the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, the day of the Capitol riot, before sending it to President Biden for his own signature. The bill passed the House last month, and the Senate passed it by voice vote just yesterday. So here is Speaker Pelosi from earlier.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are united in gratitude and grief for the courage and the sacrifice of our Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department heroes who defended the Capitol and our democracy on January 6th. The historic legislation that I'm going to sign now honors their service and their sacrifice. I salute some of the leadership within the House in district work period, but the chair of the Committee of Jurisdiction, Maxine Waters, and the chair of the subcommittee, Jim Himes, for their leadership in expediting this to come forward. Chair Zoe Lofgren of the House Committee of Jurisdiction of the Capitol Police, and we're very honored to have two members of Congress who have always had the safety and security of our democracy at the forefront as they represent this area. Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, she serves on any of the committees that have some jurisdiction on all of this, and we welcome and honor her and thank her for being here. And Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton of Virginia, who is on the Committee of Jurisdiction, or was on the Committee of Jurisdiction, and continues to follow the work. So when you do a gold medal, it has to go through the Financial Services Committee. So here we are. Was way back. We passed this bill, I think it was on June 15th, sent it over to the Senate. Yesterday, we're very pleased that they passed it unanimously. In the House, there were some dissenters on the other side of the aisle, but overwhelmingly, it passed in a bipartisan way. It's so sad that every time we wrote this bill a while ago, we passed it a while ago, but then we had other incidences and had to rewrite it. But the Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, as you know, we had a ceremony for him. Officer Howie Liebengood, Officer Jeffrey Smith of the Metropolitan Police Department, MPT Officer Gunther Hashida, Metropolitan Officer Kyle DeFriedhag, and Officer Billy Evans. You're well aware on Good Friday of his passing, but just two more lost their lives in recent days. So we're very, very sad about this. And I also always want to mention U.S. Capitol Police Officer Kenneth Shaver, who was seriously injured in the Good Friday attack on the Capitol. You all know that January 6th was a day of extraordinary tragedy for our country. It's a day determined in the Constitution to be where the Congress of the United States certifies the election of the President of the United States. And for that reason, that day was the target day for groups to come to the Capitol to try to impede that constitutional action. So again, just with, all of that transpired, I know how fortunate we are to have the bravery, the patriotism of our Capitol Police. They are so remarkable. I'm so sad that it took a tragedy of this nature for the recognition to be given to them. And so I say to them, in accepting this gold medal, you bring luster to that important award as you bring luster with your courage for our country, our Constitution, and this Congress of the United States as you protected the Capitol. With that, I'm going to now enroll the bill. This is what happens when you pass a bill. You enroll it, gets signed by the Speaker, by the President Pro Tem of the Senate, goes to the President of the United States for signature, and becomes the law of the land. And then we're eager to see the creativity of the Capitol Police as they begin the design of the gold medal. Again, I want to thank Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton and Madam Chair. I don't know, are you a chair? I mean, because you have chosen such important committees. As Barbara Lee said the other day, it took me 26 years to become a chairman. And
It's happy to be on the committee. I'm not a chair.
That's your own, yes. But Madam Chair,
All right, so we just wanted to show you this from earlier today. Speaker Pelosi, joined by other members of her caucus, signing this enrollment of legislation that was passed in the House, awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to members of the D.C. Police Force and the U.S. Capitol Police Force for their efforts in the January 6th Capitol riot. And so that now goes off to President Biden for his signature. And so we wanted just to show you all these stories on Capitol Hill from earlier today. Well, we're going to go across the country now because we are previewing an event that we are going to be showing you in its entirety later tonight, starting at 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 Eastern. A debate will be happening in California for some of the contenders taking on current Governor Gavin Newsom in the recall election that's scheduled to take place September the 14th. This will be held at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum in Yorba Linda. Hugh Hewitt, who is president of the Richard Nixon Foundation, will moderate the debate along with panelists Christine Devine and Alex Michelson from Fox 11 Los Angeles, as you know, as well as former U.S. National Security Advisor Ambassador Robert C. O'Brien. So the candidates that will be there include John Cox, Doug Osee, Kevin Kiley, and Kevin Faulkner. Not in attendance will be, unfortunately, Larry Elder, Caitlyn Jenner, and the governor himself, Newsom, not participating in this. So we just wanted to show you, we have a shot actually right now of the venue itself. This is going to be where it's going to be happening tonight, and we'll air this in its entirety with some analysis and context on the front end of it and the back end as well. So you're not going to want to miss it. We want to go in now because Fox 11 in Los Angeles did their own kind of preview for this because, as you know, Alex Michelson is one of the moderators. So let's go out to them right now as they are talking all about the recall happening September 14th.
Recall election. New statewide poll showing a virtual dead heat on the question of recalling Governor Newsom.
That poll coming one day before our Fox 11 recall debate from 6 to 7:30 p.m. That's tomorrow night. Phil Schuman, he joins us now live with more details on this poll. Specifics, Phil.
Well, we'll break down the numbers. Governor Gavin Newsom certainly not hitting the panic button yet, but he has to be concerned when you see these results. Let's take a look. 1,000 likely voters polled over the weekend, and this is the key number. And this is getting more and more worrisome for the governor because 46% of those polled are now in favor of the recall, 48% against, 6% undecided. That's well within the margin of error. The Republicans, no surprise there, the majority in favor, 16% against. Among independents, 54% in favor, 34% against. And again, this is what we expected with the Democrats, only 23% in favor, 73% against. Among whites, it's 48%, 49% evenly split. Blacks, 41% in favor, 57 against. Asian, 30, 49. And here's a number that's causing a lot of concern in the Democratic Party. Among Latino voters, 54% in favor, 41% against. I had a discussion with Loyola Marymount University's Professor Fernando Guerra about those last numbers.
And you think these Latino numbers will shift as we get closer?
I'm willing to bet on it. After observing politics in California for the last 35 years, it's not unusual for.
And the main reason for that would be what?
It's the Latinos have a trust and take things at face value when presented to them. So when you say, hey, things are going wrong, we need to recall there. Yeah, okay, you're right. Just like back in 1994, when people say there's a problem with immigration, let's pass Proposition 187. They say, yeah, let's take a look at that. And the more they looked at it, the more they got educated, they said no. And so I am willing to bet that the same dynamic that I've seen repeated time and again in every election, that Latinos will swing more to the Democratic side, as they have for the past 30 years. I have no expectation that this will be any different.
Bottom line, will Newsom be recalled?
At this point, I'm willing to bet not, because of the financial advantage that the Newsom campaign has and that the Democrats have, and the little time that the Republicans have to raise more money and run effective campaigns.
Well, Alex and Marla, Professor Guerra says that as we get closer to the election, that we expect to see the Democrats blanketing the airwaves with expensive TV commercials. They have a lot more in the war chest than the Republicans do. A couple of the key findings of that poll, in addition to the numbers, Larry Elder, the talk show host, is leading among the replacement candidates, and the number one issue that Californians say they're concerned with is homelessness. Alex, Marla?
Yeah, Phil, Governor Newsom with tens of millions of dollars in the bank to spend on an ad campaign. Joining us now to expand this conversation is Carla Marinucci. She writes the California Politico Playbook every day. Read this if you want to know anything about California politics. Trust me, guys, it's free. It's great. She's going to be in the spin room tomorrow night for our big recall debate at the Nixon Library. Carla, great to see you. Where do you see the governor right now? Because we've talked a lot over the years. A few months back, it seemed like he was riding high, had a very different energy than he has right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've watched this guy for 2 decades in California politics. He's been a golden boy, but this time around, he is facing a moment here. Those numbers on the polls are jaw-dropping when you're talking about a sitting governor of a Democratic state where the voter registration is 24 points to the Democrats' advantage. For this to be even at this point, they should be hitting the panic button, Alex. I mean, look, the Democrats and Newsom have more money. Yes, they have big names like Elizabeth Warren working for them. But one thing they don't have is what money can't buy, and that is passion. The Republicans, these polls are showing, are more than twice as likely to want to vote, to get out. They are energized about this election. Democrats, not so much. And this debate tomorrow night, where you're going to be asking some of the questions, is going to be a platform for Republicans to juice up their base, to get them excited. Millions of them are going to be watching up and down the state. And this is going to be an evening where Gavin Newsom is going to be bashed from one side to the other. That's their message is going to get out. At this point, Newsom's team needs to do some really aggressive stuff and call out the wartime consigliere, I think.
Yeah, because here we are. It's a Tuesday, September the 14th. That's the last day. That's when people can actually physically go to the polls. It's 6 weeks from tonight. In just a couple of weeks, the ballots will begin to be mailed, so they'll be in people's home to actually fill out. When is it going to be too late to hit the panic button? Because we're seeing the gap here get smaller and smaller for Newsom.
You're absolutely right, Arla. I mean, look, 6 months ago, many of the pundits, myself included, were calling this a fantasy, an impossibility, a long shot. It is reality now. It is very, very possible that California could have a Republican governor after September 14th. So the Newsom team may have to do some retooling in terms of the way they've gotten him out there. As Alex says, I mean, look, you're starting to see some nervousness on his part. You're starting to see a call for change in the way he is addressing voters. He's out there with elected officials. He's taken sort of a fly above the fray mode, not really recognizing the recall. And at this point, people are saying he needs to get out with real people and put those elected officials and those staged events behind and actually talk to voters about what this recall would mean, what a Republican governor would mean, and what he's done. The COVID situation, there is no doubt about it, has taken a huge toll on Gavin Newsom. He's got to turn that around, and in a very short order.
And, of course, the COVID numbers going the wrong way at the wrong time for Governor Newsom, Phil.
Well, I'll be interested to hear from Carla, since she knows more about the governor than probably we do. Who tells him what to do? Does he listen to anybody, or is he his own counsel?
Well, Bill, let's remember he's never lost a major election. This is a guy who knows how to run elections. He can be very, very good. He's got some of the best campaign strategists, Ace Smith, a whole team in San Francisco that has just about every major elected official in California in their purview. So Newsom knows politics, certainly, and he's gotten good advice, and he certainly has connections around the nation. But the fact is, when it comes to actually addressing average folks, this is where people like Larry Elder may have an advantage. It's that, have a beer with the guy, able to talk to him. Larry Elder is a great communicator on radio. And that is being able to talk to average folks. We saw that with Donald Trump, somebody who never was elected to any office, but knew how to talk to average voters. Right now, California voters are angry. They're frustrated with COVID. They're worried. And somebody's got to address that in a very personal way.
And that's where the French Laundry thing was so hard for Governor Newsom, because it played into the stereotype that a lot of people had. Not only the idea of the hypocrisy with the COVID regulations, but that the guy goes to one of the most expensive restaurants in the entire country and dines with lobbyists. That creates a barrier from the way that the average person was getting through COVID. And there is this perception of him as an elitist who hangs with rich people and drinks great wine, because he does. And, I mean, that's part of who he is. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this debate, if we can, Carla, tomorrow. We want to show some video of the room. This is the first time that we've shown any of this, this is the Nixon Library. It's a replica of the East Room of the White House. This is where the debate is going to be tomorrow. We're in the process of setting up. It's a beautiful setting there. Carla, everybody not named Larry Elder is going to be there tomorrow. Kevin Faulconer, Kevin Kiley, Doug Osee, also John Cox. These are folks that have struggled sometimes to get their names out there. What are you looking for as a reporter covering this? What do those candidates need to do tomorrow?
I'm going to be looking for who is in main position to be bashed. Is it going to be Gavin Newsom or Larry Elder, who is now, I think the main candidate, the lead, even Newsom's team, as you pointed out on Twitter, Alex, are calling him sort of the potential next governor. So will the Republicans go after each other, Kevin Faulconer, or will they go after Larry Elder, or will they keep their focus on Gavin Newsom? That's one thing I'm going to be watching. I think you pointed out that the most important person right now in the GOP field, Larry Elder, will not be there. And why should he be? He's leading in the polls. He got in late into the race, so he hasn't had to be in all the fray that the rest of these folks have had to be. He sort of skated in and took the lead almost immediately. And he can just lay back and watch this thing happen tomorrow night. But the fact is, tomorrow night's going to be very, very important in the sense that those Republican voters out there, they're going to watch, they're going to get energized, they're going to want to sign those ballots. And that's where the Newsom team, we're going to see how they're going to react. And are they going to be there with rapid response? Because Newsom is going to be on the hot seat tomorrow night, no matter whether he's there or not.
All right, so a great preview there from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Alex Michelson will be there. Christine Devine will be there from Fox 11, as well as Hugh Hewitt will be a moderator as well. He's president of the Richard Nixon Foundation, also a prominent radio host as well. We do have just a live look because they were kind of showing what is it going to look like. This is a live look right now inside. And Alex was kind of alluding to the Nixon Library has a complete replica of the East Room of the White House when Nixon was president. And so that's where the podiums are all set up for the candidates. And they were kind of lamenting there the fact that a lot of the main players in the recall are not going to be there. They did not accept the invitation, one of which is Larry Elder, also Caitlyn Jenner, and Governor Newsom himself. And so we will have all coverage of that a little bit later tonight, starting at 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 Eastern. We're going to play out the entire debate in its entirety with some commentary, some context and analysis on the front and back ends as well. So you're not going to want to miss it. Right now, though, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we're talking masking up in schools. School's around the corner. It's going to start very soon, and that's what students need to know. So we'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look at the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay, at this hour. It's about 4:45 on this Wednesday afternoon. We also have a pretty beautiful live look a little further south in Los Angeles as well, you can see. So a lot of news happening out of California, and we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox a little bit later tonight. What we want to do, though, like I said before the break, is talk about some of these indoor mask mandates, especially for students going back to school this fall. Earlier today, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker announced a mask requirement for pre-K through 12 schools, long-term care facilities, and daycares to prevent the spread of the Delta variant. So we're going to hear from Governor Pritzker announcing this earlier today, and then we're going to take it back out to Arizona, here where we are, because there's a brewing kind of legal standoff as well about a very, very popular school districts here in Phoenix who have done the same, and some teachers and students are pushing back. So, but first, let's listen to J.B. Pritzker.
Factor of nearly 10. Hospitalizations and ICU rates have doubled in a month. And since the middle of July, the number of COVID patients requiring a ventilator has multiplied nearly 2.5 times over. This upward movement has occurred almost entirely among those who are unvaccinated. In the month of June, 96% of people hospitalized in Illinois with COVID-19 were unvaccinated or only partially vaccinated, the majority of which were under 60 years old. Every time we think we know where this virus is headed, it changes and it shifts. For example, unlike before, people 29 years old and younger accounted for 12% of hospitalizations. All across the nation, we are seeing young people with no underlying conditions now on ventilators. I want to say specifically to young adults, please do not think that the worst case scenario can't happen to you. It can happen. It is happening. Get vaccinated. To parents of minors who are eligible to get the shot, please get your children vaccinated as soon as possible. This isn't just happening to young people. To everyone listening, I wish we could have avoided having COVID interfere with our summer. But the virus and its effects are increasing once again. And the largest group affected who are being hit especially hard are those that are unvaccinated. As your governor, it's my duty to say that we all must take immediate and urgent action to slow the spread of the Delta variant. People are dying who don't have to die. It's heartbreaking and it impacts us all. Given our current trajectory, we have a limited amount of time right now to stave off the highest peaks of this surge going into the fall. We need to act now or risk what we're starting to see in places like Florida, which has once again set a new record for COVID hospitalizations. Unlike last year at this time, we now have an extremely effective tool to save lives and keep our hospital systems from being overwhelmed with COVID-19 patients. It will allow us to support kids' full return to in-person learning. It will keep businesses open, and it's easy to get. It's the vaccine. For those of you who are still sitting on the fence about getting vaccinated, I urge you to talk to your own doctor about your concerns. Or listen to Dr. Ezike and the world-class medical professionals that I've invited here over the past year and a half, all of whom now will tell you that the vaccine is safe, effective, and it prevents serious illness or death, even from the Delta variant. Every Illinoisan who is eligible should get vaccinated as soon as possible. In the meantime, we cannot delay taking action. Today, I am announcing our initial actions to combat the fast-moving Delta variant. We are taking 3 key steps to protect our state's 1.8 million unvaccinated children under 12 and their families, residents and staff of long-term care facilities, and those highly vulnerable people who rely upon state employees for their daily care. First, far too few school districts have chosen to follow the federal Centers for Disease Control prescriptions for keeping students and staff safe. Though I want to commend the districts in Edwardsville and Champaign, in Peoria and Springfield, in Elgin, in Chicago, and others for already doing the right thing for their students. Given the CDC's strong recommendation, I had hoped that a state mask requirement in schools wouldn't be necessary, but it is. The Delta variant is highly transmissible, more so than any other previous forms of this virus. Because of the lower rates of vaccination among teens aged 12 to 17, because the vaccine has not yet been approved for children under 12, because there are many people who are reluctant across some of the districts to adopt the CDC's guidance, effective immediately, all P-12 schools and daycares in Illinois must follow the CDC guidance of universal masking inside, regardless of vaccine status. My goal has always been to safely bring all kids back into the classroom at the start of the school year and, crucially, to keep them there. Without these measures, we would likely see many more outbreaks than in the latter half of the last school year. Preventing outbreaks from the start also prevents kids from having to stay home because they're sick or in quarantine. This requirement extends to P-12 sports. Face coverings will be required for all indoor recreation, whereas outdoor, where transmission risks and rates are lower, athletes and coaches will not be required to mask. We will continue to encourage school districts to make sure their athletes are tested regularly to catch any potential outbreaks early, and to ensure that schools have what they need to adhere to the new mask requirement. My administration is ready to supply masks to any school districts that need them. That's on top of the free COVID-19 testing supplies we're providing to all of our public schools statewide. Throughout this pandemic, we've shifted public health protocols as circumstances have changed, and will continue to do so. We'll continue to watch for things like a significant reduction in transmission, the availability and utilization of vaccines for school-aged children under 12, and additional guidance from the CDC. And as we see developments in those areas, we will adjust our requirements for schools accordingly. Again, our goal has always been to make sure that every child can go to school this fall and that the school environment is safe for everyone. Today, I'm also announcing that Illinois will require vaccinations for all state employees who work in congregate facilities such as our veterans' homes, our corrections facilities, and the Department of Human Services developmental centers and psychiatric hospitals. Our most vulnerable residents, such as veterans who can't live on their own and adults living with developmental disabilities, have no choice but to live amongst these workers. By and large, residents of these state-run facilities have done what they can do to protect themselves by getting vaccinated. For example, residents of our state's veterans' homes have vaccination rates of 96%, 98%, and even 100%. And yet, many of the long-term care facilities' employees have themselves not been vaccinated. They run the risk of carrying the virus into work with them. And then it's the residents who are ending up seriously sick, hospitalized, or worse. It's a breach of safety, it's fundamentally wrong, and in Illinois, it's going to stop. We already require masks for everyone entering state facilities, but if we're going to fully protect our vulnerable populations, the most effective infection control measure is vaccination. It's our obligation to exercise due care in protecting the health of those residents, and so we will. We've notified the unions about this necessary safety measure, requesting that they come to the negotiating table to work out the details. Our state agencies will continue to make the vaccine readily available for employees, including hosting vaccination drives at work sites and offering paid time off for receiving the vaccine. This directive takes effect October 4th, 2 months from today, leaving ample time for employees to get fully vaccinated. If I could do it sooner, I would. Until then, all employees will remain masked up. Finally, I'm announcing a universal mask mandate in all long-term care facilities, across Illinois, including those that are privately owned and operated. This means everyone, vaccinated or not, must wear a mask when in a facility with long-term care patients and residents. This is already standard practice in much of the industry, but while the Delta variant rages on, I want to leave no doubt on the need for compliance. I will continue to listen to the IDPH and other experts to evaluate any and all necessary action to protect children, prevent death, and support our healthcare systems. I'm asking private employers to do the same. Already we've seen companies with Illinois operations like Tyson and Google announce vaccine requirements for employees. I applaud those employers who have taken steps to protect their employees, their customers, and the public from the virus, and I hope to see others join them. Most crucially, I'll be putting out a call to all long-term care facilities and nursing homes in the state of Illinois. Your workers are on the front lines of protecting thousands of our elderly loved ones. But across the state, staff vaccination rates are dramatically lower than those of your residents. At a troubling number of facilities, staff vaccination rates are below 25%. I want to end with a message for our vaccinated residents. I know this is hard. You did the right thing for yourself, for your family, for your community, and now, because of the new Delta variant and the high number of unvaccinated people in the United States, it feels like we're going backwards in this journey. Please remember that the vast majority of vaccinated people are safe. No vaccine is 100% effective, and hearing about breakthrough cases on the news can feel scary, even when breakthroughs are rare and mild. But the likelihood of a vaccinated person testing positive for COVID-19 remains extremely low. And most importantly, these vaccines are doing what they're designed to do, essentially to eliminate the risk of hospitalization and death. Again, to all of those who are already vaccinated, I'm going to ask you to do one more thing. Talk to someone in your life who could get the vaccine but hasn't yet. Please share your story with them. Share why you got vaccinated. Let them know that the vaccine is free. Let them know that they can go to their doctor, to a pharmacy, to a clinic. And if they're homebound, someone can come and vaccinate them right there at home. Let them know that they'll still be eligible for the $1 million Illinois vaccine lottery, and most importantly, that they'll receive the life-saving benefits of the vaccine. We'll get through this all together as Illinoisans, as we have in so many other circumstances, by working together. And I want to thank everybody, and with that, I'll turn it over to our IDPH Director, Dr. Ngozi Ezike. Doctor?
Good afternoon, and let me start by thank you, Governor, for taking these decisive steps to keep our state safe. I join millions of Illinoisans in saluting you. I wish the circumstances were more favorable, and it's not news to anyone. We are seeing an increase in COVID-19 cases, and even more concerning, an increase in the COVID-19 hospitalizations, including among our youth. In January of this year, about 5.5% of the cases were among those who were younger than 10 years of age. Last month, that increased to nearly 15%. Similarly, approximately 13% of cases in January were among those 10 to 19 years. And in July, that increased to 23. We are seeing the same trend for hospitalizations. The percent of hospitalizations among those younger than 20 years old tripled from 2.5% to 7.8%. And yes, while most children who get COVID have fewer symptoms than adults, they absolutely can still get COVID-19, and they can absolutely spread it to others. We have clearly witnessed that spread this summer throughout Illinois. Numerous cases of COVID-19 have been linked to youth camps, including cases that occurred after the child, including those who were eligible to be vaccinated, returned home with the virus and unintentionally spread it to others. And among the youth camp cases that have been sequenced, the more transmissible Delta variant has been the predominant strain. From the information gathered, vaccination status was not checked at many of these youth camps, and masks were not worn while indoors. Masks are a critical tool to interrupt transmission of the virus. There is an abundance of epidemiological data that support community masking to reduce the spread of the virus. But there's more that we can do. There is something even better than masks. Vaccination is our even stronger tool. It's our best tool. And unfortunately, there are people under the age of 12 who don't have access to this life-saving tool. And the clinical trials for those younger than 12 are underway now. Even with the Delta variant that we've all been talking about, the vaccines have been proven to be effective at keeping people with COVID out of the hospital and preventing death. There's been a lot of coverage about breakthrough hospitalizations, breakthrough deaths, when someone who is fully vaccinated still ends up in the hospital or succumbs to the virus. But please understand that these instances represent only a fraction of the people who have been vaccinated. More than 6 million people have been vaccinated in Illinois, and congratulations to those of you who made that important choice. And of those over 6 million people who have been vaccinated, there have only been 714 hospitalizations. There have been 180 deaths. But that's roughly 0.01%, 1/100th of 1% of people who have been fully vaccinated who have been hospitalized, and 3/1000ths of 1% of people who were fully vaccinated who have perished. The overwhelming majority of cases, the hospitalizations, the deaths, are among those who are not vaccinated. And the majority of transmission is also among the unvaccinated. Thus the phrase that it has become a pandemic of the unvaccinated. But the key is that we actually have the tools to turn the tide on the next wave. And that next wave wants to threaten us if we don't avail ourselves of these tools. Let's do what's right, not just for ourselves, but for our neighbors and our entire communities. Now I'll repeat the comments in Spanish. Buenas tardes. Aunque es un placer volver a verlos, hubiera deseado que fuera por razones más agradables. Estamos viendo un incremento de casos de COVID-19 y también un incremento de hospitalizaciones, incluso entre la juventud. Este año, en enero, 5.6% de los casos eran entre niños menores de.
All right, so we just wanted to break in there because they are speaking in Spanish, but that was Illinois officials joined by Governor Pritzker announcing new mask mandates for all students who are in pre-K through the 12th grade starting in the fall when they get back to school because of the rise in Delta variant cases. Also the fact that if you're under 12 years old, obviously the vaccine has not been approved for you to take. And so that comes in addition to child care centers as well as long-term care facilities will have to mask up yet again in the state of Illinois, following a number of several states who have continued to follow suit. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about this subject as well here at home in Arizona, where we are, because a school district in Phoenix is encountering a lot of pushback from this mask mandate as students head back to school in the fall. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're staying on the subject of mask mandates in schools come the fall. We're going to stay in Arizona for this next story. I'm being joined by Fox 10's Matt Galka. Matt, this Phoenix teacher, he's filed a lawsuit. He wants the school district to not enforce the mask mandate. What's the latest at this hour?
Well, good evening. There's actually a status hearing this morning on this lawsuit, basically a preliminary hearing, so nothing was decided today, but here's the real issue. There is a state law that does ban a school from putting in a mask mandate, but the confusion is over whether or not that law is currently in effect or it is not in effect yet. It was basically a budget provision, which means that usually those go into effect 90 days after the state legislature goes to recess. And so 90 days from when that law passed would be September 29th. But it is written that it is retroactive to June 30th, even though it may or may not be in effect. If you're confused, don't worry. So are schools, kids, and parents here in Arizona, and that's basically what was argued this morning. You have the school district that is being sued, saying that that state law is not in effect, therefore their mask rules are not breaking any law, and this case should be dismissed. They are going to file a motion to dismiss the case, but if that doesn't go through, arguments for this case will continue next Friday. The arena for the battle over mask mandates in schools has shifted from the schoolyard to the courtroom. Biology teacher Douglas Hester sued Phoenix Union High School District over their mandate, saying it violated state law. But attorneys for the district say the law banning the mandates doesn't go into effect until the end of next month.
The effective date is September 29th, so I know you're not asking for argument. But beyond that, they are all in on because they think they're right on the law. They presented no evidence of harm, no evidence on all the factors of the preliminary injunction.
At least 4 other districts have implemented mask mandates since Phoenix Union. Hester's attorney, Alexander Collodon, says the date the ban goes into effect does not matter.
I'm not here to argue about whether masks in schools are good or bad. The legislature has made that decision. I'm here to enforce the law.
The confusion makes it tricky for schools as kids get back in the classroom. Chris Cotterman with the Arizona School Boards Association says school boards need the authority to keep kids safe.
They're in an untenable position between what the legislature is trying to mandate them to do versus what the CDC and other health experts are telling them is best for student safety. And that's not a position they're used to being in, where the law runs contrary to student safety.
And you could actually add just another school district just this afternoon, about an hour ago. Washington Elementary also voted to put in mask rules. That brings at least 5 school districts around the state enacting a masks on campus rule. And earlier today, Arizona's Superintendent of Public Instruction, Kathy Hoffman, called for a repeal of the law banning mask mandates. So still a real lot of stuff to sort out with this one.
Yeah, Matt, I find it so interesting because we've seen from governors and Republican state legislatures, not only in Arizona, but Texas and Florida, that are saying, students are not going to have to wear masks come the fall. But so that's kind of what I'm particularly kind of interested in is, how are these mandates being implemented when, like, the people you've spoken with, the legislature and Governor Ducey have said that they cannot do this?
Yeah, just as recently as last week, the governor's office said these mask mandates that some of these school boards are enacting, they're unenforceable and they have no teeth. Now, a lot of these, you just mentioned some other states around the country, a lot of these states passed some of these laws when things were actually looking pretty good around the country. The numbers were going down and vaccinations were going up. But now we're dealing with a large population of people in this country, children, 12 and under, who can't get vaccinated yet, and some spiking numbers. A lot of experts around here are attributing that to the Delta variant. So a lot of moving pieces right now, but at least here in Arizona, the governor and the legislature have given no indication that they will back off this state law that they passed just about a month ago.
All right, Fox 10's Matt Galka there, live for us in Phoenix. Definitely a lot of confusion, especially for students and parents who are headed back to school very, very soon. We'll talk to you again, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. I want to show you one of these live looks that we have at this hour where we're still previewing for everyone the big California recall debate with some of the candidates who are going up against current California Governor Gavin Newsom on September the 14th. That's the date of the recall. Well, they'll be debating a little bit later tonight. We'll have that full debate in its entirety with some context and analysis at the front and back end of that as well. So you're not going to want to miss that. We want to, just like I said, go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll leave you with this beautiful live look of a foggy, cloudy Bay Area. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just taking a look at the Bay Area at this hour. It's almost 5:15 on the West Coast, almost 8:15 on the East Coast. We want to show you as well, we have a live look at the White House. We're going to focus there for just a moment. Want to show you some of the stories from what President Biden was up to today. He was touring a union facility in Maryland. We want to show you those remarks, and then we want to play out for you some of the White House press briefing from earlier as the administration really contends with a number of different issues at the 7-month period mark there since they came into the White House. So let's go into this union tour from earlier from Maryland.
This is Mason Holden right here. He's one of our instructors at our training center.
Man? Good to see you. Sure. Hey, buddy.
We have going on, we got 3 apprentices who are at the finishing stages. We're at the same column, water's hooked up, now we're going to hook up the T-track, and then we're going to turn it on, they're showing up this weekend.
All right. Now.
So now we got 3 first years here. Got instructor Dwayne, instructor Pedro. And I just want to make sure we're doing all right.
How about you?
Me, I've been in the trade for about 14 years now. This will be 8 years teaching, but started out in construction. And then once I heard about the training, I did some of the night school. And then now we're doing day school now, which is a full-time gig. And now I really can work with all these apprentices. So I love it.
We need them.
Yeah, so typically all that stuff underneath, you rough it in, do all the soldering and whatnot, and then plexiglass and the plywood is to emulate the drywall that goes up.
Yeah.
And so now, turn the water on. He's got a little leak there, so now he's got to reassess, loosen it, see what's going on, get it to us. It doesn't leak. So it's real cool. And then this is the fixture room, so not only do we do sinks, we do showers and tubs. We do wall-hung toilets on the other end. Try to really simulate any fixture that we see on the field.
I'll be damned.
And so not only installing the fixture, but also servicing it as well. One thing too also about plumbing is not only just installing it, but the finishing touches on it. Once they're done, everything's good. It's for a customer, so we're also going to take the time and make sure everything looks nice and clean for people to walk away from it.
Now, is most of the work of the industrial?
Correct. Yeah, most of these are going to be there. Some of our contractors are smaller shops where we get into more service applications, but for the majority, they're out in the big high rises, new construction.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, something that comes off as a simple task really is the most tedious because this is the final product.
Yep.
So it's definitely cool. This not only teaches them how to do it correctly, but also take it seriously. Like this is for a paying customer.
Yep.
And leaving their.
All right, so we just wanted to show you, that was just a brief snippet of the president's tour there. He said, and he tweeted some photos from his account today saying he stopped by the plumbers and gas fitters Local 5 training facility this afternoon to see their programs firsthand and discuss my Build Back Better agenda. We're going to invest in America's workers and create good-paying, high-skilled union jobs across the country. So there he's touting the administration's American Rescue Plan that was passed in March, as well as this Build Back Better agenda that he has been all across the country touting as well. But he's also urging a lot of unions across the country to require proof of vaccination for their members. But he's getting some pushback because some unions nationwide are not making that a requirement for membership. And so he was also touching on that point earlier today. Well, that was in Maryland earlier. We want to take you out still at the White House because we want to show you the White House press briefing. Press Secretary Jen Psaki taking a number of questions from reporters there in the briefing room today. So here's that from earlier.
Happy Wednesday. I have a couple of notes for you at the top. Today, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Marcia Fudge released a statement committing to do everything in HUD's power to stop evictions for families with HUD assistance or families who rent in housing that is insured by the Federal Housing Administration. This is part of delivering on what the President we announced in our statement just a couple of days ago. And while the emergency rental assistance funds are in the hands of state and local governments, one of the critical roles that the administration can continue to play is to act as a leading hub to convene states and cities and to share best practices, as we have done at 2 major eviction prevention summits. So this morning, Treasury published examples of simplified forms that are being used effectively by emergency rental assistance programs around the country. I think Ebony may have asked a version of this yesterday, a question about this, but Treasury has repeatedly discouraged undue documentation burdens that limit access for eligible families and is sharing these example forms to make it easier for state and local governments to put that into practice. Places that have are seeing results. I mentioned Virginia yesterday, but as an example, Virginia is the second highest nationwide distributor of ERA funds in the nation and has given out $223 million to tenants and landlords in need. Virginia followed Treasury's guidance to eliminate documentation burdens that slow down application processing for eligible families, and the state was able to significantly cut down application processing times by streamlining what is often the most time-consuming part of the eligibility verification and a barrier for people applying. So this is a process that we're trying to share best practices, and the Treasury Department is trying to simplify these forms to make it easier for families. As I mentioned yesterday, we're going to continue to highlight what the bipartisan infrastructure deal will mean for families across the country, as we will digitally as well. Right now, there are up to 10 million homes with lead service lines and pipes. Children in up to 400,000 schools and child care facilities are at risk of exposure to lead. For kids, high exposure to lead can negatively affect academic performance and can lead to cardiovascular disease later in life. And the president clearly thinks that's unacceptable, as do a number of members of Congress. And that's why the deal makes the largest investment in clean drinking water in American history, replacing all of the nation's lead pipes and service lines from rural towns to struggling cities. The deal invests in water infrastructure across America, including in tribal nations and disadvantaged communities that need it most. I wanted to also take a moment to recognize the passing of Pentagon Force Protection Officer George Gonzalez, who was tragically killed yesterday in the line of duty. His life was one of service, a veteran of both the police and the military. He served the Federal Bureau of Prisons, the Transportation Security Administration, and the United States Army, where he was awarded the Army Commendation Medal for his service in Iraq. He lost his life protecting those who protect the nation. We mourn his loss and offer condolences to his family. Two more short notes, hopefully helpful. This morning at the White House, as part of our ongoing efforts to do everything we can and engage everyone we can to encourage vaccinations, Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy and members of the White House COVID-19 response team convened a historic gathering of all living former U.S. Surgeon Generals, including Dr. Antonia Novella, Dr. Jocelyn Elders, Dr. David Satcher, Dr. Richard Carmona, Dr. Regina Benjamin, and Dr. Jerome Adams. These esteemed public health leaders who served under both Republican and Democratic presidents discussed the importance of ensuring that communities of color, those hardest hit by the virus, have the information and access they need to get vaccinated. And they discussed how we can work together, of course, moving forward. Last point for all of you, the president spoke, or called, I should say, Chantel Brown last night, extended his congratulations to her. He is focused on delivering for the people of Ohio and across the country, as is she. We know his agenda, including investing in our country's infrastructure, helping grow our economy, creating good-paying middle-class jobs, is broadly popular with the American people. He's laser-focused on delivering. More Democrats means more ability to deliver on that. I knew you were up way too early this morning based on my television. I've been waiting to do that joke all week. Here we are. Go ahead.
I appreciate the point. Yeah, thank you. A few questions all on the same topic, short ones perhaps. Yesterday, the president said Governor Cuomo should resign. The governor has not done so. Has the president called the governor?
No.
Has anyone from the White House called the governor or the governor's staff?
Not that I'm aware of.
When was the last time the president and Governor Cuomo spoke?
I would have to check on that.
Okay, there's two more on this. If the governor refuses to resign, does the president want to see him impeached and removed from office?
The president made clear yesterday that Governor Cuomo should resign, and I believe we should start with that. There's obviously a process that's going to proceed, and leaders in New York spoke to that yesterday. We'll leave it to them to speak to that, but the president believes Governor Cuomo should do the right thing, resign, and leave space for future leadership in New York.
And then there's been a lot of discussion in here, including the president in recent days, about the vital role that governors play in the nation's COVID response. In this period, while Governor Cuomo is still in office, does the president have confidence in him leading New York State's response to the pandemic?
Well, I think, again, the president made clear, because of the abhorrent allegations that were made public yesterday, that it is time for Governor Cuomo to resign. At the same time, We do not want the people of New York to be impacted in a negative way as they're working to fight COVID. And we're going to continue to work with the administration in New York, with leaders in New York to continue to fight COVID. That will continue, and obviously if leadership changes in the state, we will work with a different leader. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you walk us through what changed from Monday to Tuesday when it comes to the eviction ban? On Monday, Gene Sperling stood here and said the CDC has been unable to find the legal authority for even new targeted eviction moratoriums. There are many people across the administration who said the same thing, and yet the CDC did just that yesterday. So what changed?
Well, I think it's important to take a step back a little bit before that to Sunday when we were engaged, the administration, the White House was engaged directly with the CDC at the direction of the president to ask them to look into what legal options, if any, existed there were to extend the eviction moratorium. That process was underway for a couple of days. The announcement yesterday was a reflection of exactly that. And when we put out a statement on Monday, right before Gene Sperling came out to the briefing, right before we came out to talk with all of you, that also made clear in there that at that time they had not yet found a legal pathway forward. What was announced yesterday was not an extension of the existing moratorium, which was, of course, national. It was a more limited moratorium that was going to be impacting and helping areas that were hardest hit by COVID. So different than the last moratorium. That was also reflected in the statement that we issued on Monday, that was the president's ask to look into a more limited moratorium. They did that. And yesterday's announcement was a reflection of that process.
What's your message to progressives who say they're worried that President Biden's concerns about the constitutionality of this move will end up being a self-fulfilling prophecy and motivate opponents to go ahead and file suit now?
Well, I would first say the president shares their desire, their commitment, and their interest in keeping renters and people in their homes. And that is exactly why he took the step of asking the CDC to look into what legal pathways forward there were. And yesterday's announcement was a reflection of that. We don't control the courts. We don't know what they will do. We are all aware of the Supreme Court decision at the end of June and what was outlined in their decision at the end of June. This is also going to be a temporary solution regardless, and longer-term solution will require legislative action. But his message to anyone who's been a passionate advocate is that he shares their concern. He shares their commitment. He wants renters to be able to stay in their home, and that's why we took this step over the last few days.
And on one other topic, if you don't mind, I know that the president has asked the defense secretary to look into the possibility of making the COVID vaccine mandatory for service members. But according to the U.S. Code, it's actually the president who has to grant a waiver to the military to make vaccines mandatory. Has he granted that waiver yet? And if not, does he plan to do so?
Well, the president's looking for a recommendation from the Secretary of Defense. That hasn't been made yet. And if and when that is made, I would expect he would respond accordingly. Go ahead, Kelly.
The earlier moratorium used the same legal justification that the new one is using, which in layman's terms is about preventing the spread of disease if you evict people at a time of pandemic. So the only real difference is narrowing location, but the rationale is the same. So after the president was clear that it wasn't legal, Gene Sperling was clear that it wasn't legal, is this a roll the dice and see if it gets challenged position from an administration that may be doing something it knows is not on legal standing?
Well, the president would not have supported moving forward with any action where he didn't feel there was legal standing and legal support. We obviously don't control what the courts do. And we have, of course, seen what the Supreme Court decided and how they ruled, which was not related to public health, as you well know, Kelly, and was related to the relationship between the landlord and the renter. But this is different in that it is more targeted. It is focused on counties with higher substantial case rates to protect renters, and CDC ultimately decided to adopt it. I would also note that the conditions have changed. The rise of the Delta variant, especially in communities where there are large numbers of unvaccinated individuals, where there are growing case numbers, is certainly something that has raised the alarm for us. It has raised the alarm for members of Congress, and it has certainly added to the need to take this additional step.
We were in the event with Dr. Murthy earlier, and he talked about the likelihood that boosters would eventually be required. For Americans who are sort of taking it on themselves and trying to seek out a third shot, what is the administration's view of those who are trying to, self-boost, for lack of a better term?
Well, I've never heard that term before, but it's interesting. Okay. I would say that what we've been conveying to officials around the country who have implemented this in some places is that this is not in alignment with the guidance of the public health officials, whether that is the CDC or the FDA. And we are certainly in touch with local officials on that matter and conveying exactly that. We also, at the same time, are prepared if the FDA decides that they are going to recommend a booster. That is why we ordered the number of doses we did order several months ago, because we are like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and always want to be prepared. So we are prepared for that, but it is not what the FDA and the CDC are recommending, and we are conveying that directly to officials.
Thank you, Jen. There's been a major push here recently to protect tenants from being evicted right now. Why isn't more being done to help the landlords who are struggling to pay their bills because they're not being paid?
Well, actually, the landlords can benefit from exactly the same emergency rental assistance that renters can benefit from.
But right now, as we understand it, many states are not distributing that money. The Washington Post says that this measure could drive thousands of minor landlords to bankruptcy.
Well, that's exactly why, and I'm happy to have you as a partner in this effort. We are trying to advocate for states, localities to get this money out. There's no reason it's not going out to landlords, to renters, no reason that people who are eligible are not benefiting. And we've seen a number of states, red states and blue states, do this very effectively. Texas is an example I used yesterday. Virginia is one I highlighted today. This is why we're doing as much of this outreach and engagement as we're doing, and simplifying forms, making it easier for people to understand.
Okay. And then on immigration, it's been almost 4 months since the president told migrants, don't come, don't leave your town. Almost 2 months since the vice president went to Central America to say, do not come. But people are coming in record numbers. Does the president think his immigration plan is working?
Well, the president continues to convey to anyone, as you've said, who wants to come to the United States, now is not the time to come. It is not the time to come and try to go through irregular migration. We want to have an effective process where you can apply for asylum, where you can apply for legal status. We have increased our investment in areas like the Central American Minors Program, allowing people to apply from within country so they are not making that dangerous trip. There's more that needs to be done. We've also instituted a number of additional steps recently, including expedited removals to move people out of the country more quickly. But we're still at work on improving a process and improving a system that was very broken when we took office.
So the message to migrants is the same, even though they are coming at 21-year high, 210,000 encounters at the border last month.
And I would also note the number of people who were removed from the border, which is an important part of the context, which is almost half of that number.
But he's saying don't come, and they're coming.
Well, there are a number of factors, as you all know, that are happening in these countries, and we're working to address those as well. And the Vice President is leading those efforts. We don't expect that to be a switch, but addressing root causes in these countries, corruption, economic downturn, people are fleeing a range of challenges, persecution, those are issues we need to address at the same time. Go ahead.
Sort of a housekeeping question.
Sure.
Given the status of COVID and the Delta variant, what is the status on the permanent pick for an FDA commissioner?
I don't have an update for you. Obviously, the president would love to have a permanent pick in place and wants to nominate the right person, but I don't have an update on the timeline for that.
What's taking so long?
He's not going to get it. He's not going to expedite it if he has not identified the right person to nominate quite yet.
And on the Governor Cuomo issue, if this is potentially such a stain on the party, the president as the leader of this party, why not pick up the phone and ask him to resign at this point?
I think the president was pretty clear publicly. He asked him to resign yesterday.
No plans to call him, though?
I don't have any, no plans to call him to preview, no. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, sort of picking up on Kelly's question, the WHO today called on countries basically to put a halt on booster shots of the COVID vaccine. I know that's not the policy yet of the United States, but it does appear as though we're moving in that direction, at least for people who are immunocompromised. What's the White House reaction to his call to put that off until at least the end of September so that poorer countries can get more vaccine?
Well, Jeff, we feel that it's a false choice and that we can do both. We announced just yesterday that we hit an important milestone of over 110 million vaccines donated to the world. That is more than any other country has shared combined. We also made clear that that is the beginning, and we also started to donate the 500 million doses of Pfizer we've purchased. We will start to donate those later this month. So we've taken action on the global level far more than any country around the world. We're asking the global community to also step up. We saw some action at the G7. More needs to happen. But we believe we can do both. We also, in this country, have enough supply to ensure that every American has access to a vaccine. We will have enough supply to ensure if the FDA decides that boosters are recommended for a portion of the population, to provide those as well. We believe we can do both, and we don't need to make that choice.
On a separate topic, is the White House tracking the case of the Belarus Olympian who was forced to go to the airport and then ended up going to Austria instead of back to her own country? And is the U.S. providing any assistance to her or anyone else on the Belarusian team?
We are aware of the case. I would have to check if there's direct assistance. The State Department may be the best source for that, but I will check with them and see if there's anything to provide to all of you. Go ahead.
Who inside the administration signed off on the legality of what the CDC proposed yesterday? Is that the CDC's lawyers, Justice Department?
The CDC's lawyers, as well as our counsel's office. Yes, I'm not aware of the Department of Justice's engagement, but of course that might make sense. I would have to check on that.
And then, the president alluded yesterday to, look, if this gets struck down in court, if nothing else, it buys time for the federal funds on the state level to be kicked out and dispersed. How much of that was a driving force behind the decision to move forward with this? That, look, we need to figure out some way to buy time as states figure this out. Let's just go ahead with this.
Well, the president would not have supported moving forward if he did not support the legal justification. He is old school in that way. But I would tell you that regardless of what is decided by any court, if anything is decided by any court, this is not a permanent solution. It is extended through the beginning of October. And I think you've seen that recognition by a range of members of Congress and leaders and advocates who have been so passionately talking about the need to extend the eviction moratorium. It would require legislative action. The other piece of this that I know we keep talking about, but is really a solution here, and that's why we keep talking about it, is getting this money out to states and localities. This is really about money, right, and funding. And all of these states and localities have money to extend the moratorium in their states by a month or 2 months. There have been challenges that are understandable, including the fact that there's no federal infrastructure for distributing this money. The states are doing it on their own. There are challenges where even well-meaning landlords and others are trying to figure out how to accept applications. We're working through those challenges, but that is a solution for the short term, and that's why we've talked about it and why we've spent so much time investing in that as well.
And then just one more quick one. The president was very sharp with kind of his perspective on Republican governors who put specific potential public health options. It echoed something you'd said yesterday, a very sharp tone, either deal with it or move out of the way. Is that an intentional shift? What's driving kind of a very sharp tone in regards to these specific actions by Republican governors?
Well, let me be also clear that, as the president said yesterday, the vast majority of leaders, and as I said too, continue to step up and do the right thing. People like Governor Hutchinson have been traveling their state, hearing from their communities, and answering questions about the vaccine. We're also in constant communication with our nation's governor. So even as we called out steps that, and he called out steps that we felt should have been taken by the governors of Florida and Texas, we're in touch with those offices about providing additional assistance and seeing if we can figure out what their needs are and how we can help meet them. And we had our first FEMA team on the ground in West Virginia just days after entering government. Right now, our surge response teams are working hand in hand with the hardest hit states that are not traditionally blue and democratic states: Arkansas, Missouri, Louisiana, focusing on everything from contact tracing, technical expertise, and vaccine confidence. But at the same time, that wasn't an evaluation, a partisan evaluation or assessment. That was an assessment of what isn't happening that would help protect people's lives and save people's lives. And there are leaders who are not stepping up and are getting in the way of the American people, companies, and others who are trying to save lives and stop the spread of Delta. And we are going to keep calling that out. That's not meant to be partisan. It's not meant to be political. It's just meant to convey that more action is needed in some parts of the country, even where there are many states where positive action is being taken. Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned that the new moratorium is a targeted one and not one that's nationwide as justification of why this is meets the legal threshold. But Gene Sperling earlier actually pointed out that he said to date the CDC director and her team have been able to find legal authority even for a more targeted eviction moratorium that would just focus on counties with higher rates of COVID spread. So I'm trying to just pinpoint what exactly is different than what they were looking at then that makes this now.
That was also in our statement. We said to date, and we looked at and we were continuing to look at all of the legal authorities and options, as were the lawyers at the CDC and our lawyers, to see what we felt was legally viable. That process was a couple-day process. It wasn't concluded on Monday when Gene Sperling came to the briefing room. Yesterday it concluded, and of course they made the announcement as a result.
One more question. What is the White House doing to push forward the nomination of David Chipman at ATF? The vote could hinge on the vote of Senator Angus King in Maine, who has been pushed by both local Maine sportsman groups and national gun rights advocates. Has the White House reached out specifically to Senator King on this issue? And is the White House fully committed to Chipman, or might it go with a different nominee at some point?
Well, I'm not going to read out private conversations with members of Congress, but I will tell you that we knew this wouldn't be easy. ATF hasn't had a confirmed director in 6 years, and only one confirmed director since the position became Senate confirmable. So we've been eyes wide open into the challenge from the beginning. But we are disappointed by the fact that many Republicans are moving in lockstep to try to hold up his nomination and handcuff the chief federal law enforcement agency tasked with fighting gun crimes. It speaks volumes to their complete refusal to tackle the spiking crime we've seen over the last 18 months. This is someone who has 25 years in distinguished service to our country as an ATF agent. He has the exact set of skills and experience we need to revitalize the Bureau's work to crack down on gun trafficking and keep guns out of the hands of criminals. So certainly, yes, we stand by his strong qualifications and nomination. I'm just going to jump around and I'll come back. Okay, go ahead in the middle, Go ahead.
Question.
Sorry. Go ahead right there in the middle, Yeah. I'm trying to get to people I haven't gotten to.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. And then right in front of you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You go ahead. You're good. It's fine. We can do everyone.
On infrastructure, when you talk to local officials about this, they're really excited about the possibilities of what might happen, but they can't say with any certainty what they're actually going to receive and what they're actually going to be able to do. So as this bill advances, what would you say to folks who are wondering how much of these big pots of money are actually coming to our community, and how quickly, assuming it passes, might they find out and see those benefits?
Sure. Well, one, we have put out state-by-state fact sheets, and if different businesses or communities haven't seen those, we're happy to provide them. It is true that, as is true with any piece of legislation, there are components of the project funding that would be through grants and some through applications where communities will have to apply for funding. Obviously, it would be in our interest to get that going as quickly as possible, and the Department of Transportation and others will implement that. But we have been pretty clear about benefits that will help every community, replacing lead pipes, making sure people have access to broadband, making a historic investment in climate. I know people are asking, and I think you're asking specifically about people who want to know if their specific bridge is going to be repaired. Some of that will be through grant funding. Some of it will be through funding that will be designated in the piece of in the bill. But it will of course take a little bit of time to implement. But we'll be eager to get that done as quickly as the bill is signed into law. Go ahead.
So, two questions. One about gun violence, and you just alluded to efforts to combat gun violence. The White House has recently touted these strike forces that are going into a few cities to help combat that. Are there any plans to expand that? Kansas City, for example, has had 91 homicides this year, most of them gun-related. And how do these DOJ efforts differ from the ones that were going on in the Trump administration when there was a lot of ballyhooed effort about going into cities to fight crime?
Well, I'm not as familiar, nor can I speak to the Trump administration efforts. What I can tell you is that the Department of Justice identified these 5 or 6 cities where our officials from our team who are experts could work in lockstep to help crack down on gun trafficking and preventing guns from getting into the hands of people who shouldn't have them. And we will see. It's early stages of the process. We will see what the success looks like. We're quite hopeful. In terms of whether they have intention or plans to expand, I would point you to the Department of Justice and see what they have to say about that.
On evictions is, what role did Congresswoman Bush's protest play? A number of Democratic leaders were giving her a lot of credit for raising the issue. I know the Vice President spoke to her Monday. What role did that play in the ultimate decision of the White House to move forward with the new order?
Well, I don't think anyone could hear Congresswoman Bush's own personal story and experience and see her advocacy and her passion and not be moved by that. I know a number of members of Congress were moved by that as well. What I will tell you is that the president had a number of calls with Speaker Pelosi over the weekend. Her advocacy, her commitment to looking to see, kicking every tire, just to go back to the analogy of yesterday, to see what was possible is something that was certainly impactful and influential with the president. But I would just reiterate that the president called for the extension of the moratorium back in January. CDC extended it 3 times. We also have spoken to this over the course of the past several months, and we've been in close touch with a range of members of Congress. So absolutely, the passion and the advocacy of a number of members is something that I think everybody watched closely, but I think it's important to note that we all shared the same objective and have from the beginning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a while, so I'm hoping to ask you 2 questions.
Okay.
That's all right. First about the coronavirus pandemic, and then about a follow-up to Governor Cuomo, the report on him. On COVID-19, former President Trump has called for China to pay the United States more than $10 trillion in reparations as a result of letting the coronavirus escape Wuhan and infect other countries, causing, of course, 600,000 American deaths and economic devastation. President Biden hasn't called for reparations from China. Does he support them? Does he think that China should pay us financially for what it has allowed to spread?
Our policy hasn't changed.
So is he open to...
Did you have another question?
Yes. In a follow-up to the report on Governor Cuomo's sexual harassment, a lot of men in politics have been accused of sexual harassment. President Biden was accused by female Secret Service agents of skinny dipping in front of them, offending them, according to former Washington Post reporter Ronald Kessler, who's an author as well. His former Senate aide Tara Reid accused him of sexual assault. The Washington Post and the New York Times published multiple accounts of women who objected to the way President Biden touched them. Should there be an independent investigation of allegations into the president as there was into Governor Cuomo?
Well, first I would say the president has been clear and outspoken about the importance of women being respected and having their voices heard and being allowed to tell their stories and people treating them with respect. That has long been his policy, continues to be his policy. That was heavily litigated during the campaign. I understand you're eager to come back to it, but I don't have anything further other than to repeat that he has called for the governor to resign. Go ahead.
If and when the Senate passes bipartisan infrastructure deal, would President Biden like to see the House come immediately back into session, or is he okay waiting until the recess ends at the beginning of next month?
He certainly is going to be guided and be talking regularly with Speaker Pelosi about what she recommends and what she thinks the best path forward looks like.
And you guys have said you guys are not going to return to lockdowns. Now, is that based just on current COVID conditions, or Dr. Fauci today in an interview warned that he is worried about a potentially worse variant that could more affect vaccinated people? So is the guidance on lockdowns just based on current conditions, or is that just and could change, or is it forever more? Are there not going to be lockdowns?
Well, I think Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins have both spoken to this in recent days, and what they have conveyed and what it's based on is the fact that we have made a significant amount of progress in the past 6 months, even as we are fighting the Delta variant, the most transmissible variant we have seen. And that includes 70% of the American people getting their first shot, more than 162 million Americans at this point. That's progress. That ensures that a lot of communities are going to have a great deal of protection, and we're in a different place than we were when there was the period of lockdown. So it's a reflection of that. Go ahead, Katie.
Thanks. The president sort of dismissed a question yesterday about whether he would call Governor DeSantis to discuss the situation on the ground in Florida. Does he feel that there is no point in personally reaching out to leaders in Texas and Florida?
Well, I think just to give you an understanding of how this works, our team, led by COVID coordinator Jeff Zients, is in touch with all of the governors, and we are working closely with the Florida public health officials and the governor's team to see if we can send a team down there to help address their needs. So that is ongoing. It doesn't mean we aren't going to call out when we think there's more steps that can be taken, but that's an ongoing process, and we're hopeful about making progress there moving forward.
Okay, and the president had a meeting earlier today about preventing future pandemics. Can you give us a readout on what he heard or discussed, and what's the administration learning about that issue?
Well, I think the president's view is that even as we're fighting the pandemic and we're continuing to fight it, we need to do everything we can to prepare for future pandemics. That means making sure we have the funding we need, and we're headed toward a historic number in this infrastructure bill on that front, but also making sure that he engages with our nation's top scientists and experts, and Dr. Lander is certainly one of them, about how we should prepare, how we should think about preparing. So it is part of an ongoing discussion and ongoing focus that we can't keep our eye off of that, even as we're fighting the current pandemic.
Does the president feel strongly that that funding should be preserved in the reconciliation package?
He feels confident there's going to be a historic amount of funding in the reconciliation package, and is pleased to see that.
Afghanistan.
Go ahead.
To go back to Cori Bush for a second, can I just confirm or ask, did the president himself personally ever speak with Representative Bush?
I don't believe so, no.
And in terms of vaccines, what does the White House or what does the administration intend to do to get other countries to step up and meet some of those vaccine sharing goals?
Well, as you know, it was a part of the discussion at the G7, and there was a significant announcement made by G7 countries about their contribution to the global effort. That's an important step forward. But I think you've also seen international public health experts convey that we're going to need 10 billion, 11 billion more doses than we currently have in the global community. So I think our effort is going to be continuing to make this a front and center discussion at global engagements, at global meetings, whether it's UNGA or the G20 or meetings we'll have in the future, because it is going to require all of the richest countries in the world, including the United States, to step up, to increase vaccine donations, to increase manufacturing capacity. So I think it's more about making it front and center in the global agenda, which the president's indicating he will intend to continue to do moving forward. Go ahead, Nancy.
Just two questions, Jen. We know President Biden has called on Cuomo to resign, Governor Cuomo. But in the meantime, does the White House intend to strip him of his leadership position on those bi-weekly governor COVID calls?
I'm not sure when the next one is scheduled, but again, I would convey that our objective is not to hurt the people of New York in the fight against COVID. If he is no longer the governor of New York, which is certainly what the president made clear of is his preference, then we will engage with other people. But we are not going to take steps to hurt the people of New York in the fight against COVID.
And just second question, should renters be prepared for the eviction moratorium to end for good on October 3rd? What is the White House's thinking on that?
Well, I think it really depends on whether there's legislative action or not. Go ahead.
One more question on the eviction moratorium. I'll approach it this way. The president may support the legal justification, but he also publicly gave voice to doubts about the constitutionality.
What's the White House's message then to Americans who heard what happened yesterday, heard what was said at this podium on Monday, can't square the two and are now disappointed that the president is signaling that he doesn't respect the rule of law?
I'm not sure there are Americans evaluating it to that degree. Maybe there are some you have talked to. I don't know. What the president has, his message to the American people, especially those who are concerned about losing their homes, being kicked out of their homes, is that he's going to do everything in his power to make sure they can stay in their homes as long as possible. That is not just an extension of the eviction moratorium, which obviously a step was taken yesterday. It is also about using every tool at our disposal to get this money out. Again, states have the funding to extend the eviction moratorium in their own states. That's because there was funding in the American Rescue Plan to get that done. So that includes asking his team, members of his cabinet, whether it's Secretary Fudge, who obviously made an announcement today, or the Department of Treasury, who made an announcement about the simplification of forms, that this is a priority, that they are to use all resources at their disposal to make sure they're communicating with Americans, that we are making it easy to get this funding out, because that's the overall objective. The overall objective is not about one tool. It is about keeping people in their homes. That's the goal.
But the president's a lawyer, spent 36 years in the Senate, was chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, 8 years as vice president, half a year as president. He speaks often about democracy versus autocracy. He's issuing or overseeing this order from the CDC in the face of doubts about its constitutionality, which he seemed to echo yesterday. There's no inconsistency here. The president is, I mean, there are many people out there who say that the president is essentially not giving voice to the ethic that he campaigned on. He didn't call Congress back. He asked Congress to act. It didn't. How do you square all that?
You know, I'm going to ask you who's saying that.
Well, there are plenty of people who are saying it. They are not just Republicans.
Okay, I'll leave that to others to figure out. But I think what's important to note here is that the president would not have moved forward with a step where he didn't feel comfortable and confident in the legal justification. It is also a reality that there are legal steps that have been taken by the Supreme Court in the last few months. And we have spoken to that publicly. We're not going to hide from that. But he asked the CDC and his legal experts to look at what is possible. This is a narrow, targeted moratorium that is different from the national moratorium. It's not an extension of that. It's a different moratorium from a policy and legal standpoint. So he felt comfortable in the justification and the legal approach to this effort.
A quick follow-up on that, Jen?
Go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned that the president is old school, and Steve noted that the president spent a significant amount of time in the Senate and is also a lawyer. What was the moment that the president became certain that he was on solid legal standing to move forward with this extension? And what was the argument, specific legal argument, that won out and changed his mind? Because yesterday he seemed to be weighing the two options.
Well, again, as I've been discussing, the justification from the legal team is that this is a different moratorium. It's narrow. It's targeted at the areas highest impacted. It is not an extension of the national moratorium that was struck down just 6 weeks ago.
So is the sense here that, you know, this is temporary? It's still an open question about the constitutionality, but
it is temporary. It was extended until October 3rd.
So it's still a question of whether or not this is constitutional, but it's worth it?
I didn't say that. He would not have advocated for and supported moving forward with something if he was not comfortable with the legal justification. Let me just go around. Go ahead to the middle here.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Two quick questions. First, I was hoping you could preview a little bit the president's meeting tomorrow with AAPI leaders. I'm just curious what they'll be discussing and why you just invite them to the White House.
Absolutely. Well, I should have more of a preview for you, but I will tell you that the president looks forward to meeting with leaders of the AAPI community tomorrow. They will discuss a range of topics, including, of course, economic investment, the fight against COVID, voting rights, which is certainly an issue that is of great importance to a range of communities who have been quite active on this issue. And obviously continuing discrimination that members of the AAPI community experience. We've also proud of the number of nominees from the AAPI community that we have put forward for a range of important jobs in the administration. But those are some of the topics on his agenda, and I'm sure they'll come ready with a number of topics they also want to discuss.
Quickly, just on COVID.
Yeah.
The president yesterday was asked
whether he thinks more cities and states should follow New York City's lead and institute rules, essentially requiring people to have been vaccinated to go to restaurants and stuff like that. And he said, I do, but then he later seemed to suggest maybe it should fall more on those businesses. I was just hoping you could clarify, does the president, would he urge cities and states to follow New York City's lead, or does he feel that it's more sort of a private sector matter where businesses should be the ones taking the lead on this type of thing?
Well, both. I mean, there are steps that are going to be taken by localities. There will be steps taken by businesses. The president supports local efforts to keep communities safe. They're going to be different from community to community. And our view is that any verification program should meet a few standards. Accessibility. It needs to be free and available in paper and digital formats, should be secure and private, non-discriminatory, given equity is at the center of our agenda. But we know we will see more local communities do more and more things in this space, including verification and employee mandates that will incentivize vaccinations, and we're encouraged and supportive of innovative steps at the local level. I just want to jump around. Go ahead to the back. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll go after. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
I have two questions. One on Quad. Early this year, during the virtual summit, Quad countries decided on vaccine production. Has the president set a deadline or timeline for when these vaccines will be produced for the rest of the world?
I don't believe there's a deadline that has been set. It's a good question. Let me see if there's anything more specific. Obviously, working with the Quad on COVID vaccines is an important part of our... Oh, let me see. Okay. Thank you for the question, because I was like, I know something more on this. Our Quad partnership is on track to help produce at least 1 billion doses of COVID vaccines in India for the Asia region by the end of 2022. So that is the timeline. Obviously, hopefully more sooner rather than later, but that's the timeline for the work with the Quad.
My other question is about the kids of legal immigrants. Because of the aging out process, many of them feel that they will be deported back home to a country where they have never lived. Some of them have been moving around the city, meeting the congressman and the White House as well. One of them, at least, I've met the president in Pennsylvania. Has the president given any assurance to these kids that instead of focusing on their studies, they are now focusing on the future?
For DACA recipients, or
the legal immigrants, kids of legal immigrants, not the DACA recipients? Yeah. Because the aging out process, they might be forced to go back.
Sure, it's a great question. I'll have to check. Obviously, taking steps to ensure we are providing a legal pathway to citizenship, and especially for kids who came into this country, as you referenced, innocently with their family members. But I will see if there's anything new to report on that front. Go ahead in the back.
I wanted to ask about a different moratorium, the payments of student loans. That expires at the end of September. What is the White House doing at this point to get ready for that date and figure out next steps?
I don't have any preview for you on what determination will be made on that front.
Do you have any information on how you're preparing? I mean, we got to the point of the moratorium that we've been talking about earlier where we're at the date. What are you doing between now and that date?
We are certainly well aware of the date, well aware of the impact, but I don't have anything to preview in terms of a decision.
And I wanted to ask one more question about the Justice Department. The slot for Solicitor General is still open with the Supreme Court ending, first session ending several months ago at this point, and going into some cases that I'm sure the administration really cares about. Where are you at on picking someone, and what are you doing to get ready for that?
I don't have anything to preview for you on any personnel announcements or decisions. Thank you. Go ahead, Shelby.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about a Harris poll released this week that indicates the majority of Americans believe the worst of the pandemic is still ahead. And this is a big change from a few weeks ago. And so this is despite, as you said, 70% of Americans being vaccinated, and CDC data showing that the vaccine is protecting vaccinated Americans from serious illness. So why is the American public so panicked, and is the White House concerned at all that it's fueled this dramatic shift in public sentiment?
That we have fueled it?
Yeah, through, returning the mask recommendations for vaccinated Americans. Is it concerned at all? What can it point to as a reason for
I haven't
Americans?
taken a close look at this poll. What I will tell you is that a poll before this, I believe a CBS poll, showed that more vaccinated Americans were concerned about the rise of Delta than unvaccinated. So that was even prior to the mask guidance being put in place. And certainly, as people see the rising cases in certain communities, unvaccinated communities, of course that's concerning. We understand that. But we also believe that it is our responsibility to provide accurate public health information and also make clear to people the impact of being vaccinated and the fact that the vaccines are doing exactly what they should do, which is protect the vast majority of people from serious illness and hospitalization. But yes, we know that it is a challenge, and fighting a pandemic and communicating about it is a challenge. But certainly that's why we do as many briefings as we do, why we come out here every day as we do, and why we'll continue to allow our public health guidance to be in the lead. Go ahead.
Yeah, on infrastructure, the House Speaker is still saying that the reconciliation bill and the infrastructure bill should be connected. Which bill would the president like to see on his desk first, the bipartisan infrastructure bill or the reconciliation bill?
The president looks forward to signing both into law, and he's eager to do that. We've certainly made progress, and I'll also note that on the reconciliation package, which I know we haven't talked about a lot because the infrastructure bill has been front and center, but in the meantime, behind the scenes, which is, by the way, where most of the work happens in places like the White House, our legislative affairs team has had over 375 meetings and calls with members and senior congressional staff about just the reconciliation package.
But there's no preference from the president whether he wants to see the reconciliation first, or
he's going to stay in close coordination and rely on the guidance and leadership of Leader Schumer and Speaker Pelosi.
How does, as the leader of the Democratic Party, how does he get House Speaker Pelosi on the same page that they're not connected?
Well, again, I think the president's been clear that he wants to sign both into law. We're encouraged by the movement of the infrastructure package forward, and we've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, and the president will continue to advocate for publicly the reconciliation package, given how important his Build Back Better agenda is to him.
We're told you have a hard out, Shirley. Just one or two more.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
The president made an announcement on Lebanon recovery today. Can you outline that for us?
Sure.
And also give us a sense, given the fact this is the one-year anniversary of that blast that devastated Beirut, how important is Lebanon's political and economic stability to the United States, given the crisis it's in right now?
Absolutely. It's very important. On behalf of the country, the president sent his deepest condolences to all those who were injured, lost loved ones, and still struggle to recover from the trauma from the catastrophic explosion at the port of Beirut 1 year ago. Today, we actually did a video from him that we're happy to provide to anyone who is interested. We also recognize that the people of Lebanon have suffered more over the past year because of avoidable political and economic crises. So what we announced today is nearly $100 million in new humanitarian assistance. That is on top of the almost $560 million in humanitarian aid that we have provided to Lebanon over the last 2 years. We recognize the important role Lebanon has played in the region, as you referenced, and also their role in hosting over 1 million Syrian refugees for a number of years. And we're quite proud of our longstanding support for the Lebanese people, and the president urges his fellow leaders in capitals around the world to also step up their support for the Lebanese people. No amount of outside assistance, of course, will be enough to repair the pain from the blast just last year. Okay. Nikki, go ahead.
Great. Are there any plans for the president to hold a press conference before he goes to the beach?
I expect he might take some questions at some point, but no plans for a formal press conference. We've got a lot going on here, as you all know.
And then also, any chance that Team USA might be visiting post-Olympics?
I hope so. They're invited. I'm inviting them here to my house, anywhere you want to come. I hope so. I have nothing I don't have anything on the schedule, but certainly that's a tradition, and the president is probably as obsessed with the Olympics as I am, if not more, so I expect that there will be an invitation at some point. I think we have to wrap it up. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.
All right, so that was Press Secretary Jen Psaki at the White House briefing. They're answering a plethora of questions from reporters. That is what it's like every single day for her. So we'll be also showing you a plethora of topics here coming up on Live Now from Fox. Just want to let you know, though, in a little bit, we will be going out to California's Governor Newsom recall election debate. Unfortunately, Governor Newsom not showing up to the debate, but there's still 4 other candidates. We'll be breaking down who those candidates are who are running for the governor's seat out in California, breaking down what to expect with that debate. So it's going to be a busy night here on Live Now. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now. It is a little after 6 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 9 o'clock for all of you watching on the East Coast. We're going to be going out to a press conference with Senate Republicans speaking about a tax plan moving forward. As we know, infrastructure still up in the air at this point in time. Let's listen in to some of those representatives. Beautiful live look from Capitol Hill.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We know what's coming next. $3.5 trillion reckless tax and spending spree. The absolutely worst possible thing we could be doing in our country right now. Playing Russian roulette with this economic recovery, which has already been threatened by this raging inflation created by the rescue package earlier this year. These taxes are going to hit the country really hard. There was a Wall Street Journal article a couple of days ago featuring a landlord in my state who had been investing over the years in rental property in order to guarantee his retirement. This would affect, under these capital gains increases that they have in mind, it basically would cut his assets in half. In half. This is a devastating proposal, whether it's corporate tax increases, pass-through tax increases, capital gains tax increases, stepped-up basis, an absolutely devastating blow to our economy at the worst possible time.
Well, as the leader pointed out, we know what's coming next, and that is the Democrats' reckless $3.5 trillion tax and spending spree. And we know it's going to raise taxes on middle-income Americans. I am particularly concerned and interested in this subject because agriculture is our #1 industry in South Dakota, and farmers and ranchers stand to bear the brunt of a lot of these tax increases. There was a study done by Texas A&M, and in their 30-state region that that is contained in their database, they said that every farm and ranch operation would be impacted, and that the average tax liability average tax liability for farm or ranch operation in this country would be $700,000 under the Biden proposal. In South Dakota, and like a lot of states that are represented here today, we have generationally owned, family-owned small businesses, farms and ranches. You want to see them to be able to pass that on to the next generation. And what this double death tax would do, as the leader alluded to, not only do you have the death tax, which hits these farm and ranch operations, but now you will have this new increased capital gains tax, which does away with what's called the step up in basis, which dramatically increases the tax liability for people in this country. And we're not talking about rich people. The gentleman that the leader referred to in Kentucky pays himself $75,000 a year. He invested in these apartment buildings 27 years ago, and he was hoping at the age of 64 to be able to have a little nest egg for retirement. And his tax advisor has told him that it would reduce his take-home pay, or what he would get out of the sale of that asset, by a half. He'd end up with a half of what he was looking at for his own retirement after investing for 27 years in that business enterprise. That's going to happen repeatedly all across the country if what the Biden tax plan and the Democrats' reckless tax and spending spree here on Capitol Hill is allowed to go forward. We are going to do everything that we can to stop it. We are going to stand with middle-income Americans who are going to be hit, and again bear the burden of paying for all this new massive increases in spending that the Democrats are proposing. And we just think that the American people, when they find out what's going on, no matter their income class, are going to say enough already. And we're going to be there with them, trying to stop this at every turn. And we expect that when this is all said and done, the American people, when they render a verdict on this idea, it's going to be a big thumbs down. Next up is Senator Barrasso.
Well, you talk to the Democrats, and they are actually eager to jump to this reckless tax and spending spree. It's going to start next week. We've already spent $6 trillion in coronavirus relief, and now they're talking about $3.5 to $5 trillion more of big government spending. It is time for the American people to stand up and speak out and say, we've had enough, it is time to stop, because the American people realize every one of them is in one way or another going to pay for this. They're suffering right now. Their paychecks are getting eaten away by inflation. $25 more a week every time you fill up with gas, $25 more a week when you go to the grocery store. So it's $50 less a week that you have to spend for other things just to buy the same amount of groceries and the same amount of gas that you were at the time that Joe Biden became president. We're talking about thousands of dollars a year eaten away from Americans' paychecks. And it's not just the inflation component. The amount of money they're talking about spending, the only way they can do that is significantly raising taxes. It's not just going to be on a couple of rich people or a couple of big companies. The amount of spending is so dramatic that everybody will be paying in one way or another. People are going to get hit in their savings, in their investments, in their retirement accounts. That is what's going to happen to each and every one of the folks in America who see what the Democrats are trying to do here. And the Democrats have been very upfront about the fact they are ready to supersize the IRS to go after all of the taxpayers in America to make sure they get every last dime from them. It's time for the American people to stand up, speak out, and say enough is enough.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you. And these are concerning times, and we've heard over and over again about Bernie and Biden's reckless $3.5 trillion spending spree that will be happening very soon. And they really haven't been eager to talk about how this is going to impact middle-class Iowans and how they'll be taxing them to pay for their scheme. And it's time for Bernie and President Biden to level with the American people. And one example is one that Senator Thune brought up, because it does impact Iowans heavily. Agriculture is also our number one industry in the state of Iowa. And that example is the farm-to-table tax that the Democrats are proposing on our farmers and our small business owners. And Bernie and Biden, what they're going to do, they're going to hit Iowa's family-owned businesses. Most of those farms out there, they are modest farms. They are family-owned. And what we consider this? A double death tax. It is a double death tax. And that's on top of rising prices, inflation, all of that, which we all know is basically a tax in itself. So this Bernie and Biden's tax and spending spree is going to be paid for one way or another by our middle-class Iowans, middle-class Americans. And you know what? Our Senate Republicans, we're going to stand up against it. We are going to stand with our hardworking Americans. Thank you.
Senator Scott. Well, first off, $30 trillion worth of debt is pretty scary, and that's what we're getting close to. You know, when I became governor of Florida, we had a $4 billion budget deficit, and we had increased the debt. The state had increased its debt $1 billion every year, and everybody wanted to spend more money on things. And so what we did was we did what we should be doing up here. We started paying down our debt. We grew our economy, which allowed us to have record money for education, for the environment, for transportation, all these things. And we kept cutting taxes. And every time we cut taxes and fees, we kept getting more money. And more people moved to our state, and we grew our economy. We've got to do the same thing up here. And what we can't do is raise taxes on people. There's not enough money to raise taxes on the rich. And by the way, in the American Rescue Plan, the Democrats already raised tax on Uber drivers, DoorDash drivers, people like that, which is to the gig workers, which is completely unfair. And it's exactly the opposite of what they said they were going to do. But if you look at it, they want to just tax the rich. There's not enough money. Well, if you look at how much money they're spending, if they're going to pay for it, which eventually the market's going to, you know, people are not going to buy our debt if we don't have ability to pay it back. They're going to have to tax everybody, and it's not fair. It's not fair to people that are working hard. They can't do this at their house. They have to watch how they have to live within their means. They don't run up debt like this, and we can't do it here, and the taxes will be completely unfair.
Thanks, Senator Blackburn.
I absolutely love getting home to Tennessee every weekend and talking to Tennesseans about what they perceive to be happening here in Washington. And it is so interesting to get their take on what is going on with these taxes. Last weekend, I had a guy that came up to me and he said, you know, during the Obama years, I always felt like I had too much month left at the end of my money. And then we got the Trump tax cuts, and I felt like I had a little money left at the end of the month. And that was a good feeling. And it gave them the ability to do some things they wanted to do for their family. And now, Tennesseans talk regularly about what they fear is going to happen. What they fear is going to happen. Now, we've got a chart right over here that talks about America's debt. If you go from George Washington to George Bush, the day he walked out of the Oval Office, you're at about $10.6 trillion in debt. You look at the increase, close to double through the Obama years. You have President Trump, and then, of course, we have what we spent on COVID. And Senator Barrasso talked a little bit about that. And then you look at what has happened since Joe Biden went into the White House and the amount of debt that they're continuing to add. This is record spending. It is reckless spending. It is raising taxes in order to allow reckless spending, spending that my two grandsons, who are aged 12 and 13, and my granddaughter, who is now 11 months old, they are going to have to pay this bill because the bill is going to come due on them. And it is going to compromise their hopes, their dreams, their opportunities. It is why we as Republicans have to stop this spending spree.
Senator Bozeman.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of being the ranking member on agriculture. So I visit with lots of farmers as they come to Washington, and I get to go throughout the country and visit with them at their meetings. And I'll give you two examples of how this affects them. In being at their meetings on several occasions, they talk about all of the difficulties that they see in the future. They're concerned about waters of the U.S. They're concerned about increased regulation. They're concerned about inflation, the price of fertilizer going up, all the things that make it very, very difficult for them to make a profit. But several of the members, as they have approached and talked to their groups, they pause and say, but that's nothing compared to if the stepped-up basis tax comes into effect. They understand, after visiting with their accountants and this and that, the devastating impact that it would have. We commissioned Texas A&M. It's not John Bozeman saying this. It's not their accountants. We commissioned Texas A&M, who is really the leader in this type of economic research, to look at the farms that they were following. 98% would be affected dramatically. The average was $720,000. State Forester was from Arkansas, who's actually the National State Forester, testified before our committee a few weeks ago. He said that if this goes into effect, it would be devastating to the agriculture community. You say, well, John, why are they doing this? Well, they realize that they've got to have some taxes coming in. They're searching every corner because of the chart. Even they realize that the chart can't continue to go up as it is. You have to have some pay-fors. These pay-fors, again, would be devastating to American agriculture.
Senator Cornyn.
As bad as the Democrats' reckless tax and spending spree is, the story actually gets worse than what you've heard. Because growing up, I remember learning about the story of Robin Hood. Robin Hood stole from the rich and to give to the poor. But actually the Democrats want to take money from hardworking, middle-income American families and give it to the rich. Now, you have not heard that very often, but let me give you just a couple of examples. For example, they want to eliminate the cap on deductibility for state and local taxes so that wealthy Democrats, mainly in blue parts of the country, can have you and me and my constituents in Texas subsidize them. These are wealthy people who can afford to pay, but they want to make a transfer from middle-income people to wealthy people living in blue states. And then when it comes to their energy agenda, you've heard about electric vehicles. I've got nothing against electric vehicles, but I do question whether you and I and my 29 million constituents ought to subsidize electric vehicles so that rich people can drive around and feel good about themselves. With the $7,500 tax credit and obviously a lot of subsidies that would be included and benefits be included in this reckless tax and spending extravaganza bill in pursuit of this ideology, really, of a completely renewable energy economy. This is raising money or taxing middle-income Americans, including Texans, to give money to their rich constituents. It's the anti-Robin Hood.
Senator Kramer.
Well, it'd be hard to improve on what Ranking Member Bozeman said, and certainly my colleagues from the Midwest, Senator Ernst and Senator Thune and others. So let me give what's a pretty average, probably, example from Realville, North Dakota. It would not be unusual for a great-great-grandfather to have purchased land at $20 an acre. It would not be at all unusual that today that would be worth $2,000 an acre. You eliminate step-up in basis. If you have 100 acres valued at $2,000 an acre, you are suddenly taxing a whole bunch more money that no one did a thing other than produce food for a hungry world on for 5 generations. Secondly, their input costs have been skyrocketing thanks to inflation. The price, frankly, the prices they've been getting in the last several years have not been all that great. Not to mention things like floods and droughts and hail and the other things that make farming so difficult. But let's just double the tax on that increased amount that you aren't getting any more money for. And that's what the capital gains tax proposal does. And worse, after all of that, if in fact there's an estate tax bill that comes due that's based on a lower threshold than what we're talking about today, that means more of the estate is going to be taxed if in fact it changes hands between generations. And suddenly you have an outcome that's not just a farmer with a $725,000 tax hit. You have a farmer who has to sell his family farm just to stay alive. That should not be anybody's goal. I'm embarrassed that it is, or maybe they just don't know. Now they should.
Thanks, Kevin. Questions? A couple quick questions? Yes, sir.
Senator Thune, yesterday we saw the House progressives sort of flex their muscles for the first time with the eviction moratorium. How concerned are you that could derail some of the moderation in the budget reconciliation with Senators Manchin and Manchin and Sinema? Because you're counting on them to sort of keep the price in line, even though you don't agree with it in general. So how do you see that sort of play on the future in this and in other battles between the House and the Senate?
Well, I think that the Bernie Sanders wing of the party is the tail wagging the dog. I think that the progressive wing is where the energy is. It's where the political money is on their side, and so when they pretty much when they play the music, Democrats up your dance, and I just think that's the way it's going to be. I think you're going to have a lot of pressure. Particularly on people like Sinema and Manchin, who otherwise might be inclined to vote for less in taxes, vote for less spending, that are going to be under enormous amounts of pressure because that wing of their party, in both the House and frankly in the Senate, I think is really ascendant today. Yeah.
You said that you guys would try and do whatever you could to stop this. Is there any possibility you would consider trying to deny quorum, as Lindsey Graham has suggested?
Well, that was a suggestion that Lindsey was being creative with, and my guess is that that's probably not something that ends up happening. But I do think whatever we can do between now and whenever the budget resolution, or when the budget resolution comes up, and then follow on the reconciliation bill, we're going to do everything we can to stop them. And I hope that we have some Democrats who will help, because if this is in size and scope and scale of what we hear and believe it's going to be, is going to be catastrophic for a lot of folks around the country, namely a lot of the farmers and ranchers who would get hit with the double death tax. I mean, think about what they're talking about here. This has never happened before. They're talking about taxing unrealized gains. Not only do you get a death tax, but they're raising the capital gains tax rate from 20% up to a high rate of 43.4% for people in the high income categories. But they're also applying that to a lot more income, which hasn't been realized yet. I mean, this is unprecedented as a matter of tax policy, but it's an example of the extremes that they have to go to raise the amount of revenue they need to pay for all this spending. Yes, ma'am.
Just looking past the reconciliation process, with respect to the debt limit, it seems unlikely that Democrats may fold that into the reconciliation package and may potentially be tying that to a short-term government spending bill. What is your position on that? Would it change your position on a debt limit increase?
I think that they need to do the debt limit at 50. I mean, they literally are trying to, the amount of spending, the amount of taxation they're talking about, and frankly, that they've already done. I mean, they did $2 trillion, as has been pointed out already earlier this year, which has given us this inflation problem that everyone's been talking about, that's affecting every American's pocketbook. But if they try and do $3.5 trillion, or what many are arguing, if you look at real dollars over the true window of time there, about $5 to $5.5 trillion in spending, then they ought to own raising the debt. I mean, they're the ones that are adding to it, and they ought to do that under their 51 vote majority. I can't think of a single Republican who wants to help them do that.
Last question.
Here.
Senator, how much help or cover do you think you might get from the parliamentarian in this process? Obviously, Democrats are trying to put a ton of stuff like immigration changes and things like that into this bill. And how aggressively do you plan to lobby to use the rules to your advantage to keep stuff like that out of whatever they bring to the floor?
Both sides will no doubt be working the refs. and the parliamentarian is the referee. And my observation in the past, at least, is then she tries to play down the middle. And I don't think that she's going to try and advantage one side or the other, but expect them to make every possible effort to include things that are completely unrelated to spending or revenue, which is what the threshold should be under a reconciliation bill, or otherwise you're in violation of the Byrd Rule. I think they're going to try and draw loose connections to everything they do, including immigration. But it has to have a direct impact, not an indirect impact on spending or revenue. So if they come up with policy measures that are, like I said, where they have to manufacture some argument that it fits somehow within the parameters for what's allowed, I hope that they get busted for it. And we'll have people there that are working them too. And I think, this is a hard job, and I'm not suggesting that it's not. I think that there is, if you look historically in previous bills like this where this mechanism has been used, both sides try to talk to the parliamentarian, but it's clearly outside the realm of what it was intended for if it's designed to make major policy changes that are unrelated to spending and revenue. That is the purpose of this, and it should not be abused and misused, and we will fight at every turn their attempts to do that. Thanks, guys.
Again, Senate Republicans holding that press conference on a tax plan, saying that they fear that middle-class citizens are going to bear the brunt of the proposed plan introduced by Democrats. We'll be watching all of that. We'll also be watching that infrastructure plan as it moves forward into the Senate here. We want to go out to some breaking news, though, that we are getting out of South Texas. I want to follow up on what we have been reporting to you. Investigators say an overloaded van carrying 29 migrants has crashed on a remote South Texas highway, killing at least 10 people, including the driver, and injuring 20 others. We want to go out to investigators and officials who spoke down on the scene not too long ago.
So according to the witnesses on the roadway, there was no pursuit from Border Patrol. There was no pursuit from DPS. According to witnesses, they were traveling in the right lane here on 281 northbound, and they tried to make a right turn onto the FM road right here and didn't even get over into the turn lane. They were traveling at a speed way too fast to try to maneuver that curve and went into the... Yes, sir.
And how many are declared dead at this time?
We have 10 confirmed deceased, and we have multiple that are in critical injuries in hospitals, ERs right now, trauma units in the Valley and Corpus.
Is this usual here in the 21?
Fatality crash take place with this many deceased.
Do we know the identity of the driver?
We have no ID on, we're still trying to put the IDs together, identify everybody, ages, names, where they're from. Okay. And that's why we're going to be working with the Mexican consulate just to make sure we get everything right.
Perfect.
Okay, so that's the latest that we're getting from down on the ground there. Again, this van designed to hold 15 passengers was speeding as the driver tried to veer off the highway onto Business Route 281. He lost control of the top-heavy van, which slammed into a metal utility pole and a stop sign as well. In these videos, you're seeing the van there. You're seeing the police presence that was on the ground, and you can see the stop sign that was taken out by that van. Again, 10 people dead, 20 others injured, many of them on their way to the hospital right now. We'll be following this news out of South Texas. When we come back, more when it comes to the border surge. That's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox, as well as the latest out of California. We want to let you know in the next couple of hours, we'll be going out to California. Our Fox 11 team holding and hosting a debate. We'll give you the latest on the candidates who are running and what to expect in all of that conversation. In fact, their topic right now, immigration reform. So a lot coming up on the border here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox 640 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to go out to the latest on border security. The battle over border security heating up tonight. Law enforcement officers and health officials are at odds over what to do about the surge in migrants, particularly as COVID's Delta variant continues to spread. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest.
The fact of the matter is, from January through July, approximately 1.3 million people have been apprehended coming into this country without documentation.
Law enforcement officials at the southern border confronting a surge in migrants not seen in more than 2 decades. In a new court filing, a Department of Homeland Security senior official says Customs and Border Protection likely encountered 210,000 people in July, the highest in 1 month since the year 2000.
We need the short-term solutions as well as the long-term solution to addressing this immigration.
Health officials are also struggling with a rise in COVID cases at the border, prompting Texas Governor Greg Abbott to issue an executive order allowing state troopers to stop cars suspected of carrying migrants. Abbott said it would help stop infections from spreading. A federal judge blocked the order on Tuesday, saying in part it could actually exacerbate the spread of the virus.
The election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was a super spreader.
The White House, however, is defending its COVID-19 response, slamming states that have banned mask or vaccine mandates. At least 9, including Texas, have rejected masking requirements. President Biden telling governors unwilling to impose mandates to get out of the way.
That's not meant to be partisan. It's not meant to be political. It's just meant to convey that more action is needed in some parts of the country.
The Biden administration will reportedly begin offering coronavirus vaccines to migrants in U.S. custody, as the Department of Homeland Security says it will continue to reassess its COVID-19 protocols. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Madeline. We want to go out now to Houston, Texas. It's been nearly a week since a video circulated around social media showing a woman being violently arrested by deputies with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. We're going to hear from some community members outraged by this, calling it horrifying, as well as the local NAACP in Houston. Let's listen.
To expeditiously do the right thing. We witnessed a black woman being beat, being brutalized, being stumped, being kicked, being kneed, being punched by all men right here at this very spot. A homeless black woman was attacked by Harris County Sheriff's deputies, and they beat that woman like she was wanted for murder. They beat that woman like she had shot some cop and she was fleeing arrest. What they did to that black woman is against, one, the law, it's against the crime of humanity, and it's against malehood and manhood, period. What man in his right mind with any degree of decency would beat a woman like that? Any citizen of Harris County that was caught on video beating a dog like that would be locked up and under the jail. It is a disgrace that Ed Gonzalez only put them on administrative leave. We say to Ed Gonzalez, administrative leave is not going to work in this case. They should be fired, and your investigation should be turned over to the Harris County District Attorney's Office, who should be doing a simultaneously joint investigation with your office, and those officers should be indicted. But you think you're getting away with it because she's a homeless black woman and you believe nobody cares. What you did to that black woman is a crime. What the Sheriff's Department did to that black woman is a crime, and those deputies should be locked up. And I must say this, to watch a black cop out here with those cops, and he too was beating that black sister along with those other non-black cops. I say to the black sheriff's deputy that did that, you are no good, low-down, dirty dog to let them do that to our sister, and you take part in it and didn't try to stop it, but you was beating it yourself also. It's a disgrace. It's a crime what they did to this homeless black woman. They should be fired, not on administrative leave, but fired, and they should be indicted for violating her constitutional rights. Dr. Candace Matthews.
Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the statewide Harris County Accountability Chair for the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats. And to piggyback off my brother, Cornell X, when I saw that video, I saw a black woman being beaten, being hit, being disrespected. The black woman is the least protected species at this point. And based on that video, it showed exactly how evident that is. I am a black woman. And for me to see another fellow sister to be beaten by men barbarically is unacceptable, it is inhumane, and it is against the Constitution. So I did have a conversation with Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, and I did express my concern. We are following this to the letter. However, those sheriffs need to be fired because that is unacceptable. That is beyond excessive use of force. They particularly did this to this woman out of anger. That is the problem. And we, the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats, Harris County, do not uphold any type of excessive use of force or any type of beating done to a black woman or any woman of any caliber. Thank you.
We'll take your questions. We really don't know. But one thing we do know, the video has gone viral all over the world. The video is going all over the country, the United States, and celebrities are sharing the video and speaking out against this crime themselves. Even those in Hollywood, in the music industry, and actors and actresses have commented about this case. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, you think putting them on administrative leave is sufficient to calm the anger and the concerns and the fears of the community? You're dead wrong, sir. Those cops should be fired. If your department captured anyone beating a dog like they beat that sister right here at this very spot, they would be in jail. You cannot tell me police officers punching, kicking, kneeing, and they all swinging at the same time, beating the hell out that black woman, that they're not supposed to be fired and indicted for assault and violating her constitutional rights. If you were caught on tape, any one of us caught on video beating a dog like that, we'd be in jail. They have her in a mental health facility. They're refusing to release her name to the public, but we are demanding that Sheriff Ed Gonzalez release the names of all of the deputies caught on video attacking and beating that black woman right here at this very spot. We don't want you protecting them. And right now, Ed Gonzalez, your office and your department is protecting them. Release their names to the public. They are public servants paid for by taxpayers. Therefore, as a public servant, your name should be released to the community when you're caught on video violating someone's rights and committing a crime. We want to know, Ed Gonzalez, who those deputies are. Release their names.
Okay, so the conversation took place when the video was sent to me. And then when I saw the video and how horrid and how horrific it was, I immediately texted Sheriff Ed Gonzalez with that specific video, demanding accountability and also demanding we need to know what is going to be done with this because this comes from your agency. And so he did share with me that the officers were going to be on administrative leave pending an investigation. And then also he was supposed to keep the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats involved with the process as to what's happening. So at this point right now, when we constantly see this video over and over and over, and just like Brother Cornell said, that's being shared through celebrities, through everyone worldwide, that a black woman being beaten of that type of extent is unacceptable. It's supposed to be an open and closed case at this point because that is not the training that Harris County trained their officers with use of force. I was just at a citizen review board use of force training for precinct 1 through 6 Harris County constables. And this happened on the same day. And I was just speaking of this. So again, we have to do better. Period. Accountability has to be had because accountability breeds responsibility. And it's our responsibility as citizens to ensure that justice has to be done.
Nothing is being done fast enough at all.
Tell me your name.
Okay, my name is Dr. Darnella Wilkerson. I'm with the Statewide Accountability. This is what I want to say. In viewing that video, I immediately noticed that that woman had a mental problem. And because of the fact that our police officers and our sheriffs are not trained to know when a person has a mental problem, this is what they do to them. Instead of giving them help and taking them to a mental resource, they rather beat them. No doubt that this lady was in a mental breakdown, and they was not trained to know that she was in a mental breakdown. Right. So what they did, they beat her right here. And according to that video, she did not know what was going on. All she knows was that she was being beat, and that was not right for her. She is now in a mental place where she needs to be in. No doubt that she was not on medication, and she did not know what was happening to her. Thank you.
And I also want to add this, and to piggyback off Dr. Wilkerson, is that, and I'm sure Brother Cornell will agree with me with this, when you have a person that has a mental breakdown and you are law enforcement, it is your job to get the paramedics out here to ensure that that person that's having a mental breakdown get the proper medical care. You don't go and punching them in the face, kicking them in the stomach, and doing all of these egregious acts. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's not protocol. So we need accountability to be had, and we need accountability to be done.
That concludes our press conference. Thank you, sir. You're shooting for everybody, right? I thought so, yeah.
Okay, so community leaders very outraged by this violent arrest by a Harris County Sheriff's Office. Some of those deputies, well, we're going to show you the body camera footage that was released today, also the response from the Sheriff's Office after this break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now. We're going out to that response from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. As you'll see, body camera footage from that day where many are saying it was a horrendously violent arrest of a woman who they are saying has really, really harsh mental issues going on right now. But we do want to warn you, viewer discretion is advised. Some of these videos are tough to watch.
This community briefing is intended to provide you with information about a use of force incident that happened at around 10:48 a.m. on Tuesday, July 27, 2021, at a convenience store in the 12,300 block of East Texas Freeway in East Harris County. The Sheriff's Office conducts thorough use of force investigations, which often require investigators to interview multiple witnesses, review hours of video footage, and analyze other evidence relevant to the case. In the interest of transparency, we are releasing body-worn camera footage which shows the vantage points of the responding deputies on the scene. You're about to see footage related to the case, as well as learn about Harris County Sheriff's Office procedures to better understand what happened based on what we know today. This investigation is ongoing and can take several months to complete. Our understanding of the incident may change as additional evidence is reviewed and analyzed. We also do not draw any conclusions about whether the deputies acted in accordance with our policies and the law until all the facts are known and the investigation has concluded. A word of caution, the footage you're about to see may be disturbing. When a deputy uses force to detain or arrest a suspect to resist, it can be graphic and difficult to watch. In addition, there may be strong language used by those shown in the video. Viewer discretion is advised. Harris County Sheriff's Office deputies are issued body-worn video cameras for regular duty. They are worn at chest level and capture a general perspective within the line of sight from that angle. The angle of the camera prohibits viewers from seeing everything the deputy saw and experienced. 2 patrol deputies were dispatched to a gas station in the 12,300 block of East Tex Freeway in East Harris County after a woman refused to leave the convenience store. When the patrol deputies arrived, one of the deputies briefly entered the front of the store to talk to the clerk, who said that the woman refused to leave the premises. The other deputy met the woman outside the store. During the interaction, 3 backup deputies arrived, including a homeless outreach team deputy. One of the backup deputies spent several minutes speaking with the woman in Spanish. He attempted to understand her needs and offered her cold bottled water. The woman was later identified as 19-year-old Esther Gonzalez, who is also known as Iris Calderon Garcia. After spending several minutes speaking with her, the Spanish-speaking deputy warned the woman that she was trespassing. After the woman refused to leave, 2 deputies attempted to detain and search her in order to identify her. Ms. Gonzalez disregarded repeated commands and resisted being detained. In the body camera footage, Ms. Gonzalez can be seen struggling with deputies. She attempted to strike a deputy, causing his body-worn camera to fall to the ground. One deputy struck Ms. Gonzalez multiple times before she was taken into custody. Deputies then placed a spit hood over Ms. Gonzalez's face to prevent her from spitting on them. Deputies later learned that Ms. Gonzalez had an outstanding arrest warrant on a charge of assaulting a public servant on May 22nd. The 13-second cell phone video captured by a witness shows deputies attempting to detain Ms. Gonzalez. Here is deputy body camera video of the incident.
What's your name? Habla English? Huh? I can't hear you. You're nodding your head? Okay. Okay. What's going on? Okay. You speak English or Spanish? Espanol? Okay. Where's your car at? You have a car? Okay. No, I don't. Tienes que ir, no puedes estar aquí. Sí, váyase de aquí, vaya a esperar otro lado. Me manda. La mando si quiere irse a la calle. Me manda. Ya tengo alguien que puede
no voy a hacer con ustedes. Váyanse.
¿Crees que ellos no pueden estar aquí? Por aquí es propiedad privada, tú no puedes estar aquí. Es la que dice ahí, no vas a pasar ahí, no vas a pasar.
No me vas a dejar aquí a mí en mi cara, porque yo tengo que ir allá. Ustedes me trajeron aquí como un...
Mira, no te vas a hacer caso.
Yo quiero pagar eso, tengo que hacer muchas cosas. Tengo que hacer muchas cosas y ustedes me están trayendo aquí. Ustedes hagan eso. Ustedes le gustan hacer esto todo el tiempo. ¿Qué? ¿Qué? ¿Ustedes le gustan qué? Yo no le dije nada, yo no dije nada.
Esta es la tienda donde quiere aquí.
Yo no hice nada. Ustedes no quieren llegar a llegar. Aquí tiene más dinero. A mí me vale fija. ¿Usted quiere que uno quiere? Yo tengo que trabajar. Tengo que ir ahí. Y mira, también, háganlo, pero yo tengo que ir a jalar. Tengo que ir a jalar y usted no me quiere dejar.
¿Dónde vas a ir a jalar?
No me tengo que ir a jalar y yo estoy lista.
¿Dónde vas a ir a jalar?
Ustedes me están haciendo mierda, como que no puedo hacer, ¿ah?
¿Dónde vas a ir a jalar?
Ahora me quieren meter aquí, como ustedes quieren hacer, ¿ah? Ustedes solo están haciendo lo que ustedes quieran, ¿ah? Ustedes me inviten a mí para levantarlos ustedes todo el tiempo. Llegar en pie, hombre, tengo que ir a trabajar. Me estoy dejando tiempo de trabajar. Quiero que ustedes hagan eso. Quiero que ustedes levanten. Quieren que yo haga esto. ¿O qué mierda? Porque ustedes están hablando como que no pueden aguantar que yo pueda ir bañarme o qué. No me puede hacer nada, que no entienden ni mierda.
¿Dónde vas a ir a trabajar?
Tengo que ir a trabajar y no me dejan ir a trabajar. ¿Y qué me van a llevar? Y después me van a hacer no pelearme enfrente de ahí. No me dejen dejar mierda. ¿Ustedes qué creen, ah? Déjenme ahí, todos ustedes aquí, y que todos quieren que no sepan ni su nombre. Ustedes que nos miren, nosotros el nombre no quiere decir solo que.
¿Dónde vas a trabajar?
Que ustedes solo simplemente van a venir así como.
¿Dónde? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Sí, yo te voy a ver por el mío, ¿ah?
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Ah?
A mí no me vas a enseñar, yo no voy a decir nada, yo no te voy a decir nada, yo no te voy a decir nada porque aquí no tenemos pinta porque ustedes andan haciendo eso.
She has to go to work, but she doesn't know where she's going to go to work. She said how she don't got to give us your name.
Usted no me va a decir, no va a simplificarme, no me va a decir, yo ya hice mi tarea, no me va a decir mierda, yo ya hice lo que tengo que hacer, no me van a hacer, yo ya les dije, yo tengo más cosas que hacer because I have to go home, and you don't fucking understand, I got to go in, there you go, para que yo entre allí y ya esa mera con ustedes, no, tengo que entrar allá, fíjense,
No trespassing.
No,
the business don't want you here, you gotta go.
Yo entiendo, pero me tienen aquí, yo me desconecto. Aquí, no, pero...
You called? Yeah. What do you want? Done? You want her gone? Okay.
Temporary 0477
Eagle 2. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Should have on the mid parking. Are they on the back channel? Or are they still parked?
Where's your car at? You have a car?
Huh?
They should still be primary.
What's that?
I'm saying she has keys in her hand. Maybe she has a car, lives nearby.
Okay, well, so that's their room. So, do they have a description on the juvenile?
Do you understand?
Te tienes que ir, no puedes estar aquí.
able to see a white female, long dirty blonde hair, last week wearing a blue and white t-shirt, black shorts last night around 8 p.m.
Sí, váyase de aquí, vaya a otro lado. Se la mando si quiere irse a la cárcel. Tienes que ir, no puedes estar aquí. Por aquí es propiedad privada, tú no puedes estar aquí. Mira que dice ahí, no vas a pasar ahí, dice, no vas a pasar. Mira, si te vas al otro lado de la casa, está bien. Vale fija, a mí también me vale fija. Tú tienes que ir de aquí, no puedes estar aquí. ¿Ah? ¿Dónde vas a ir a jalar? ¿Dónde vas a ir a jalar? ¿Dónde vas a ir a jalar?
Ahora que me quieren meter aquí, ustedes quieren hacer, ustedes solo se ustedes quieran, me meten a mí para preguntar. ¿Qué mierda? Ustedes están hablando porque no quiero votar que yo estoy bañando, ¿qué? No me puede ir, no me puede hacer nada, que no entienden ni mierda.
¿Dónde vas a ir a trabajar?
Yo tengo que ir a trabajar.
¿Dónde?
No me dejan ir a trabajar. ¿Y qué me va a ir a?
¿Dónde vas a ir a trabajar?
Y después me van a hacer no pelearme enfrente de ahí. No me dejan esa mierda. ¿Usted qué cree, ahí, todos ustedes aquí, y que todos quieren que no sepan ni ustedes que miren, nosotros no me tienen que ¿qué?
¿Dónde vas a trabajar?
Solo simplemente van a venir así como
¿Dónde?
West Road and 45 need a record, West Road.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Sí, yo tengo la verdad, pero mío,
¿Cómo te llamas?
A mí no me va a ir, yo no voy a decir nada, yo no voy a decir nada, porque aquí no
to go to work, but she doesn't know where she's going to go to work. She says, she don't got to give us her name. And basically, we're not going to tell her what to do. But she already did her own work. And she ain't got shit to tell us.
She's going to leave the property.
Yo tengo más cosas que hacer
She has more shit to do.
because I have to go home. And you don't fucking understand. I got to go in. There you go. Para que yo entre ahí y van a hacer la semana más fuera. No. Tengo que entrar allá. Fíjense.
No trespassing. The business don't want you here. You got to go.
Yo no estoy entiendo, pero me tienen aquí. Yo estoy correcto. Fíjate bien aquí, no, pero ustedes me tienen aquí como que eso.
No entiendo.
¡La mierda! ¿Ustedes van a hacer esto todo el tiempo o qué? ¿O qué? Tengo que pedirle dinero a ustedes, pero qué mierda, que sí.
If she wants us for her to ask us for money or what she's supposed to do.
You can't stay here.
¿Entendiste lo que yo dije? ¿Entendiste lo que dije? Ustedes me dieron un nombre en mí, sentido.
Made me come over here.
We didn't make you.
¿Quieren que yo hable? ¿Ustedes quieren que yo haga esta mierda o qué? ¿Ustedes quieren o qué? No quieren que yo
We forced her to open, and if we want her to still do this shit.
What?
She's not making it.
No.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Dónde es tu identificación?
Tengo que ir adentro yo. Y solo esta mujer van a citar ustedes. ¿Está citando? Dígale que está citando.
like to say North, Zebra Lincoln 2637. 1300 block of multi-sector.
I saw her this morning. She was chilling under the underpass.
So obviously, this goes on for quite a while on the body camera footage. We're going to fast forward to when that arrest actually begins. Listen in.
No, I don't think we got it. They didn't get a name.
Ponga su cosa abajo. Baje las cosas, baje las bebidas esas. Sí, baje todo lo que tenga.
Espérame, no, entiende. Yo no hice nada. Man, te digo. Si me da el
You got a pair of gloves on you? I don't have none in my back pocket. You have a pair of gloves?
Tengo que tomar agua. No me vean.
Ya, claro.
Déjenme la. Te lo juro, si me dejas, si lo haces ya.
Relax.
No.
Relax.
Mira.
Oh, shit. There we go. Oh! Hey, on the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Grab him.
Vete la verga. Vete la verga. Vete la verga, de puta.
Get on.
Hey, all your counter emergency traffic only. Confirming y'all at 12303 East Tech.
Ah, damn it.
No quiero andar con ella, por favor.
I got it.
12303 East Tech Freeway at Star Stop. Units fighting
40 Henry.
17. Disregard the incident. We got her under control. She's in custody. Give us the supervisor.
Officer, Rebel Supervisor to 12303 East Tech.
Roll ya. Henry 13. Roll the EMS also.
Officer, Rebel Supervisor.
22 Lincoln 10. I'm clear on it.
Let me get a straight here.
Clear. Use no process.
Check her for weapons.
So again, body camera footage released from Harris County Sheriff's Office today. This progresses, moves forward. We'll be playing that out for you later here on Live Now from Fox, but we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we have some pressing coverage right now because there's a debate going on as Republicans are facing off in this recall election out of California. We'll be giving you all of the details on what to expect out of this debate when we come back. See you in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now. I'm Daytona Everett, joined by my friend and colleague, Andrew Kraft. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Daytona, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Well, we're going to be focusing for the next couple of hours here on California politics. Right now, a debate is going on. We're going to start it from the very beginning amongst these GOP hopefuls taking on current California Governor Gavin Newsom. We just want to give you a sense of what to expect. This is happening at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum there in Yorba Linda, California. It's the first event of its kind where these Republican candidates will be participating in this televised debate. Just want to talk about some of the candidates, though, Daytona, who will unfortunately not be in attendance. Invitations went out to a lot of the big names that are running for this. We are not expecting Larry Elder. Now, Larry Elder is a prominent conservative radio and television personality. He got into this race pretty late within the last 3 weeks. He had a little bit of a hard time getting his name on the ballot. It is confirmed. Voters will see it on there. You're seeing just some video of him. And so he actually is attending a fundraiser for his own campaign. He is leading in the polls on the Republican side at this time. So he won't be there tonight. Also who won't be there tonight is obviously the reality television star Caitlyn Jenner. We reported, I think last week, that Caitlyn Jenner is currently filming another reality television show, Celebrity Big Brother, in Australia. So we were learning that her campaign was put on pause so she could do this. And of course, an invitation was extended to current Governor Newsom. Newsom not in attendance tonight, Daytona.
Yeah, obviously a lot of people not in attendance tonight, but we do have many who are. Let's go through some of these candidates. You know, Andrew, it's interesting because this is a first-time look for a lot of California residents at these candidates. You know, Phil Schuman from Fox 11 went around, interviewed people out in LA the other night, and many people had no idea who was even running. So this will be a big introduction for a lot of Californians tonight.
No, that's so right, Daytona, because this is an off-year election and it's a recall. That Californians haven't gone to the ballot box to vote in a recall election. You'll remember, well, maybe we won't remember, but back in 2003, where Gray Davis was recalled, ushering in the last Republican governor of California, and that, of course, is Arnold Schwarzenegger back in 2003. And so we're going to kind of gauge how Californians are reacting to this going forward. But let's get into these candidates who are there tonight. Like you mentioned, let's talk about the first one, Daytona.
Yeah, so this first one is John Cox. You're seeing him on the far left right there. Just going to play out some of the video of him. You probably have seen him on Twitter at one point, but here's his background. He's a businessman, accountant, and a developer. He's a self-proclaimed anti-politician. Cox ran against Newsom. Actually, in that 2018 election, the Bear is not running, but the Bear has shown up quite a bit as he's traveled across, stumping across California for this election. His main focus is on fighting the homeless crisis in the state by providing unhoused residents with treatment. He also plans to lower the cost of housing. And on his website, it states, quote, Cox will rip up the corruption from the roots to pass the beastly changes that California needs, end quote. And he's playing off of that word beastly as a bear has made an appearance at some of his events.
Yeah, Daytona, that bear, I think some reporter looked into how much that bear costs per hour. It's in the thousands of dollars. But as you said, Cox is no stranger to state politics. He was Newsom's Republican challenger back in 2018. Newsom in his first term in office. And so he's had a history of this. He knows what he's doing. We're going to hear from him at the debate as well on a number of different topics. Like you said, let's go into the second candidate. That is Kevin Faulconer. We have interviewed him on Live Now from Fox. You have as well. He's the former mayor of San Diego. He plans to eliminate state income taxes for certain Californians and combat the state's ongoing homeless crisis as well. According to his website, he says he's running for governor to restore California's promise of liberty, equality, and opportunity. And he has gone after Newsom's unscientific COVID lockdowns, which he says have devastated small businesses, and Californians, quote, want a change. No doubt that will be brought up tonight, the kind of onerous restrictions and lockdowns that have been put in place, which you could argue, Daytona, is one of the main reasons this recall is happening. A lot of Californians did not like how he and his administration handled the pandemic.
Yeah, so let's move forward to some of these other candidates. We have Kevin Kiley. He actually was elected to the California State Assembly in 2016, so he's no stranger to California politics. The lawmaker from California's 6th District even released a book earlier this year called Recall Newsom. Timely. According to Cal Matters, as Governor Kiley would work to root out the influence of wealthy interest groups in the Capitol and consider calling a special session of the legislature to focus on education reform or housing affordability. In terms of homelessness, Kiley says offering shelter just isn't enough, and the state must provide mental health counseling, substance abuse treatment, and job training as well. We're going to hear a lot about homelessness tonight, as well as other topics.
Yeah, definitely, Daytona. A young assemblyman there, Kevin Kiley. We're going to move on to the fourth and final candidate that is appearing tonight at the debate. His name, Doug Osee. Doug is a lifelong resident of Sacramento. He even served 3 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives in Congress. He's widely recognized, though, in the state for his role in negotiating a resolution to the energy crisis in the early 2000s. According to his website, one of his main reasons for running for governor is to fix the homeless problem. We're going to be hearing a lot about the homelessness crisis in the debate. According to him, his solutions include changing current state law to establish that individuals suffering from drug addiction and or mental illness can be taken into protective custody. Also bringing all 41 existing state homelessness programs under a single departmental authority. And so he also has experience in the agriculture industry as well. He wants to build reservoirs north of Sacramento and south of Sacramento in order to expand facilities and talk about water delivery to residents in the state that is currently undergoing a drought. And so Daytona, water supply and water resources will be a big topic at this debate as well.
Yes, absolutely. So there are your 4 candidates you're going to be hearing from throughout this debate on Fox 11. Just a little background on the recall, though. California will hold this recall election on September 14th. This could possibly remove Governor Newsom from office. And this has a really, really wild history. Recall debates don't happen often. Isn't that right, Andrew? No, they really don't. Like I alluded to, Californians have not gone to the ballot box to recall a sitting governor since 2003. Gray Davis was ousted, ushering in the Republican administration of Arnold Schwarzenegger. But like you said, this is all happening September the 14th. I'm really interested to see what turnout is going to be like. Will Californians come to the polls in an off-year election for their own state's governors? Now, these are all Republicans, Daytona, and this is coming from, if not the most blue state in the country, California. So let's just go for a hypothetical here. If a Republican did win the recall election and became the next governor, they would be facing with a Democratic supermajority in the state assembly. So that would be quite a challenge to get anything that they wanted to get through done, knowing that there's a supermajority of the opposing party in the assembly. And so let's talk about what voters will see on the ballot itself. They will be asked 2 questions. First, should Newsom be removed, yes or no? And then the second question is a list of replacement candidates from which to choose, of which there will be more than 40. And so that's a lot of research for these California voters, so hopefully they'll get to glean some information in maybe some of their choices tonight with these 4 Republicans. Yeah, and all of this was sparked from a frustration from Californians during the pandemic on Newsom's handling of it. We all know that California was extremely restrictive, a lot of businesses having to actually shut down amid the pandemic and the shutdowns across the state. Also a handling when it comes to education, so many kids having to stay at home rather than doing in person when other states were back in person. So this has come with a lot of background, a lot of history. We've actually had some of those representatives of the Recall Newsom effort onto the show as well. So we're actually emerging on this recall election, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's just a little more than a month away. We'll be having, extensive live coverage, bringing on some of the candidates themselves, talking with California voters there on the ground with some of our reporters in the field to try to get a sense of how Californians are feeling about this. And like I said, like you said, rather, Daytona, this was all kind of started because Governor Gavin Newsom was one of these, administrators at the executive level in states that many Californians argued were not following what they were preaching as far as the pandemic went. The restrictions that Governor Newsom put in place, they were, time and again, he was kind of caught evading his own restrictions, not complying with his own restrictions. That famous dinner at the French Laundry restaurant in San Francisco is top of mind for a lot of these voters. And so that is kind of the catalyst that all started. Now, it remains to be seen, because since California is such a blue Democratic state, Daytona, how well will Republican fare? We're learning as well that this recall is costing taxpayers $215 million, just to put this on.
Yeah, really, really something to be thinking about when we know the economy is definitely a topic of conversation, as well as taxes. All of these candidates are going to be asked how they're going to handle that, who's going to get taxed, what Californians should be ready for moving forward. And so many of these candidates, I know Kevin Faulconer, who's been on the show before, has a pretty aggressive tax plan. So
yeah, that's right. And something I'll be looking for in this debate is, as you know, these are all Republicans running in California. I can't mention that enough. How closely will they be aligned with former President Trump? Will they say they want his endorsement? Will they even bring him up at all? So I'll be looking for that.
Yeah, and that's one of the questions. Alex Michelson, who will also be asking questions at this debate, usually ask them when they're on the show, will you back President Trump? Many of them kind of evading that question, but we'll see what they have to say tonight.
Yeah, okay, just want to give you some nuts and bolts here. This is happening at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library. It's going to be moderated and hosted by Fox 11 Los Angeles' Christine Devine, and Alex Michelson. We know them, we speak to them all the time. Also, the conservative radio host Hugh Hewitt, who also serves as the president of the Nixon Foundation, and former Trump National Security Advisor Robert C. O'Brien will also be moderating. So it's a stacked panel. It's also a stacked stage there with the candidates. Let's hear what they have to say.
Oh, we'll go right out to it. Andrew, thanks for breaking it down with me.
The biggest issues facing California right now. Important questions about the comeback after COVID, the economy, and the future of the Golden State. From the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum in Yorba Linda, this is the California Recall Debate. Now, here are Christine Devine and Alex Michelson.
And good evening. Welcome to the California Recall Debate. We are live at the Nixon Library in Yorba Linda.
And we are live right now on Fox 11 in Los Angeles, KTVU, Fox 2 in the Bay Area, and also the Salem Radio Network.
All right, come August 16th, every registered California voter, you'll be getting a ballot in the mail.
And that ballot has two questions on it. Number one, should Governor Newsom be recalled? And number two, if 50% of voters say yes, who should replace him?
Well, these four candidates, they want that job. So let's now go to our moderator. Tonight is Hugh Hewitt, Salem radio host and CEO of the Nixon Foundation. Hugh.
Thank you, Christine, and welcome everyone watching and listening tonight. As Christine said, I'm the president of the Nixon Foundation. Joining Alex, Christine, and me in asking questions tonight is Ambassador Robert O'Brien, former National Security Advisor to the President and co-chair of the Nixon Seminar. The Nixon Foundation sent 7 invitations to the debate tonight. Governor Newsom, Larry Elder, and Caitlyn Jenner declined to attend. But accepting and with us tonight are the 2018 GOP Republican nominee for governor, John Cox, two-term mayor of San Diego, Kevin Faulconer, currently serving assemblyman from the Sacramento area, Kevin Kiley, and former Congressman Doug Osee, who also represented the Sacramento area. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming tonight. The rules of the debate are very simple. I've discussed them with each of the candidates, and they have agreed to them. Questions are 30 seconds in length. Answers are 75 seconds in length. There will be a bell at 75 seconds, and they've all agreed to stop talking. They've also agreed not to interrupt each other. There is no right of reply. If they hear their name mentioned, they just have to hold their fire until it is their turn. Each questioner on our panelist side can ask either one question of all four or a separate question of each of the candidates. There'll be as many rounds as time permits, and we begin with Alex Michelson, California's preeminent political reporter. Alex?
Thank you very much, Hugh. That's very kind. Welcome to you all. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. This question is going to be for all of you, and we're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with you, Mr. Cox. If you become governor, you are going to face a Democratic supermajority in the Assembly and the Senate. They could override any veto that you have. You're going to face a lot of interest groups that are not going to want you in there and think they can wait you out for a year and then get a Democratic governor in November. Given all of those constraints, what specifically, tangibly, can you get done as governor? And what is priority one to actually get done?
Thank you, Alex, for that question. The first thing that I do as the governor of this state is I call a special session to address housing. The housing crisis is the most severe problem. We have a lot of them, but housing really is the most severe because it's driving businesses out of the state, it's driving people out of the state. Housing is my business. I build houses in other states for a tiny fraction of what it costs to do in California. And the problem is government. It's government mandates, it's government lawsuits occasioned by the California Environmental Quality Act. It's all the delays, it's all the approval processes. I can get approvals in Indiana in 6 to 12 months. It takes 12 years. And the problem with the cost of housing is it drives the middle class into poverty and out of this state. And it also drives up the cost of everything else. Think about it. It's a wage price spiral upwards. I'm a CPA, I'm a businessman. I understand what families are going through, and we need to tackle housing. I'm also going to tackle the other problems in this legislature. I'm going to try to do it with the legislators' help, but if I don't get that help, I'm going to go into the districts and try to get people elected who will fix the problems of this state.
Now to you, Mayor Faulkner, what can you tangibly get done, especially with a legislature that probably isn't going to want to work with you?
Alex, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to the Nixon Foundation and New Majority. I will just say at the outset, first and foremost, I'm excited. I'm excited because this recall is happening and Californians are ready to make a change at the top. And I'm ready to bring California together to champion the reforms and the changes that this state so desperately needs. Standing up for public safety and making our neighborhoods safer, removing tent encampments from our sidewalks, and making California more affordable. I'm looking forward to bringing our state together after a very difficult time to do that. And I have experience doing that. I did that as mayor of San Diego after a very difficult time in our city's history. I'm going to take that exact same approach. And I have experience in working with a majority Democrat legislature because I did it my entire tenure as mayor of San Diego. What do? You go out and you win the argument publicly. And then when you win the argument, you can get the vote. And I'm going to focus first and foremost on making California affordable. I put forward the largest tax cut in California history for our middle class because we need it. Because our state's too expensive and Californians are leaving and voting with their feet. So if you believe like I do, that it's time to make California more affordable, we can do it.
Assemblyman, you're in the Assembly. You know how challenging it is to get Republican legislation through right now. What can you specifically actually make happen?
That's right, and I have authored some of the most groundbreaking legislation to pass in recent years on topics like school choice, public safety, criminal justice reform, artificial intelligence. But what I've also seen in my 5 years in the legislature is that our state government is fundamentally broken. That's why our quality of life is declining in California. And what's broken it is we have a political class that serves special interests rather than serving the people of California. And I have not been able to fix our broken state government as one member of the legislature, and I wouldn't be able to do it on my own as governor, but I would be able to start doing it on day day one with the mandate for fundamental change that this recall would provide. So the question you ask is the right one, because whoever wins this race is going to have 1 year to offer a viable alternative and set our state on a new course before the next election. So I'd say, first of all, the era of corruption is over. I've already taken a step in this direction by becoming the first elected official in California not to accept any funding from such special interests. Second, I'd strategically use executive authority to unwind harmful policies, such as by finally terminating the state of emergency and making sure that every California school is open full time. But yes, to truly get fundamental change, you need to work with the legislature. And having spent 5 years in the legislature, I know that the one thing legislators respond to is political pressure, the fear of losing their job. And having just seen the governor lose his job, there will be a unique opportunity to bring fundamental reforms on issues like the cost of living, rising crime rates, and school choice.
Congressman Ossie, what is something tangible and specific that you can actually get done?
So the governor's got immense authorities within the agencies and departments of the state. First thing I'm going to do is I'm firing the guy that's preventing the construction of new water storage. Then I'm firing the guy that is trying to release, through regulatory changes, the prisoners who have been righteously convicted and have not yet served their terms. The State Board of Education, the governor has a number of appointees on there. That group controls the curriculum that is presented in our classrooms. I'm replacing the people that are there who are giving us all these foolish things that our kids don't need. We're going to focus on reading by the 3rd grade, history by the 6th, math by the 8th, and civics by the time they get out of high school. The governor also has immense authority in terms of the appointments to the PUC. I'm replacing the people who have given us power at 70 to 80% more than what our neighbors in Nevada or Arizona or elsewhere are paying. We're going to get back to addressing fundamental things that make a difference around the kitchen table.
Thank you very much. To my colleague now, Christine Devine.
Let's talk about the coronavirus. It is the issue of our time. The Delta variant is surging. I'm going to start with you, Mayor Faulconer. Republican governors in states like Florida and Arizona have signed bills banning a mask mandate in schools. Where do you stand on a mask in schools? And would you allow for local control for districts who have their own numbers that they're concerned about to deal with this themselves?
Well, first and foremost, I urge everyone to get vaccinated. Vaccinations is how we get our way out of this. I'm vaccinated, my family is vaccinated. And if we don't want to be dealing this with our kids and our grandchildren, we have to take action now. I want our schools fully reopened. I want our kids back in school. I want our teachers back in school. But I do not favor mandates. I favor educate. You're not going to mandate your way out of the coronavirus. I think people in California want to do the right thing. And for those that are still hesitant, we got to continue to provide that education, continue to show the benefits of what happens when you do get vaccinated. And so I believe that is absolutely the right way to go. Education first, not mandates.
Would you ban a mask mandate in schools?
I do not support a mask mandate in schools.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go now to Mr. Cox. My question for you is, Governor Newsom issued a mandate for state employees and healthcare workers to show proof they've been vaccinated or take a weekly COVID test. Would you uphold that?
No, I don't believe we should do that. First of all, there's a lot of people that have had COVID and have antibodies. They don't need the vaccine. They shouldn't get the vaccine. This disease is an awful one. I had it very early on, and it's not something you want to have, but it's 99.9% survivable by people who are in decent health, who aren't elderly. What we need to do is look at what other states have done. I mean, I compare California to Florida. I have 2 nephews that live in Orlando. They were able to go to school the whole time in front of a teacher. Kids in California were not given that privilege by Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom closed so many small businesses. I'm a small businessman. The big businesses were fine. Costco and Home Depot had just a good time, but small businesses were crushed. I don't think we should do mandates. I think the governor's COVID management was an absolute disaster. It resulted in far more danger and far more problems. He got slapped down in court, too, for closing the churches. Strip clubs and pot shops were deemed essential. I think it's really a problem when politicians and governments get involved in deciding what's essential and what's not.
All right, we do know that the coronavirus is unpredictable, so my question now is to Congressman Ossie. The CDC came out last week recommending masks indoors in hotspots, even if you're vaccinated. Would you adopt CDC guidelines? Several Republican governors, Texas, Nebraska, are not.
I think the government is engaged in a significant overreach of its authority in terms of imposing these things. I happen to have great faith in the ability of people to make decisions of their own, to assess the risk that they face, whether it be for their child in school or their workplace or where they shop. If you go to a store that says, please wear a mask, you have a decision to make. You can put on a mask and go in, or you have to respect the store owner's rights to control their own environment. I just think that government overreach has to stop. All right, this is not the last variant we're going to have. If we don't break this pattern of government overreach into our daily lives, then we're going to get stuck with this over and over and over. Let's have some faith in the people that are in our state or in our country. Now, my view here is that instead of giving people mandates, we need to give them options. Our legislature and our governor right now have said, you will do this, without giving people options. I'm for giving people options. Take your kid to a different school. Shop somewhere else. I'm not in favor of a government overreach as defined by the CDC.
Thank you for your answer. Assemblyman Kiley, this is to you. 20 million Californians are fully vaccinated. That is 53% of our state's population. What would you do to get more people vaccinated, or do you believe personal choice, personal risk?
I believe in personal choice, and I should say that I have done everything as a member of the legislature to get information and access to my constituents. That is in stark contrast to Gavin Newsom. In October of last year, he cast doubt on the safety of the vaccine. He said we can't take the FDA's word for it. This drew a scathing rebuke from the chair of the United States Senate Health Committee, who said the governor needed to stop second-guessing the career scientists of the FDA. He said that Newsom was costing lives and discouraging Americans from taking the vaccine. And then when it came time to actually roll out the vaccine in December, California had the slowest rollout of any state. For a time, we were 50th out of 50 in actually administering our doses. I had asked Newsom to call a special session of the legislature so we could be there to help, but he refused. He said he was going to do it on his own, and he blew it. You had seniors who were told they were eligible, would spend all day on the phone trying to get an appointment and couldn't get one. And this was at the time when it mattered most, when COVID was at its peak, when hospitalizations were at their peak, when deaths were at their peak. We undoubtedly could have saved lives if we had had a better government performance. We certainly would have done a lot more good than the hoopla with these vaccine lotteries and these steps we're taking towards mandates and passports. It is a perfect case study for the perversity of California politics, using bright lights and cash giveaways and state control as a mirage for a broken state government that fails to serve California in the most basic ways.
We turn it now to the ambassador.
Thank you, Christine. And this is a question for all the candidates.
All right, we just want to hop in here because we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have been watching the California recall debate. 4 GOP contenders vying to take on current California Governor Gavin Newsom. There in that round, they were being asked about the coronavirus and how the state has handled the pandemic so far and what they would do differently. We're going to be showing you the rest of the debate after the 2-minute break. We'll see you then. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to get back into the California recall debate, moderated by Hugh Hewitt. Fox 11 anchors Alex Michelson and Christine Devine. They're going to go into the next round of questions here for the 4 candidates that are taking questions right now at this debate at the Nixon Library. Let's go out to this right now.
Thank you, Christine. And this is a question for all the candidates with Similin Kiley to begin. The DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, reports that cartels from Mexico, South and Central America are the biggest drug threat to the United States. There's an avalanche of cocaine and deadly fentanyl that's coming into this country. And unfortunately, the DEA says that California is at the epicenter of the cartel's malign activity here in our state. There are parents today outside of this library in the parking lot who've lost children to fentanyl, and they're protesting and asking for relief from Sacramento. If elected governor, what would you do to stop this avalanche of drugs and stop the cartels from coming into our states? Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's a very important question, and I was just at an event for parents in my own district whose son tragically died of fentanyl late last year, who would have been a senior, would have just graduated from Whitney High School in Rockland. And this is an issue that is affecting more and more families throughout the state. So public awareness is a very big part of it. Obviously, a lot of the issues at the border exist on the federal level, but there are things that we can do at the state level as well. For example, laws like the sanctuary state absolutely need to be rolled back, which have gotten in the way of our law enforcement in order to keep folks who are dangerous to our communities out and to actually enforce the law and keep our communities safe. I'll also note that California has made changes to our drug laws that have been entirely counterproductive. I was a prosecutor before I ran for office. I was a deputy attorney general for the state, and I saw right before I ran in 2016 that recent changes to our criminal law were having a devastating impact on the safety of our communities. It's taken Gavin Newsom 5 years now with a pending recall to finally realize there is a problem and say that he's tough on crime. Prop 47, to take one example, has made it so you can't charge someone with a felony for even using Class A drugs. That's why we have open drug use on our streets. It's also why prosecutors no longer have the leverage to actually force offenders into drug treatment, so they're not given the tools they need in order to turn their lives around. It's a lose-lose. It hurts public safety and it hurts the offenders themselves, and we make far too many of those lose-lose choices in California.
Congressman Ossie, what's your plan to take on the drug cartels and the gangs who are pushing fentanyl and cocaine to our kids?
So one of the things that I bring to the table here is 23 years of experience following this issue. When I went to Congress, I didn't want to go on appropriations. I didn't want to go on Ways and Means. I wanted to go on the Drug Policy Subcommittee, because that's who controls U.S. policy dealing with this situation. So this is not new to me. We are being overwhelmed by the illegal importation of all sorts of drugs. We are being overwhelmed by the production of these same drugs in our rural areas. We cannot try to solve this problem by lessening our attention to it. We have to increase funding at the state and federal level to those agencies that are charged with interdicting this flow of drugs. We have to set up a much more serious inspection regime at the border. We have to give our law enforcement people the antidotes for immediate application when they find somebody in the street who's suffering from fentanyl overdose or methamphetamines or what have you. And we must find a way to provide treatment for those who are suffering from drug addiction.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, why is Sacramento getting this so wrong for California families right now? How would you fix it?
Because Sacramento is all about politicians who talk, and they don't do anything. I've been a businessman for 40 years. I have to solve problems. If I don't solve problems, I'm out of business. And this issue about the drugs coming across our borders, and I might also add the human trafficking as well as the guns, is personal to me. I have a 16-year-old daughter. Last night, I was at her high school in an all-parent seminar talking about the incidence of drugs in her wonderful school. It affects everybody in every neighborhood. And if you don't think so, I hope you never have to find out. We need to stop the dithering. We need to solve this problem, as I think only a businessman would, go right to the heart of it. We first of all need to end the sanctuary state nonsense in the state. We need to have the local police able to interface with ICE as well as the Border Patrol. We absolutely need to build a wall along our southern border all the way. It's there in parts in San Diego, but it's got to be all the way across this border. We don't have these problems in Canada. because they can enforce their law and they're not corrupt. But unfortunately, we have problems with our neighbor to the south. They can't run their country and interdict this stuff, and we got to make sure that we protect our children at all costs.
Thank you, Mayor. You confronted this issue head on in San Diego. What's the first step you take as governor?
As governor, I'm going to put victims first, and I'm going to put criminals in jail. As succinctly as I can put it. And the fact that we have a governor, ladies and gentlemen, that has enabled the defund the police movement, the fact that we have a governor that has supported lessening penalties in our criminal justice system, and we've seen, Ambassador, as you said, the results on the street. He changed from doing heroin and methamphetamine from a felony down to a misdemeanor when he supported Prop 47. And guess what else we're seeing? And I was in San Francisco just last week in front of a closed Walgreens. Why was that Walgreens closed along with 13 others? Because of rising crime. And that means that in those neighborhoods where those Walgreens were, those families can't get the groceries that they may have depended on, or our seniors can't get the medications that they wanted. I will take a very strong and firm approach because I've seen the disasters of these policies on the streets throughout this great state of ours. It's time to have a governor who is going to put victims first. And that will be a dramatically different approach than we're seeing in Sacramento today.
Thank you, Ambassador. I want to ask you all about critical race theory. It has embroiled the California Education Board in controversy for 4 years as they struggle to define ethnic studies. It's divided communities, it's outraged parents over indoctrination of their children, it's divided teachers from school administrations and teachers from parents and children from education. What is CRT? Is it a real issue for the California public schools? And if so, what has Gavin Newsom done wrong about it? And what would you do right about it? You alluded to it first, so I'll bring it back to you, Congressman Ossie. What would you do on your first day as governor?
So the curriculum that's offered in our K-12 schools is dictated by the State Board of Education, on which the governor has multiple appointees. And then the school districts all have to comply with the options that come out of there. Each of those options today require a district to offer CRT, as it's known, in one form or another. I think it's very important to note that CRT is anti-merit, anti-objectivity, and anti-achievement. It introduces a totally different set of standards for measuring success. Those standards serve at cross purposes to undermine what we need to teach our children, right? Our children need to learn to read by the 3rd grade. They don't need to be given an excuse as to why they haven't learned to read by the 3rd grade. Our children need to learn math and civics by the 8th and the 12th grade. They need to not be given excuses that they can use to avoid responsibility for not learning that. I am opposed to CRT. It is anti-merit, anti-objective, and anti-achievement.
Thank you, Congressman. Mayor Faulconer, if it's real, what has Gavin Newsom done wrong, and why should he be held accountable for these controversies?
Well, CRT has absolutely no place in our public school system, period. It's divisive. Focuses on what divides us rather than what unites us as a country. That's why it's wrong, and that's why, again, we need to absolutely stand up for that. And the fact, we have to be very clear, the United States is not a racist country. Let me say that again, the U.S. is not a racist country. The more folks that stand up and speak truth to that, I think the better off we're going to be. Because what CRT also leads to is cancel culture. I stood up against cancel culture. In fact, I stood outside Abraham Lincoln High School in San Francisco several months ago, where the school board up there wanted to remove the name Abraham Lincoln from the high school. And I stood up and I said, well, wait a second. What are we doing here? Instead of trying to get the kids back into school where they belong to get a good quality education, this school board was saying we're going to spend all our time trying to remove the name of Abraham Lincoln. We stood up to cancel culture. And guess what? 2 days later, they changed their mind. That's the type of pressure that I will bring. That's the kind of resolve I will bring as governor, to stand up for the courage of our convictions. Don't put yourself in front of just say what the woke crowd wants to do or the politically correct crowd.
Mr. Cox, what role does the governor have, though, in local education decisions, or does Gavin Newsom have a leadership role that he has not executed?
He has a leadership role, and he hasn't been exercising it. And the state spends $100 billion a year on education, and that gives them a lot of power. Hey, listen, the real problem here is the introduction of politics in our education system. I am an absolute advocate for giving the parents the power of education. Let's put every dollar we spend into a backpack and give it to each child and give the parents the power. The parents learned during the management of this pandemic who has the real power in the public schools, and that's the teachers' union's bosses. Not necessarily the teachers, the union bosses. CRT and all the other things that go along with it, and ethnic studies and all these things, are just a symptom of the politicization of our schools. My mom was a teacher in the public schools. I was a school board president. I've been a teacher. I understand what it takes to teach. And we've put politics too much. We need to teach reading, writing, arithmetic. I toured Folsom Prison, and most of those inmates were from LA, and they had high school diplomas but couldn't read past the 3rd grade level. That's criminal, and that's what we're doing with our children and our future. We have got to stop that, get the politicians out of the school system.
Assemblyman Kiley.
Well, the governor will make a decision if this bill passes the legislature on whether to sign or veto a bill to mandate the teaching of CRT, or as it's being called, ethnic studies, in every single high school as a graduation requirement, and I would certainly veto that bill. I spoke against it on the floor of the Assembly. But what's important to note is that just 2 years ago, Gavin Newsom was against this too. When the first edition of this curriculum came out, it was universally condemned. Newsom himself said it was offensive in so many ways, and it would never see the light of day. The California Legislative Jewish Caucus wrote a letter saying that the curriculum echoed the propaganda of the Nazi regime. We should have scrapped the whole thing then, but instead they made a few edits and are now seeking to impose it on every high school student in California. But I think the important point of CRT is that it's exposed a vacuum in our public education system. We don't truly teach civics in our schools anymore, at least not like we used to. Civics used to not just be some add-on to the curriculum, but it was the unifying thread of your education to empower you to prepare for citizenship, to be a productive member of society, to learn about the things that make America great and our founding principles. But we don't teach education. We don't think about education that way anymore. And so CRT has come along and is exploiting that vacuum. If we're no longer going to teach our kids how to build their communities up, then we'll teach them how to tear their communities down. So I think we need to defeat this CRT bill, but we ultimately need to reimpose a sort of a real civic education in our schools.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Before we begin round two, I remind the audience that has joined us either on the radio or television since the beginning of the debate that your ballot will arrive next week. There are two questions, yes or no, should Gavin Newsom remain in office? And then if he is removed from office,
all right, while Hugh Hewitt there is explaining exactly what Californians will see on their ballot, that is a question. The first question will be, should Gavin Newsom remain in office, yes or no? If no is the answer, then it lists the second question listing who they want to replace the current governor. So we just watched that there. That was a really interesting exchange as these four GOP candidates were talking about critical race theory. That has been a subject du jour, especially on the right wing, as they do not want that taught in public schools across the country, let alone there in California. So we're going to continue with this debate. We have about an hour left. It was 90 minutes. It already aired live. We're replaying it for you right now in case you might have missed it. But we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you after for more. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us and for choosing Live Now on your Wednesday night. Hope you're having a great day and a great night. We are going to be continuing with our coverage, replaying the California recall debate. 4 GOP contenders on the ticket trying to oust Governor Gavin Newsom in this recall that's taking place September 14th there in the state, answering the moderators' questions on a number of different topics. We've heard from them on COVID-19. We've heard from them on critical race theory. Let's hear from them on a couple more topics. We have about an hour left of this, so glad you're interested. Let's go back to this right now from the Nixon Library in Yorba Linda, California.
Who should replace him? Would it be one of these 4 people? Round 2 begins with Alex Michelson.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about the issue of homelessness, which a lot of polls show is the most important issue to people. Congressman Ossie, on our statewide political show, the issue is last week, you referred to Mayor Faulkner as a plastic man and said that his plan when it comes to homelessness is disingenuous. Mayor, we'll give you the opportunity to respond in a moment, but first to you, Congressman, what do you mean by plastic man, and what specifically would you do differently when it comes to homelessness?
So the facts of what's happened in San Diego is that in 2017, the administration there changed the methodology by which they counted homeless and excluded people living in their cars or their RVs. Number went down. The city police department has been engaged in rousting homeless, the net result of which is that people have been moved out of San Diego into the satellite cities around San Diego, reducing numbers in San Diego, but not reducing overall numbers. These are not answers. Hotels for homeless, not an answer. All it does is take somebody who's dying on the street and put them in a hotel room where they can die. You cannot advocate hotels for homeless without also mandatorily requiring treatment for the underlying drug illness or mental illness. That's what I mean by plastic. It doesn't hold up to examination.
So how do you actually get that through your plan?
You change the law known as Lanham and Petrus from the standard which says someone can be taken into custody if they're an imminent threat to themselves or others, and you can compel treatment. You change that standard from imminent threat to someone who's unable to conduct their affairs self-sufficiently if they're drug addicted or mentally ill, and then you get them the treatment they need.
Mayor Faulkner, your response to being called plastic man, him saying you're kind of playing with the margins to change up the reality.
Yeah, I think it's important to get to the facts, Alex, on particularly this issue, which is so incredibly important. The fact that it was proud in San Diego that we reduced homelessness by double digits. The only city, big city in California to do that. And yes, with the same methodology that every other city was using. And in fact, not only did it go down in San Diego, it went down in the county as well. Why? Because I took aggressive, firm action. I did not allow 10 encampments on the streets when I was mayor of San Diego. Got a lot of attack at first, but when people saw the difference, when people saw that we were helping people and getting them into the shelters, it made a dramatic from what was opposed to support. Because I strongly believe that if we allow 10 encampments on the sidewalks, people are going to die on the sidewalks. And we're better than that. And so we set a very strong point of view in San Diego, as I said, not only reduced it, but made a real difference in the quality of life of our city. And I felt so strongly about that I created a new division within the San Diego Police Department called the Neighborhood Policing Division. That became the #1 referral source to get folks off the streets and into the shelter system that we had set up. I am going to lead by example as governor and take that exact same firm approach.
Mr. Cox, I know you sometimes have been critical of Mayor Faulkner as well. When you've talked about homeless, though, some of your words have been lost a little bit because you've traveled the state with a bear and traveled the state with a giant 8-foot thing of trash. And what do you say to critics who say some of those gimmicks are getting in the way of the serious message and the serious discussion?
No, this is a serious issue, and that's why I did it, to draw attention to it, and it got a lot of attention. And let me tell you, this issue, I was just in San Diego. This issue illustrates the impotence of the career politicians that we have in leadership in this state, all across the state. I was in San Diego last week, and I drove down Imperial Boulevard, tents all over the place, people living on the street all over San Diego. And it's that way in Chico, it's that way in San Francisco, Los Angeles, everywhere. I proposed a specific set of goals, and they revolve around treatment. I'm a businessman. I need to solve the problem, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to, if we have to, we're going to force people to get into treatment. We're not just going to buy hotels. The city attorney in San Diego just sued, by the way, to avoid a couple of hotel deals where excessive prices were paid for hotels in San Diego. We have got to stop wasting money on this. We've got to do the smart thing, and that is get people in treatment, get conservatorships if we need to. Britney Spears didn't need a conservator. A lot of the people living on the streets do. And we've got to make sure that we build lower-cost housing. I can't emphasize enough, that's the #1 issue that I'm going to address, and we have to make sure people can afford a place to live.
Assemblyman Kiley, a lot of what Mr. Cox is talking about cannot be done unilaterally by the governor. It requires a changing of the laws. I know when you were on the issue, as you said, you wanted to call a special session of the legislature, bring them all back and deal with issues like homelessness. What specifically would you want to see in terms of the budget? And if the legislature say, no, we're not going to work with you, what do you do?
Well, it's the governor himself who has gotten in the way of a lot of cases. And I should say at the outset that homelessness in California is a human tragedy and a national disgrace. We have more wealth in this state than all but 5 countries, and yet we have thousands of people dying on our streets. So I decided to do an audit of all the homelessness spending in California, because we keep spending more and more, and the problem keeps getting worse and worse. We have 9 times the unsheltered homeless population as the next closest state. My audit would have looked at where all the spending is going and why isn't it solving the problem. It got unanimous support on the Senate side of the audit committee, but the governor's administration testified against it, and we fell a single vote short on the assembly side. And so what's happened? We've simply continued spending more money, and the problems only continue to get worse. The nonpartisan legislative analyst said more spending will quickly dissipate because there is no strategy. The governor's own mental health czar, his top mental health advisor, said in an interview in March that homelessness in California is not a money problem, it's a leadership problem. So what would I do? I would bring a new strategy, and I would bring new leadership. Under the 9th Circuit decision, you can't ask people to move along and get off the streets if there's a place for them to go. So I'd make sure there's a shelter, there's a roof over their head, there's a place for them to go. But then I'd connect them with the needed services, substance abuse treatment, mental health counseling, job training, you name it. This isn't brain surgery. We can look at what's worked in other states, and we can do it here.
All right, thank you very much. Now to my co-anchor, Christine.
So we reached out to our voters, asked them to send us questions. We had way too many questions for the amount of time, so what we're going to do is just toss each of you a different question just to get to know you a little bit better. So we'll start with you, Congressman Ossie. It's about EDD fraud. Bruce Awashi asks, how do you clean up the EDD mess? Perhaps $30 billion in fraudulent unemployment claims in these COVID times. Others say it takes them days to get on the phone to get help to get their checks. How do you correct things?
So Elaine Howell did a report on EDD. It was routinely ignored by the governor. So this really does lay right at Governor Newsom's feet. I doubt if he's even read the report. 114 pages filled with recommendations. This is not rocket science. Every large and small business in the state of California has measures in place to prevent inappropriate payouts for false invoices and the like. Every single large and small business in this state has a practice, if they're successful, of answering the phone in a timely manner. Those are the 2 critical pieces to this. Let's figure out, by going and looking at other entities that have large employee pools or large sales volumes, how do they prevent fraud? And let's incorporate those measures into the EDD process. And secondarily, just answer the damn phone. All right? Just answer the damn phone.
That's a soundbite right there. All right, thank you. Mayor Faulkner, the question for you is crime. We all know that shootings are up, homicides as well. Susan Nelson asks about Prop 47. It changed a number of felonies to misdemeanors, basically theft under $950 to a misdemeanor. Voters approved that, though, in 2014. So what would you do about crime?
We're ready to overturn that. Every California family deserves to be safe, to feel safe, and to have a safe neighborhood. That is not the reality under Gavin Newsom's California. As you rightfully point out, crime right now, violent crime is at a 13-year high. Murders are up 30%. And yet we have a governor who doesn't seem to think that it's a problem, won't talk about it. We have a governor who comes out and supports defunding the police movement. I stood up to the defund the police movement. I had hundreds of protesters out in front of my house this past summer, yelling at me, yelling at my family, every name in the book. Defund the police. I said no. I said the longer that they were out there, it would only strengthen my resolve to do the right thing. I didn't defund the police budget in San Diego, I increased it. I increased it because if we want safe neighborhoods, if we want the best and brightest men and women who wear that badge, protecting us day and night, we better darn well give them the tools, the training, and the support to be successful. That's the approach that I will take as governor, and work to strengthen those laws that this governor has worked to weaken. He's wrong. Californians know he's wrong. That's why he's going to get recalled.
All right, thank you. This is to Assemblyman Kiley. The question is about immigration. Carmen Perez would like to know your policy on the border and immigration. And another question came in, would you send the National Guard to our border, our southern border?
Well, we're obviously seeing huge problems at the border, and there's only so much you can do at the state level, but I would do what I could to try to assuage the situation and try to staunch the flow of folks over here, because it's become untenable in a lot of ways. But I should also point out that there's a lot of things that have been done at the state level using state policy that have been unhelpful. The sanctuary state is a prime example of that. This passed in 2017 and limited the ability of folks, of law enforcement, to coordinate with federal immigration authorities. And it was a law that only applied to those who had both come into the country illegally and had been, convicted of a criminal offense, and so, or at least arrested for one. And so I would seek to undo policies like that that have served to put California in the wrong position vis-a-vis the federal government when it comes to immigration. I also think that we have done way too much in terms of expanding benefits that almost no other state has done. For example, in this last budget, there were unprecedented benefits, Medicaid, given to undocumented immigrants in California. This was a $267 billion budget, by the way, which is the largest in state history, and includes, record levels of funding in a variety of ways, but does very little to actually get our state moving in the right direction and get us the economic recovery that we need.
All right, we thank you for your time. The question now, Mr. Cox, is to you. It is a business question. Support for small business. Nick Patronite writes, I work as a manager. Due to unemployment assistance in COVID times, we're struggling to find employees for our warehouse. How do you get people back to work?
Small business is the engine of growth for not only California, but the entire country. And right now, we're supporting a lot of people, which is great for people who can't afford their life in this state, which we've got to reduce the cost of living, but we've got to correct the problem. We've got to give people opportunity. Just to start a new business in California now, it takes 6 to 12 months to get the paperwork done. And then you've got all kinds of problems with bureaucracy and regulations. We've got to cut through all of that. What I'm going to do as governor is zero-based budgeting and a transparency agenda, which means we're going to shine the light on every single regulation in California that limits the ability of people to start their own business. The licensing rules and the regulations are geared towards protecting existing business, but not letting people get into business. And we penalize people tremendously. We also need to reduce the tax burden. I'm going to be announcing a 25% across-the-board tax rate cut for every Californian, the largest tax cut in the history of this state, because this state taxes people too much and regulates people to death. I'm a businessman. I would never even think of starting a business in California.
Ambassador O'Brien, we turn it to you.
Thank you, Christine. This question is related to the next question, and it's for all the candidates. We'll start with Congressman Ossie. At a time that the U.S. manufacturing base is starting to return home from overseas to California or to the United States because of COVID, but also because of the Buy American initiatives of the Biden and the Trump administrations, we're seeing thousands of California businesses leave the state, and those include household names like HP and Oracle and Palantir, McKesson, Charles Schwab. Even Elon Musk is spending more time in Texas now than in California. So the question I have for you, Congressman, and the other candidates is, how would you encourage companies that are reshoring, that are coming back from overseas and they want to bring the supply chains home to America, to come locate in California? And how do we keep the companies that are already here from leaving to go to other states? Thank you.
So Newsom and his minions think that everybody's going to stay here because they're in charge. The empirical evidence is exactly the opposite. They're leaving because they're in charge. Let me tell you what I'd do specifically. Business wants to open, we need to reduce the LLC filing fees that they have to pay to the Franchise Tax Board. Business wants to hook up to utilities. We need to stop the excessive charges for connecting to utilities. Business wants to hire independent contractors to do this or that or the other thing because they don't want, or they don't have the volume to take them on full time as employees. We need to rescind AB 5 and make independent contracting available to these companies. These are simple things we can do along the way. I want to go back to something on the audit question of EDD, because one of the things we're dealing with at EDD is that they continue to pay out money to people who rightly should be back at work. We need to stop paying people to stay home. We need those people back at work. There's two parts to this question. The first part dealt with the companies. The second part deals with getting people to work there.
Thank you. Assemblyman Kiley, we've got a legislature that hasn't done some of these basic things that the congressman just outlined. How do we get the legislature to work with you as governor to make California more attractive, A, for businesses to move into California, and B, to keep them from leaving?
Well, I'll say, first of all, that a lot of the damage isn't actually done by the legislature. The legislature has delegated an enormous amount of power to California state agencies, and that's where a lot of the damage is done. They churn out regulation after regulation and entangle themselves more and more in our lives every year. And so as governor, you could bring new leadership. You could give all of these state agencies, CARB, the Water Board, the EDD, the Department of Public Health, a new directive to actually serve the people of California. Don't harass them or harangue them or try to run their lives like a lot of them do. But ultimately, in order to have sweeping change, and so yes, I would try to roll back those regulations, and I would do so using executive authority. But to have more sweeping change, you need to get the legislature to act. And the thing about the problem that you've cited is you hear a lot of these examples about Elon Musk and HP and the big companies, but actually the arrangement works out pretty well for big companies who have wide margins in a lot of cases, who have compliance departments who can tell them how to follow the law, who have lawyers on staff who can help them reduce litigation risks. It's small businesses who ultimately pay the price, and we saw that more than ever during the COVID shutdown. As powerful industries like Hollywood were exempted from the lockdowns, while small businesses die in droves. So I would immediately work on things like rolling back PAGA, which is a huge impediment, is a huge litigation risk for businesses, certainly repealing AB 5, and doing a systematic review of every regulation that needlessly makes it so difficult to do business in California.
Mayor, how were you able to keep businesses from leaving San Diego, and what would you do as governor?
Look, you're right. People are leaving California. They're voting with their feet. You name the state that they're going to. Let me ask the audience a question. Raise your hand if you know somebody who's thinking of leaving California. I'm not surprised to see that. That's the reality. And the reality is that we have a governor who doesn't seem to think that it's a problem, because people are voting with their feet. And for the first time, we lost population last year. We lost a congressional seat, of course, because of these terrible policies. And so rather than helping to make it easier to start a business or to make it more affordable for a family to actually stay, live, and retire in California, we have a governor and a legislature whose sole solution for virtually any problem is they want to raise taxes and send more money to Sacramento. Voters said no this past cycle when they came out with the largest commercial property tax increase in the history of California. And the reason the Californians said no is because we've gotten to that point that says enough's enough. You can't keep putting the burden on small businesses. It's crushing our families. It's crushing so many entrepreneurs that we are so proud of here in California. So I will have a vastly different approach to support our businesses, stand up for doing the right thing, not moving forward with any of the tax increases that this governor and legislature continue to want to foist on California.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, you're a successful businessman. What would you do in your first year as governor, or the year that you've got left in the term as governor, to change the situation and change it quickly?
Well, this is the problem in California. We got businesses leaving left and right. It's because we put career politicians, celebrity, and insiders in control of the state. A lot of states around the country, red and blue, have elected businessmen and women as their governors, and they're the most popular governors in the country because they focus on the problem and they focus on solutions. So what are we going to do? First of all, we're going to fix the housing crisis in the state. A lot of businesses have told me they're leaving because their employees can't afford to live in this state, and it drives up their costs and it drives up their salaries. We're going to cut taxes, as I just talked about. We're also going to talk about changing our legal system. The loser pays. Texas has done that, and Texas is getting a whole lot of our businesses every single day. We've also got to make sure that we deliver water and electricity. I've talked to businesses that rely on electricity. They tell me they're paying 2, 3, 4 times what their subsidiaries pay in other states. They will not keep doing that forever. We need to cut the cost of electricity. We need to get more sources. We also need to make sure that we have water. The agricultural industry is important to the state, but we also have to make sure that people can afford the water in this state. We're going to have rationing next year. And it's wrong because we're sitting next to the largest body of water in America, in the world.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm going to turn to that subject, water. The North Coast is already parched by drought. Drought has returned to many parts of California. And just yesterday, the state water resources control.
All right, we're going to just break in there because they're moving on to their next question. They're in the California recall debate about water scarcity and water resources. It's a huge issue in the state of California. We'll have all of that and more in 2 minutes after the commercial break. Thanks for being with us. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on this Wednesday night. We are going to be continuing to show you the replay of the California recall debate at the Nixon Library there in Yorba Linda. It's being moderated by radio host Hugh Hewitt, as well as Fox 11 anchors Alex Michelson and Christine Devine, as well as the former National Security Advisor for the Trump administration, Ambassador Robert O'Brien. They are about to get into a number of questions impacting the state. The next one is about water resources, the scarcity of water there in the Golden State as they are under really severe drought conditions as well. Residents having to ration water. So let's hear what they have to say, these 4 GOP candidates.
State Water Resources Control Board issued an emergency curtailment authorized by Governor Newsom that will devastate the Central Valley, the farmers, and the hundreds of thousands of people who work for them. I'll start with you, Mayor Faulconer. On day one, what will you do about the water cutoffs in the Central Valley that is causing, for the second time in a decade, devastation to the agricultural businesses?
Stop them, because agriculture is so incredibly important to our state, our community. We're so proud of agriculture in California and the Central Valley. We are not only, Central Valley is not just the breadbasket for California, we're the breadbasket for the nation. That's a truism. And yet we have a governor that has not done a thing to increase water supply in California. I was in Fresno just last week talking with our farmers who are seeing all of their allocations cut to virtually zero. We need to increase our supply. Specifically, we must move forward on projects that are already on the books, but this governor and legislature won't do it. Why we won't do it? Because he's letting the far left environmentalists stop him from doing it. What am I specifically talking about? I'm talking about Sites Reservoir and Temperance Flat. Those are two big things that we need to do for our Central Valley farmers. They deserve a governor that's not going to ignore the Central Valley. They deserve a governor that understands how important water, resources, and new supplies are. We did some of that in San Diego, where we did one of the largest water recycling in California. I'm proud of that. You've got to put your elbow into it. We've got to increase our supply. If we don't, why do we expect anything to be different year after year when we have drought conditions? We have to have a government that's going to stand up for farmers.
Mr. Cox, what will you do about the emergency curtailment order yesterday for the Central Valley farmers and the, again, hundreds of thousands of people who work for them?
I would countermand it, and I'd immediately talk about getting us more water. Again, this is the politicians and celebrities, insiders that we've had running this state into the ground. We're sitting next to the largest body of water in the world, the Pacific Ocean. Israel has turned a desert into an agricultural paradise. And why? Because they've done desalination, and they've done it at a fraction of the cost of what we have done in California. We have underinvested. The California Water Project was a miracle. It turned this wonderful Central Valley into the fruit basket of the world. We produce 85% of the eating oranges. We have more dairy than Vermont and Wisconsin combined. We have more cattle than Texas. We need to make sure that we have water for the future, as well as for the people that are here. We need water every single day. It's the staff of life. So we have terrifically underinvested. And why? Because we've listened to the insiders. I'm an outsider. I'm not a politician. I'm not beholden to these groups. I'm going to talk to the people of this state about common sense solutions. And that means desalination. That means building more storage. That means building more recycling. That does not mean cutting allocations to our farmers or our people.
Assemblyman Kiley, does the rest of the state even understand the agricultural devastation brought about either on the North Coast or in the Central Valley by water cutoffs?
Well, a lot of folks probably don't, see the immediate impact of it, but certainly will experience the ultimate impact of it because we rely on our farmers for our food supply. And so we absolutely cannot have them be the first to have to face rationing and cutbacks whenever we hit these dry spells. So, to answer your immediate question, yes, I would seek to roll that back in any way I could and to put our farmers as our first priority rather than always being our last priority. But yes, the long-term solution ultimately is to recognize that this is a political choice we have made. The governor's own agriculture secretary said that the reason for these cutbacks was Mother Nature and climate change. That is not true. The reason we're facing these cutbacks is because of political choices that we have made. Rationing and cutbacks and scarcity, those are political choices when we know full well that endemic to our climate are periods of wetness and dryness. We used to do things differently. We built the State Water Project back in the 1960s. The world hasn't seen anything like it. It was a marvel of engineering, but then we rested on our laurels, and we haven't expanded capacity in any significant way since. So I actually am authoring an Assembly constitutional amendment that will dedicate a fixed portion of the general fund every year to water storage projects. Temperance Flat, Sites Reservoir, there's a low-hanging fruit like raising the water level at San Luis and Shafta. We can have an affordable supply of water and one that is sustainable, and we can embrace abundance rather than scarcity.
Congressman Ossie, with apologies to Oklahoma, can the farmer and the environmentalist be friends? Can you actually serve both of those communities of interest when it comes to water and the Delta?
So there's one farmer in this race. One. That's me. My sisters and I raise 1,000 acres of rice. Water is not theoretical to me. All right? It's not theoretical. These fellas, they know the story. They don't know the reality. We need to increase supply. If we increase supply, it benefits not only farmers, but also cities and the environmental community. We need to increase supply by going back to the projects I first advocated for when I was in Congress in 1999, which is the Sites Reservoir. We need to build on that in Temperance Flat. We need to go beyond that, though. We need to go to the Modesto Irrigation District. We need to go to the Fresno Wastewater Treatment Plant. We need to go to the Sacramento Wastewater Treatment Plant. We need to go to every single wastewater treatment plant and figure out how to provide funding for them to pair up with farmers to process water to a sufficient cleanliness so we can use it on our crops. This is not, again, this is not theoretical. If you're a farmer, these guys are they all know the story. I live it. All right? I live this issue. I'm your guy if water's your issue.
Before we begin round 3, I want to remind those viewers and listeners who have just joined us, we're at the Richard Nixon Library in Yorba Linda. It is the first California recall debate. Channel 11 is carrying it. Fox LA Live, as is their sister affiliate in San Francisco, and the Salem Radio Network. To Alex Michelson for round 3. Alex?
Thank you so much, Hugh. And this is the California recall debate. This is not a Republican primary debate, even though we've got a bunch of Republicans on the stage. And if you look at polls right now, about 40 to 50% of California voters are undecided on who to pick on question number 2 on the ballot, which is who should replace Governor Newsom. We know Democrats can vote on that question, even if they vote to try to keep Governor Newsom. We know there's a lot of Democrats that are in favor of the recall, and so they're trying to figure out, where do they go? There is not an establishment Democrat on the ballot. And so I want to ask some questions that are important to Democrats to get your take on them. And Assemblyman Kiley, let's start with you. If Senator Feinstein were to retire next year, you would be in charge of appointing her replacement. If you picked a Republican, the Republicans would get control of the United States Senate. There are a lot of Democrats who would say, she's a Democrat, Senator Padilla is a Democrat, they both won overwhelmingly, Joe Biden won this state by 30 points, she should be replaced by a Democrat. Isn't that the most fair thing, and can you commit that you would appoint a Democrat to that seat?
Well, actually, Alex, I hate to do this, but I have to reject the premise of your question. I wouldn't make an appointment at all. I would leave it up to the voters, which is exactly what I, asked Gavin Newsom to do when there was the vacancy in Kamala Harris's seat. He didn't do so. He appointed Alex Padilla, who had a very fraught history in his tenure as Secretary of State. And so the voters of California were deprived of choosing their state senator, one of the most important offices in the entire country. As a matter of fact, what the governor did was of questionable legality. I actually got a legal opinion from our legislative counsel's office saying that no, Gavin Newsom's appointee cannot be, or Gavin Newsom cannot serve the remainder of Kamala Harris's term. Before the term expires, there needs to be an elected senator. And so now it's almost like farce. There's a bill that's going through the state legislature, and what it's doing is you're going to have 2 elections for the same office on your ballot next year for a United States senator. There's going to be one election for who's going to serve the next 6-year term, and then there's another election for who's going to serve like the last month of the existing term. So this is all too typical of what happens in our state capital, is we try to shut voters out in every way possible. And so here they solve the constitutional problem in the least democratic way imaginable. That's what ultimately this recall is about, is returning power to the people of California.
All right, very interesting. Mayor Faulkner, the Newsom campaign has repeatedly called this a Republican recall driven by Trump supporters. They fought to even get that language on the ballot.
They did.
I'm wondering, for you, we know that you supported President Trump in 2016 and 2020. After January 6th, are you still a Trump supporter? Do you welcome his endorsement, and would you want him to come campaign for you?
Well, look, first and foremost, what happened on January 6th was abhorrent to our country. To have folks storm our Capitol, to attack our Capitol police officers, that was wrong in every way imaginable. We want to have those folks held accountable, and I think that's incredibly important. And I will tell you, Alex, when it comes, I think you hit the nail on the head, by the way. What Gavin Newsom wants to do is make this all about Republican or Donald Trump. What he doesn't want people to do is talk about his failed record and what's not happening here in California. And I've been very, very upfront about, it's not about partisanship right now, it's about leadership. And it's about leadership of a governor who has failed to do the right things, and who won't actually take the stands because he's too afraid of the far left. And so what does he have to do now? All he has is not going to come out and defend his record in the recall. He's going to call it all kinds of names. But he's going to have senators from other states come up and say that this is a partisan issue. It's not. It's about bringing our state together. It's about a leader that understands you can't politicize every single thing like Gavin Newsom wants to do. He's not doing the job. It's time to have a governor that's going to do the job.
So are you a Trump supporter, though? You're saying he's afraid of the far left. Are you afraid of the far right?
I'm not afraid of anybody. Not afraid of anybody.
So what's the answer?
I'm proudly take the endorsement and support of any Republican, Independent, or Democrat who wants to get rid of Gavin Newsom and make California a better state.
All right. Congressman Ossie, What do you see as the size of the California budget if you're in charge in an ideal world? And who are 2 or 3 California Democratic legislators you think you could work with to make that happen?
So I want to answer, I'm going to get to that. But on January 6th, I didn't wait until April or May to make clear my position on what happened January 6th. I'm on record that afternoon that when they broke into the Capitol, it was time for the police to clear the building and arrest those people on the spot. I want to be absolutely clear about that. No equivocation, no delay. That afternoon, that's what leadership requires. You got to be clear, and you cannot put up with the kind of behavior that occurred when they broke into the Capitol. In terms of the folks that work in the Capitol right now, I actually think this is going to sound like apostasy, but you have to figure out how to work with Lorena Gonzalez. She's the most powerful politician in the legislative branch of the Capitol. You have to figure out how to work with her. That's what I do. I mean, everybody on the Democratic side's terrified of her.
And how do you do that?
I call her up. I find out. I sit down and go, Lorena, you know, you got kids. I got kids. You got people in business. I got people in business. How do we work together? Let's find something we can work together on. Same way I did it in Congress.
Mr. Cox, Larry Elder is not here tonight. We invited him. He had a fundraiser and chose not to come. But he has said that he wants the minimum wage to be 0 in the state, that the minimum wage should be 0. Do you agree with that? And do you support the current minimum wage of $15 an hour?
Well, I like Larry. I was on his show a lot in 2018. He said I would be a great governor, for the record. Listen, I think there's a place for a minimum wage, but I think he's right from the standpoint that I think the free market is a much better judge of what wages should be. But I think getting back to the problems of this state, we've got too much government and too much regulation. We've got too many times where government has inserted itself into business like that. And, you know, I grew up a Democrat. I became a Republican because Ronald Reagan talked to me about the fact that government's not the solution to our problems. Government is the problem. So my message to the Democrats and independents, and by the way, many, thousands of them signed this recall petition. Let me make that clear. They want a state that works. They want this state fixed. We have elected celebrities and career politicians and insiders for so long. We have not elected a business person who spent a career. I started with nothing, and I built a business that's highly successful. I did it by solving problems every single day. I don't care if it's a Democrat problem or a Democrat answer or a Republican answer. We've got to come together and unite and solve these problems.
So what should the minimum wage be?
You know, that's a question. Right now, it's, what, $12 an hour?
Up to 15.
I think it should be gauged versus other states, but I'd like to see the real true minimum wage. I agree with Larry. It should be 0. It should be set between the employer and the employee.
All right. Thank you, sir. Christine.
All right. So we are all here because we love California. Our friends are here. Our families are here. This is a question about preserving our neighborhoods at the same time. Assemblyman Kiley, this is to you. Linda Merkins is a voter who asks, how do you preserve single-family neighborhoods but still increase housing opportunities?
Well, it's a great question because housing is maybe the core issue as to why the American dream is falling apart in California. There was a recent survey that showed that 2/3 of Californians believe that kids growing up in our state today will be worse off than their parents. And it's why more and more people are packing up U-Hauls in order to avoid that fate. Last year, for the first time in California's 170-year history, our population declined. It's truly staggering. You know, this used to be the state where anyone could get ahead. Now it's the state that many can't wait to leave behind. And our soaring housing costs are central to that. Gavin Newsom promised a Marshall Plan on housing, but he has not produced anything of the sort. You know, construction has actually declined, and he's provided about 1/5 of the units that he promised. All the while, we now have a median house price in California that's over $750,000. That's up 20% 50% just in the last year. And so you can get a good job after college, work hard, do everything right, and you're not be able to afford a down payment on your home until you're in your 40s. So it's very important to preserve single-family neighborhoods and to allow for local flexibility and local autonomy. But there are simple steps that we could take to increase the supply of housing. We could certainly streamline the permitting process. We could eliminate all of the fees and costs that can be on average $150,000. We can reform CEQA and other litigation traps and do what other states do, where they get projects right off the ground without delay.
Congressman Ossie, I'm going to stick a little bit with that same question about preserving neighborhoods. How do you preserve the single-family neighborhood and increases housing?
So I think the fundamental problem on our existing neighborhoods is that the legislature has gotten itself into a position where they believe they know better what should happen in this or that neighborhood than the local land use authority. So they've started to substitute their judgment through legislative fiat to accomplish their goals in Sacramento, whereas they may not work in, pick a city. My view here is that you have to figure out how to get houses to market in a timely fashion. Let me give you an example. My sisters and I are in the middle of a project for 1,000 acres for 5,000 houses. We're in the 28th year of trying to process through the entitlement process. CEQA needs to be changed so that within the general plan area that a community adopts and which they finalize an EIR on, that within that general plan area you don't have to have redundant EIRs over and over and over again, as long as the housing project or the commercial project meets the intention of the general plan. This is fundamentally common sense. You cannot layer on time requirements and expect housing to stay affordable.
Mayor Faulkner, I'm going to send this one to you here. This is from Greg Lee, political reporter from KTVU in San Francisco. We already heard on the stage here that the average price of a home is $750,000. A lot of Americans, Californians, can't afford that, so a lot of them are going to rent. Greg Lee points out that rent in San Francisco is the highest in the nation. What do you do about that?
It is too expensive, as we talked about earlier, and Californians are leaving and voting with their feet. And yet what we have seen from Gavin Newsom is nothing. A lot of rhetoric, word salad. He talks a lot about issues, but actually doesn't provide any of the solutions to make a change. It's time for a governor who's actually going to put proposals forward. In San Diego, as mayor, because of all of these regulations, we had to go through a process to do a citywide EIR for 1 year, but we did it for complete communities with one goal. How do we make it easier, faster, more efficient to do what? To actually get units constructed. And now you can do that in San Diego by going over the counter. And we said very clearly, here's where you want the growth and development along our major transit corridors. And just as importantly, here's where you don't, in our single family neighborhoods. And let me just be very direct. When we see some of these pieces of legislation that want to eliminate single family zoning in California, that's wrong. I will veto that. We can put the housing where we want it, along our transit corridors. We can make it easier to construct that housing, and we can have a governor that's actually going to back it up with changes in policies rather than what we're seeing from Gavin Newsom, which is zero.
Mr. Cox, I want to change it up just a little bit about protecting our homes. This is a question for you about wildfires. Our meteorologist in Los Angeles at Fox 11, Rick Dickert, asked about this. He points out last year we broke a record. There are fires burning right now, but last year 10,000 fires, he points out, burning over 4.2 million acres. What would you do differently on California's fire prevention plan that the governor isn't doing now?
Again, another issue that the politicians, celebrities, and insiders have just failed the people of this state. Climate change may or may not be causing these fires, but we've got to deal with them. First of all, we should be doing better forest management. We should be cleaning out the brush and the dead trees. We also then have to get a better suppression response. Right now we're spending $4 million a day on that train to nowhere that 3 people are going to ride. We need to take that money and get airplanes. There's never been a time when there's more airplanes on the ground not being used. Get an air force of 100 or so planes. The minute smoke is spotted, you send those planes and you stop these fires before they become infernos and out of control. And the last thing would be to revive the timber industry. Again, that's what a businessman would say. We need to get the timber industry. And why? Because we used to have 100 sawmills in the state, and we ran them out of business with regulations. They would clean the forest. They would build fire breaks. They would help. make sure that fires were controlled. So we need to apply common sense solutions to this, not just sit and throw up our hands and blame climate change or some other external source. That's what the politicians do. We've got to stop doing this and fix the problem.
Well, I have a ton more questions here. We'll see if we have some time. Right now, I turn it over to the ambassador.
Thank you, Christine. According to FBI Director Christopher Wray, the Chinese Communist Party has taken trillions of dollars in U.S. intellectual property and is currently influencing American policy through donations to universities through front organizations like the Confucius Institutes. Governor DeSantis in Florida just signed legislation to stop this conduct in Florida. Mayor Faulconer, what will you do to defend the UC and Cal State systems from both IP theft but also unlawful foreign political influence, while at the same time protecting the civil rights of our patriotic Chinese American professors, staff, and students at the universities?
Well, it's about calling it out when it happens, Ambassador, as you well know, and particularly from state-sponsored groups. We absolutely have to protect our IP. We are the most innovative state in the nation. We're proud of that. We have to have a governor that's going to stand up and protect it and call it out when those international bad actors are doing the wrong thing. I will have no problem doing that. And in fact, I spent a lot of time while I was mayor the last year and a half on working to get USMCA across the finish line, because how do we compete with China? It's about North American competitiveness. It's about the United States, Canada, and Mexico. We worked so hard to get that agreement signed because what that's going to mean for us and our ability to compete with China, to be direct. And now we have the benefits of that. And I saw it firsthand as mayor of San Diego, what we can do, and we're working together with all of our trade partners. That's how we compete. We strengthen the rules that allow our small businesses and prime companies to do what they need to do, and we take a firm stand when the bad actors come out and do the right, and don't be afraid to call them out on it. That's, I think, the most important thing.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, what do you say about the Confucius Institutes and this foreign political influence on our university students coming from the Chinese and other foreign governments?
Well, we need to deal with the Communist Chinese Party, and there's no question about it. It's an unaccountable party that controls that country, that feels it's going to control dissent. It censors its people. It tries to control the economy. In other words, it's kind of like Sacramento. We've got to stand up to this. Listen, we want to have a great relationship with every country in the world, but we also have to protect what our businesses have generated in this country. And as the mayor said, California is one of the leaders in developing intellectual property and developing business methods. It's not just intellectual property, it's business methods and markets. We need to make sure that we produce in this country. That's vitally important. We found that out during the pandemic when we found out that we didn't make enough ventilators. We didn't have enough supplies for testing and other things in the pandemic. We need to make sure that we stop chasing business out of the state. That's what the politicians and celebrities and insiders who have controlled this state for too long have been doing to business, not just in California, but around the country. We need to make sure that we have people that are accountable and that we stand up for our business interests.
Thanks. Congressman Ossie, what do we do to protect the UC system and the Cal State system, the gems of our educational program in California? It's what's made our state so great, so competitive. It's why so many innovators live here and come here to study. How do we protect those universities from IP theft and malign activity?
This is actually one of the most interesting questions that our country faces right now. It's not the UC thing I'll get to. CCP, as you know, is engaged in a systematic effort to steal our IP. It's been going on for at least 30 years. They started in agriculture. They've taken our tree technology, our livestock technology, our crop technology, and they've taken it to China, and they've tried to implement it. Right? Henry Kissinger wrote a book in 2011 on China. It's about this thick, small print, but enlightening. I commend it to you to read if you want to know what the Chinese are up to. In terms of the UC and CSU system, in terms of protecting the ability to continue with the IP, we need to have a very, very strong standard for who ends up owning the IP that comes out. I'm not sure that's a state or a federal issue. I would prefer it be a federal thing for all universities across the country. but we can do it here if we have to, and I would support it. We are at war with China. We're not shooting bullets yet, but we are at war with China. You need to understand that.
Assemblyman Kiley, one of the things that the governor in Florida has done is he said that state universities in Florida cannot contract and cannot enter into agreements across a whole wide variety of areas with China, with Russia, with Cuba, with Venezuela, with Syria, with Iran. Is that something you'd support here for the UC system and for the CSU system as well?
Well, it sounds like something certainly worth looking at. With the UC, it's a little complicated because they're constitutionally independent. The state can't regulate them in the same way that they can the CSUs. But the problem that you bring up is one that I have a great deal of familiarity with. When I was in private practice, I prosecuted the civil case against Huawei Technologies for intellectual property theft. And this is in the public documents in the case. They had stolen this smartphone testing robot from the lab of our client, and then, basically tried to steal the IP. And the Wall Street Journal, in a front-page article a couple years ago, cited our case as the basis for the federal action that followed against Huawei Technology. And so it is a very serious issue, and we need aggressive action of this on the federal level as well as where appropriate at the state level. I'll also add, by the way, that the threats to intellectual property in California don't just come from China. They come from our state legislature as well. I'm on the Judiciary Committee, and I see bills every year that erode intellectual property protections because they're trial lawyer-backed bills that seek to create new ways to sue people. This is just one of the many reasons that California is routinely rated the top judicial hellhole in the United States. But on the issue of universities, at the end of the day, I think what we need at our universities is to have a culture of free and open debate instead of them being sort of the sites of censorship that they've become. My first piece of legislation was a resolution to protect freedom of speech at our colleges and universities. It passed the legislature unanimously, but we've only seen backsliding since.
Thank you. Hugh?
Thank you, Ambassador. I have two questions left, so I'll ask two of you each. The first one, I'll ask Assemblyman Kiley to go on. The mask mandate for elementary school children. School begins in 30 days. The Orange County Board of Education sued Governor Newsom to stop any sort of mask mandate in the Orange County Public Schools. What do you believe you could do to stop mask mandates on elementary school kids if you are elected governor in a month?
Well, I'm 100% against a mask mandate at the state level. California is one of only a handful of states that has one, and I think that a lot of the authority to impose that stems from the state of emergency. So I would terminate the state of emergency on day one. Parents know what is best for their kids. They should be making these decisions for themselves. But I'll say as a broader point that California, as I mentioned, is one of only a handful of states that still has this policy. And we've been a national outlier throughout the COVID era. Of all the 50 states, we had the harshest lockdowns. Of all the 50 states, we had the longest school closures. We were the last to open just about everything. And so to make the case that California got it right, you also have to make the case that all 49 other states got it wrong. And that's a case that simply cannot be made on the basis of the data. When you look at education, our kids have fared worse here than anywhere. We've done more harm to them, including lowering their life expectancy, according to the Journal of the American Medical Association. Our unemployment rate has been the second highest in the country throughout the COVID era, and our public health outcomes have actually been among the worst as well when you measure excess mortality. If our excess mortality rate were even on par with the national average, thousands more Californians would be alive today. So I think that the lessons that we need to draw from this, which this governor clearly has not drawn, is that states that took a different approach, that followed the science, that took a balanced approach, and that trusted their citizens did a lot better, and I would learn from them and have that model here in California as governor.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Mayor Faulkner, in the very first round of questions tonight, Christine asked you about mask mandates, and you said you don't support them. Governor Pete Wilson, good friend of the Nixon Library, has told me repeatedly the California Constitution empowers the governor with extraordinary emergency powers. Would you use those powers to mandate that there be no masks required in any public school of elementary schools in California if you win the recall?
Well, I will tell you, I was just like the assemblyman here, strongly oppose mask mandates in public schools. Our parents are the right ones to make the choices for our kids. And to see what this governor has continued to do with the mandate approach is the wrong approach. And it's time and time again, it's not just on what we're seeing right now, but it's also when we went through last year, open and close. We businesses in California that were open and closed 5 and 6 different times. We had a governor that started, remember, whether it was case rates, then it went to color-coded charts. Remember those? Then it went to geographic regions that were as big as like the entire state. That's the type of stuff that you lose confidence in Californians to stand up and do the right thing. And so that's why it's not about mandates. It's about
Mayor, I got to press you on this, though. Will you use your authority to bar mass mandates, not oppose them, but to forbid them?
That's absolutely something I would look into doing here, 100%.
Look into doing or
Yes.
do? Now I want to switch to home.
All right, we're just going to step in here because we were listening there to that exchange about mask mandates in California. As we know, LA County has reimposed one there. And so that was Hewitt's question. Would you ban mask mandates from coming into place? And so interesting answers there. On the coronavirus pandemic, well, they've covered a lot since we last went to commercial, but we're going to be continuing to replay the California recall debate. Those four GOP candidates who are vying to oust Governor Gavin Newsom in September when the recall election happens. So you're not going to want to miss the final kind of 15 minutes of this debate after commercial. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to be getting back into the replay of the California recall debate hosted by Fox 11's Alex Michelson and Christine Devine, as well as Hugh Hewitt and Robert O'Brien. It's about 15 minutes left, but they have covered the gamut of topics there that matter to Californians. So let's go back into that right now.
Will you use your authority to bar mass mandates, not oppose them, but to forbid them?
That's absolutely something I would look into doing here, 100%.
Look into doing or
Yes.
do? Now I want to switch to homelessness for Congressman Ossie and John Cox. Federal District Court Judge David Carter issued an order in May that took authority over homeless spending and programs away from the County of Los Angeles and the City of Los Angeles, citing massive dysfunction that result in more than 60,000 people on the streets in Los Angeles. Now we have the Ninth Circuit considering Judge Carter's order, which has been appealed by both the county and the city. Do you want the Ninth Circuit to uphold the judge's order, which essentially strips the city and the county of authority over their own homeless programs and budget? Mr. Cox.
Well, I'm afraid of the Ninth Circuit most of the time, but I don't necessarily want them to take away local control, but I want Los Angeles to do something about their homeless problem, and that's the problem here. They passed a huge tax increase, as we know, and the money wasn't spent. I met with a gentleman in the real estate business who told me that he had been asked by Mayor Garcetti to actually handle it, and he told me that most of the money hadn't been spent. And you know why? Because the cost of building was outrageous. They were getting quotes of $500,000, $600,000 a door to build homeless units. I build in Indiana for $100,000 a door, and it's not the land cost, it's the regulations and the cost of building. What we've got to do is solve the problem again, and that means we've got to attack the cost of building in the state. We've got to get approvals faster, we've got to reduce the mandates, we've got to reduce the litigation, we've got to speed up the approvals, and then we've got to have the people demand that their officials use the money wisely. I'll tell you what, when I'm the governor of this state, we're going to go after every jurisdiction in California that wastes money. We're going to have full transparency and audits of every agency in every city.
Congressman O.C., the Ninth Circuit is a lot better after President Trump added a number of its appointees. Judge Carter has taken the authority and the money away from the city and county of Los Angeles. The Ninth Circuit is considering whether to leave it with Judge Carter or give it back to the city and county of Los Angeles. What do you want the Ninth Circuit to do?
So I want to go on record here thanking Judge Carter for slapping the elected leaders of L.A. on their performance on this issue. He basically said, you guys are incompetent, I'm taking it away from you. That's what he said. That's the way the system works. That was the message. Now the city challenged that, and the Ninth's going to look at it. Look, I am just done waiting for somebody's solution on homelessness. 75 to 80% of these people are either drug addicted or mentally ill. There's no shortage of funds at the state or local level. Did you know that currently in the state today there are 41 separate programs across 9 separate agencies spending $4 billion in the fiscal year ended June 30th to deal with homelessness, and the number just keeps going up. And now Governor Newsom says he's going to triple down on that and make no changes to the approach. Judge Carter did the right thing. He called them out. I'm calling them out today. What we're doing isn't working. We need to change. We need to get treatment for the drug addicted. We need to get treatment for the mentally ill. We need to stop calling failure success and face the facts.
We have less than 10 minutes left in the debate, so the last round of questions will go to Alex Michelson and perhaps time for a closing statement. Alex?
All right, Mr. Cox, as governor, you control appointments. You get a lot of chances to hire and fire people. Who stays and who goes? Who are you looking to fire?
Well, considering the way this government is run, that's a very there's no shortage of people to deal with there. You know, the first thing I'll do as the governor is order an audit of every agency, as well as an evaluation of its worth and its beginnings, as well as what it's actually doing. Caltrans would be one of the first I'd look at. That agency is so mismanaged. It costs twice as much to build a road in California as it does in Texas. That's outrageous. And we all know we're paying the most outrageous gas taxes in the country. That's got to change. We know how bad the EDD is. I mean, that agency should be completely audited, and that management should go. The DMV is another ridiculously managed organization. Many years ago, I lived in Florida. I got my driver's license in 15 minutes. When I came to California 20 years ago or so, it took me 3 hours. 3 hours to get my driver's license. The management of that agency, and I could go on and on. We are going to have, as I would with any business that I turned around, look at every single agency and the management.
Mayor Faulconer, this question from our colleague Carla Marinucci from Politico. As governor, you have the power to reverse the Governor Newsom's first-in-the-nation move to expand Medi-Cal to undocumented immigrants that are elderly. Would you do so?
Yeah, that's the wrong approach that the governor took. 100%. We're a very welcoming state. We take care of people. We provide emergency services. But as we continue to layer on cost after cost, you are taking what was meant to be insurance programs and turning them into welfare programs. That's unsustainable. We can't do that. We're kind-hearted in California, but we have to say, here's what we're going to do and here's what we're not going to do. Let me also get back to that last question because I feel very strongly about that. It's time for a whole new team of people in California at all of our agencies. On day one, I will bring in a whole new team of women and men who believe like I do about the reforms and the changes that we need to do. The governor actually has about 4,000 appointments. So the folks out there who want to serve our state, now's your time. because we're going to need you. On my very first day as mayor of San Diego, I brought in the first female police chief in the history of San Diego, Chief Shelley Zimmerman, because we had a problem with some very few officers in our department, but we needed leadership and change at the top. I understand how incredibly important that is to the culture, to have men and women that are going to put their all into it, are going to be reform-minded. That's what we need to do at the state of California, and I will do that on day one.
Assemblyman, you are an attorney. As governor, you would have the ability to appoint judges, which are so important to policy in this state. What is your judicial philosophy, and what does a judge look like that you're appointing?
Well, I appoint judges that would uphold the Constitution and would set the parameters for our politics, that would not seek to, participate in our politics. I've gotten a little experience in the courts this last year plus when Assemblymember James Gallagher and I took Governor Newsom to court for abusing his emergency powers. We had seen very early, in the very early stages of COVID-19, that he was using executive powers, emergency powers, in a way that our Constitution does not envision, to actually make policy, to usurp the role of the legislative branch. So we took him to court in June of last year. We represented ourselves, actually, as attorneys, and we won a trial in Sutter County last November, and we're now seeking review by the California Supreme Court in order to uphold a very important principle, which is that we have a separation of powers, we have the rule of law, we have the Constitution, we have checks and balances, and even in an emergency, especially in an emergency, we need to have a representative government. And so we're hoping to get a ruling for the California Supreme Court that will be a very important precedent, that we will never have one-man rule in California again, and I will certainly look to appoint justices, whether at the Supreme Court level or throughout our judiciary, who will be of that mind.
Congressman Ossie, as governor, you have the power to declare states of emergency. Are there any states of emergency that you would declare in that job?
I think the governor's power in this aspect needs to be constrained. I would go to the legislature and voluntarily ask them to put a time limit on the duration of whatever whatever emergency period I might otherwise need to declare prospectively. That's the problem we're dealing with right now, is that there's no time limit on the current California Emergency Management Act that the governor is exercising all of this authority from. So that would be step one. Now, from an executive standpoint, I spoke about this at the outset. We're building water storage, folks. I'm firing the people who are in the way of that. We're keeping criminals in jail. The people who are working with Governor Newsom to change the rules by which criminals can get out of jail early, that's over. Those people are gone, right? The people at the state forestry department who are standing in the way of timber sales that end up reducing risk in our rural areas for fire, those people are going to have to either change their way or they're retiring. It's just that simple. I'm not going to sit here and belabor, well, how many angels can dance on the head of the pin? We're going to get stuff done.
And let's end with something fun, because if you watch our statewide political show, The Issue Is, we like to do a game called Personal Issues, where we get to know you. There are a lot of people that are just getting to know you tonight. So this is a rapid-fire round. Try to give us like 1 or 2 word answers. We can get through as many of these as we can, all right? So, Mr. Cox, what is something embarrassing your kids would tell us about you?
Oh, boy. That my wife doesn't like my nose hair.
Okay.
Too much information.
Mayor Faulkner, when you're not working, what are you doing for fun?
I love to cycle when I have the time, and I've been a big supporter of the Challenged Athletes Foundation. A shout out to everybody who's watching. They're training for their big ride from San Francisco to San Diego, raising funds for challenged athletes. I love to get out on the bike.
Ambassador Kiley, what's your favorite restaurant in California?
Did I get promoted?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Assemblyman Kiley. Who knows?
Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
I would go with Frank Fat's. It's close to the Capitol, but there's actually 2 offshoots of it in my district. Unbelievably good Chinese food.
You didn't say French Laundry.
Never been. Apparently, I'm one of the few politicians in California who hasn't.
Congressman Ossie, do you have any hidden talents?
Yeah. It's the same talent I wear on my sleeve. I get things done.
Okay. Very nice.
Thank you, Alex. We are out of time, unfortunately, and the dreaded closing statements will not be closing the debate. I do, however, want to thank each of our candidates tonight, John Cox, Kevin Faulconer, Kevin Kiley, and Doug Osee for joining us. I also want to thank Ambassador Robert O'Brien for joining us as he co-chairs the Nixon Seminar. We appreciate that greatly, Robert. I'd also ask people who would like additional information on the Nixon Foundation to visit it at nixonfoundation.org or at nixonseminar.com. And my special thanks to Channel 11 and our colleagues Alex Michelson and Christine Devine. Thank you both.
We just want to say thank you for having us, and to our viewers here. If you've never been here to the Nixon Library Museum, it is worth coming out here with yourself and your families. It's a beautiful property and a beautiful piece of our history here in California. This recall election is something very interesting during our times. This is the second recall election ever in our state. We thank you for watching, and keep in mind that you'll have the two issues on the ballot when you get that in the mail, voters. Right. And if the recall passes, one of these four men could become governor.
So, if you're interested in more content, our colleague Phil Schuman is headed into the spin room, and you can see more interviews with these candidates at foxla.com/live. We'll have more on the Fox 11 News at 10 o'clock tonight, and on our statewide political show, The Issue Is. And as we go, this crowd has been so respectful, so now's your time to cheer and thank everybody here. This is the time to clap. Thank you all for being fantastic.
All right, so the debate wrapping up there from the Nixon Library. We wanted to replay that for you here on Live Now from Fox to get a sense of what those four GOP candidates were talking about. I'm going to bring in right now Fox 2 in the Bay Area's Greg Lee at KTVU. Greg, you had a question that you submitted. My key takeaways, they really ran the gamut with the number of issues that matter to Californians. You know, usually in these debates, it's really hard to get that many issues in 90 minutes, and boy, did they ever. What did you make of it?
Yeah, Andrew, and kudos to the moderators and the folks that put this thing together, our colleagues at Fox 11. But really, the biggest thing and the goal for all these four candidates was to do two things, right? One was to criticize the governor on a number of issues, but a lot of what we heard was about the issues of the time, which have to do with COVID-19, the state's handling of that, especially as we start to see kids go back to school in the next couple of weeks, and part of that has driven some of this recall process. So that was number one. Number two was to introduce themselves to voters, not just Republicans, but also a lot of those no party preference voters who will certainly be key when it comes to actually counting these ballots and as these votes come in, and making their points clear on the policies that are important to voters. We saw a robust conversation about homelessness, which if you poll the voters in this state, that is the number one issue that is important to them. We did see some key Republican issues brought up that I'm sure the National Party is agreeing with when it comes to matters of state versus federal power, state versus local power, as well as perhaps some of the things they talked about, like money for undocumented immigrants. And so we saw many of those men take kind of the party line talking points on that. But we did get to see some different plans that these men have sort of set forward on if they were governor. And I think the biggest challenge that we did hear some of this conversation about tonight is there is a supermajority of Democrats in the state legislature. And while the governor has immense power in this state, you still have to work with the legislature to put forth meaningful change and follow through with some of the promises that you put forth in a campaign. So that was a question that was brought up. And all of these men seem to be aware that that will be a challenge if a Republican governor is elected out of this recall.
Yeah, Greg, the politics of this are just in plain view. And I want to be devil's advocate here for a moment, because you heard from the moderators, President Biden carried California by 30 points. You alluded to the Democratic supermajority in the Assembly. There has not been a Republican governor since Arnold Schwarzenegger, the last recall in the state. And so some viewers might even be wondering, you know, why are they even having this? This is the bluest of the blue states. It's costing upwards of $215 million for taxpayers to put on the recall itself. And here I'm thinking, you know, what will turnout be like for Californians in an off-year election? So there's a lot of political, you know, effects and impacts at play that you didn't really see brought up there. That was kind of their introductory foray for the viewers themselves to kind of get a taste of what they're like.
Well, and Andrew, you sort of hit the nail on the head, right? I think we are all very aware of the registration gap in this state of California. Registered Democrats outnumber registered Republicans 2-1 in this state. And that is part of the conversation right now, is that turnout is likely to dictate how this recall election turns out. Because in all the polls that we're seeing recently, the numbers are not good for Team Newsom. In fact, the latest poll from Emerson College showing that the number of people, of voters that said they would vote to recall Governor Newsom has risen to 46%. Mind you, in order to recall a governor, you need 50% plus one. So those numbers have risen as of late. You can attribute them to whatever you want, whether it's the Delta variant or recent restrictions in the state. So there's no doubt that Republicans are energized by this process, and they have been far outweighing the energy of Democrats in this process. The challenge for Team Newsom and Democrats in this state will be to get their base to turn out. And part of why they believe that they can do that is that because of some of the mandates that were put in during COVID, every single registered voter in California will get a mail-in ballot in their mailbox for this recall election. Now the challenge for Team Newsom is to have Democrats fill out their ballots and vote no and turn that ballot in. But keeping in mind that there have been Democrats that have signed this recall petition, frustrated with issues, and there have also been independents. And the question tonight was, did independents or no party preference voters watch this debate and see anything that they liked? We saw Kevin Faulconer, the former mayor of San Diego, really try to play the sort of centrist, moderate role, saying this is about working together. Is that enough to appeal, and will that be enough for any of these candidates to appeal to those sort of centrist voters in this state?
You know, Greg, we're a little over a month away. There's not much time left before Californians do cast their ballots. So what struck me is there are, like we just saw on the stage there, 4 members of the GOP, other members of the GOP who were not there. Does it strike you that the party itself has not coalesced yet around a single person that they can say, this is our main opponent to Newsom, this is who we want Republicans in the state to vote for?
Yeah, and Andrew, that is a very timely question, because again, this is 4 out of 46 candidates of all political stripes who are on that second question of who would you vote to replace Governor Newsom with. But just this Saturday, this coming Saturday, the state GOP is having a virtual vote to decide if and who they will put their endorsement behind. 3 of those men were on the stage tonight. There are 4 that are under consideration based on nomination. It's Doug Osee, Kevin Faulconer, Kevin Kiley, and Larry Elder, who is noticeably not on the stage today despite having a late entry into this race and leading recent polls likely by the sheer fact of name recognition. He is very conservative, certainly when compared to the average California voter, but many people listen to his show and know who he is. So he, in the most recent poll, is leading by double digits over any of these other candidates. So to your point, he's exactly right. The GOP, California GOP, will decide this weekend if and who they want to endorse in this race. And with that endorsement comes money, comes fundraising, comes campaigning, and certainly comes votes.
Yeah, and that's where Larry Elder was tonight, at a fundraiser. That's why he could not make it. Interesting to note there. I did not know that about what's happening this weekend. Greg, I could talk to you about this for the rest of the hour. We're limited for time. My last question, though, do you think Governor Gavin Newsom watched any of this tonight? What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think Governor Newsom and his team did watch tonight, and in fact, we got a statement about 20 minutes before the debate started that continued to follow this strategy of labeling this a Republican partisan power grab. He has stuck to that. We saw a new ad with Senator Elizabeth Warren released on behalf of Governor Newsom this week. And I think what his team is likely thinking is what we talked about, is that in the next 4 weeks or so, 5 weeks, they really need to energize their base. We're likely to see Governor Newsom out. We've seen him out a lot doing some governing, but governing by politicking, and we're likely to see more of that. And so things are really going to ramp up here in the next couple of weeks. I think we will see more ads. One of the questions is, will we see the likes of perhaps Senator Bernie Sanders campaigning for the governor, whether virtually or in ads? Because you remember, he won this state in the Democratic primary back in many months ago. But he carried a lot of the Latino vote in this state, and that is an area that Governor Newsom, not because it's a monolith, but he needs to attract Latino voters if he wants to survive this recall attempt. So there are many questions at play, and this is certainly going to be the political story, not just in California, but the nation, because many see this as perhaps as a predictor or a look ahead to the 2022 midterms.
That's right.
It's based on how Governor Newsom does here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if any kind of Democratic Party heavy hitters do come out on the campaign stump for Newsom, even if maybe President Biden will. We don't know that yet, but we will be watching all of that. Fox 2's Greg Lee, thanks for coming on and breaking all of that down post-debate. It was really interesting to watch. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew. Have a great night.
All right, we do want to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have a few more stories left to get to on this Wednesday night. We thank you for watching Live Now from Fox, but we will see you in 2 minutes after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's been quite a busy Wednesday. We've been bringing you all of these live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and around the world with the top headlines and the biggest stories of the day. Right now, though, we're going to stay in California and with Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They did a great segment today. They were speaking and interviewing with the California Superintendent of Schools about mask mandates for students going back in the fall. Let's listen into that right now.
We've come up with this Destination Education Initiative. It's really all about getting you and your kiddos ready to return to school, actually in person. Over the next couple of weeks, millions of K-12 students will be back in the classrooms all over California. Many of them back in classes full-time for the first time since school stopped in-person sessions since March of 2020. So how is it all going to work, especially in light of the Delta COVID surge? There's no one better to get some answers from than this man. You've met him before with us here, the Superintendent of Public Instruction for the state of California, Tony Thurmond. What a delight to have you with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Do you know, my producer came up with a mind-boggling statistic. If we took all of the public school students in our state and made a new state for them, it would be the 20th biggest state in California. That's 6 million kids.
6 million kids. Really important time. But we can do this. We just have to be safe, and we can do this for our 6 million students and for all the students in LA County, and we're going to make this happen.
Okay, so there's a lot of things to be worried about, right? I'm sure all of these things are keeping you up at night.
Absolutely.
And probably were before the COVID pandemic came along.
Right.
The superintendent's job is never undone,
right,
especially when you're looking after a state full of students. Are the classrooms ready? Do you feel confident that the classrooms are ready to welcome back the students for in-person instruction?
They are. I've been visiting schools that have been open across our state already since the middle of this month.
Okay.
And so we can do this, but it does mean school's going to look different. We can't really make a lot of social distancing happen. There just isn't a lot of space in most of our districts. So that means people have to wear masks and do things like COVID testing. And of course, if you can, get a vaccine, and that'll allow us to be back in school safely.
Will the day feel similar to what kids knew before?
I think there'll be a few differences, but when they go outside, students can take off their masks. If a student needs a break, they can go outside and take off their mask. And when they're eating or they're outside playing, they're not wearing a mask. But in class, they will. And so that might feel a little different for students at first. But most students have shown they get used to it. They know it's part of the routine and part of the day.
Kids adapt so quickly, right? I mean, that's the thing. You watch them, and I would have thought that it would have been tough for them to follow these protocols. They just like to know what the rule is, and they'll do it.
You tell them
now,
the rule, they do it.
The requirements and the protocols vary district to district,
They do.
correct?
They
so
do.
It's important for parents to familiarize themselves with what their district policy is.
Absolutely. Even in this county, in LA County, where there are 80 different school districts, the policies will vary a little bit from district to district. But statewide and countywide, certain things are the same, and that is the requirement to wear a mask. That will be the same. But for those who have specific questions about their individual districts, they should check out their school district websites or talk to someone at their local school district.
We're at a sort of a tenuous point, right? Our kids under 12 haven't been vaccinated.
That's right.
The Delta surge is causing problems.
That's right.
Those two things together make for a concerning start of school.
That's right.
How much is that worrying you?
It worries me a lot. I think, look, back to school is always exciting. It's a great time. I've visited school districts where 1,000 students show up and the excitement is in the air. But we're always a little bit worried, too. And we have to monitor every single day what are the case rates and how do things look. But what we've seen is if we take care of these safety precautions and the COVID mitigations that our public health officials, you all have great, Dr. Ferrer here is an incredible public health officer here. If we do those things, we know that our kids can be back. We also know that kids really need in-person instruction. They've missed contact with their peers and their teachers. And for many of our students, digital learning just didn't work.
But can we say, you know what, they did well. I mean, I know there were kids that struggled, and we know that the digital divide hampered some of the kids. And not every student, you know this better than anybody, not every student learns the same way.
That's right.
But they adapted.
That's right.
They adapted, and a shout out to the teachers.
Shout out to them, yes.
The teachers had to do extra over this while to try and get kids engaged.
Shout out to our teachers, all educators, our classified staff, our administrators. They've been working hard nonstop, even during the summer, trying to help kids catch up. And our students, you're right, they're resilient. Our students get an A+ for their adaptability, right? Most of us, this is the only time we're going to ever experience a pandemic in our lifetime, hopefully. And so, there's no playbook for this. Our kids have demonstrated great resilience and adaptability, and we think that ultimately that they're going to bounce back from this, and it supports their learning.
Let's pick off of that we don't have a playbook. The playbook also, not everybody's going to feel the same way about going back to school. There are going to be families that say, I can't. We have at-risk people in our home. For other reasons, we don't feel good about sending our kids back. What kind of adaptations are you allowing for kids who aren't going to be coming back?
The state has created some permission for families that have medical necessity or another reason to say, I can't come back, and they can essentially have independent study. And so there's a way that a student can, learn safely from home, assuming that they have the tools, that they have a computer and they have access to the internet. We still have 1 million students in the state who do not have access to high-speed internet. That is a crime, and we are working to close those gaps. We've worked with our governor and the state legislature to build out broadband all over the state, places where that infrastructure doesn't exist.
Do you feel hopeful that you'll make headway there?
I'm hopeful that we will. And we have, even just in the pandemic, millions of students got their first device or got free internet. We worked with the internet providers to provide internet for $10 a month, and that is still an option to everyone in Los Angeles, anywhere in our state. But we have to make sure that any student who's learning from home, that they have those tools. They have to be able to get live instruction, synchronous instruction. They have to be able to get the same level, quality of instruction that their peers in class would get if we're going to offer independent study. The state does allow some guidelines for that. And again, if somebody wants to have an exception to not be in person, they should be in touch with their district right away.
We can't have these barriers to education. Kids have to have an equal playing field. And I know that's one of the things that's been atop of your list is addressing the learning loss for kids. I mean, we can't. Parents, you've been worried about it. Any caregiver, you've seen it firsthand. We know that they have been affected by the lack of socialization, the lack of time with their friends and their peers and their teachers. But the learning loss, how is the state going to attack that from a scholastic and educational standpoint?
You're right. We've been dealing with these learning gaps even before the pandemic. They've gotten worse. They've gotten exacerbated. But the state of California is providing billions to our schools to have ways to counter that. Usually it means more tutoring for our students, training for our educators, and then programs like literacy. We can't make up lost seat time or minutes per se, but we can build skill for our students. We make sure our students learn to read. They can read to learn anything. Big shout out to LA Unified School District, and they've got a great literacy program called Primary Promise. They work with even the little babies, and they're able to help them build skill, learn the sounds. We have kids who are coming to school for the very first time in their life, and they couldn't learn through a computer during distance learning. They couldn't always hear the sounds that the teachers make, and so now they're in person. These literacy programs are going to help our kids bounce back. We have great literacy interventions for older kids. We can make this work. And if we continue to focus on building skill for our students, they learn to read, they learn languages, we support them with more counseling. Let's face it, our kids have been through a lot of trauma, and so have adults.
To need it.
That's one of our top priorities. They have to have social, emotional supports. We have to provide counselors. All of our schools are going to have more mental health supports to help them.
I keep saying we just have to provide grace. There's going to be moments in class where kids are going to not know how to adapt to the new normal or won't remember they're in a classroom setting. We just need to have grace.
Let's give each other grace.
Yes,
thank you for
absolutely. Hey, this is something I want to thank you for, something that you've been working on since you began on the job. Public school teachers are going to be getting training on how to better support LGBTQ+ students. Tell us more about that.
Simply put, we want to make sure we support all of our students, and now we have a way to provide training to school staff on how to support our LGBTQ+ students. Many of our students who are questioning, imagine being a young person, an adolescent, you're trying to find your way. It's difficult for all of our teenagers if you're trying to find a way in an environment where it's not even safe to talk about, being trans, talk about your sexuality. Now we have training programs so that our adults in our schools have ways to support our young people as they're developing. It was an honor to work on that legislation. I thank our former Assembly member and now Mayor of San Diego, Todd Gloria, who picked up the ball and continued the legislation, and we'll be working to implement it throughout the state of California.
Super important, especially when you talk about leadership starts at the top. This has to start at the top of the schools as well. Kids can follow. Kids need to know that this is what we expect.
That's right.
This is how we deal with one another with respect and dignity and care.
That's right.
All right. So obviously this is something that you take very seriously.
Yes.
What do you do to let yourself just relax? What is the way that a superintendent of 6 million students can kick back and just enjoy some time off?
Well, we all have to take care of ourselves.
Yep,
and
self-care is very important.
Self-care, I try to get walks in when I can. Lately, I've tried to do the walk without the phone, because if you're doing a walk for relaxation, but you're on your phone
it's not
taking
very
calls,
relaxing.
Your stress level goes up. I want my heartbeat level to go up because of the exercise, not because of the calls. But I just want to encourage everybody, like you said, let's give each other grace. These are hard times.
These are.
Let's take care of each other. I'm going to be here doing a big vaccine event today. We're going to be giving out 100 gift cards, $100 gift cards to the first 100 people who come to Paramount today at 10 a.m. to get a vaccine. I know that everyone, has different views about it, but what I love about it is that now that we have these vaccines, it gives us a way to restaurants can be open. I love going to the restaurants. Being able to go to a movie, being able to spend time with loved ones, be able to hug your loved ones. And so, you know, everyone take care of themselves. You know, get a vaccine if you can.
Please
and
do.
as you said, let's give each other grace during this very difficult time.
Grace upon grace.
And
Tony
get through it
Thurmond
together.
is the State Superintendent of Public Education in our state of California. Only 6 million students he's looking after. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for
a
having
delight. Thanks for coming in person.
It's a pleasure.
And maybe you'll get a walk-in. The Rose Bowl is a good spot. You can get a little bit of shade because you're going to want shade today, Superintendent. Erica will tell you the temperature is going to demand you do your exercise early and you do it in the shade.
All right, we want to thank Fox 11 in Los Angeles for providing us here on Live Now that interview with the State Superintendent of Public Education in California. Really interesting conversation there about what they are doing to prepare schools for students to come back in person for in-person learning this fall in just a matter of weeks. So anyway, we just want to show you some of these live looks from around the country we have at the moment. It is, let's see, a little after 9:30 here on the West Coast, a little bit after 12:30 there in the morning on the East Coast. We have a beautiful live look of Midtown Manhattan. There's New York City right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters. We also have a live look on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. at the moment, in the nation's capital. And I believe this shot right here is from the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. So not something we always see there at night, there in Central Time. So I think it's a little after 11:30. In the Twin Cities. But for now, we just want to remind you, don't forget to follow us on Twitter. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also go visit our website, livenowfox.com, where you can go there for all the latest on how to find us and where you can stream us. It lists all of our streaming platform partners. You can give me a follow on Twitter as well. My handle is @AndrewCraft, and that's Craft with the C. But right now, we want to play out some of these events we've already shown you throughout the day, but we want to do it again on these overnight hours, the White House press briefing. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki taking questions from reporters on a whole host of issues there in the briefing room earlier today. So here's that right now.
Happy Wednesday. I have a couple of notes for you at the top. Today, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Marcia Fudge released a statement committing to do everything in HUD's power to stop evictions for families with HUD assistance or families who rent in housing that is insured by the Federal Housing Administration. This is part of delivering on what the President announced, or we announced in our statement just a couple of days ago. And while the emergency rental assistance funds are in the hands of state and local governments, one of the critical roles that the administration can continue to play is to act as a leading hub to convene states and cities and to share best practices, as we have done at 2 major eviction prevention summits. So this morning, Treasury published examples of simplified forms that are being used effectively by emergency rental assistance programs around the country. I think Ebony may have asked a version of this yesterday, a question about this, but Treasury has repeatedly discouraged undue documentation burdens, the limit access for eligible families, and is sharing these example forms to make it easier for state and local governments to put that into practice. Places that have are seeing results. I mentioned Virginia yesterday, but as an example, Virginia is the second highest nationwide distributor of ERA funds in the nation and has given out $223 million to tenants and landlords